Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue energy explodes from Leon, ripping through the ethereal darkness with an insane concussive force. As he unleashes a massive, sword-like wave of pure power that absolutely cleaves the very fabric of the void. Then, a disembodied voice booms through the space, directly challenging him, "I ask you, Leon." The young man moves with an explosive surge of blue energy, his form a blur of pure motion. As the voice relentlessly continues its probing question, "Do you believe that you are worthy?" His eyes, now blazing with a fierce resolve, betray absolutely no doubt as he faces the unseen challenge head-on. He stands his ground, absolutely refusing to accept any irrational fate trying to shackle him. But then, the holy sword itself fires back, its power flaring with an intense glow. It lays down the law, opportunity has to be fair. Leon takes it all in, his face locked in pure resolve. But wait, somewhere else, a pair of intense, sky-blue eyes are totally locked in, watching every single move. He's locked in, wooden swords clashing with a fierce TTA, as he prepares for the next move. Moving with lightning speed, he's trading blows, a grunt of pure effort escaping him as the spar intensifies. But then, the holy sword's voice drops like a hammer, calling his whole approach extremely unreasonable. And just like that, with a thunderous tuckwang, his wooden blades explode into splinters. A raw, frustrated cry rips from him, "Damn it." The holy sword, still floating high above, lays down the law, "Take this seriously." Its tone unyielding, there isn't a single reason. But he's had enough. He snaps back, confronting the holy sword head-on, "That's because you play around with them like toys." Lightning crackles around him, his eyes blaze with raw power, and the holy sword actually concedes, "Okay, fine, I went easy on you. But you've definitely leveled up since last time." A hand grips a shattered wooden sword, the splintered hilt a testament to its destruction. Flashback. The blonde-haired Leon launches a furious aerial assault, wooden sword flashing, as Chloe observes every move. Chloe's mind races, Leon is just too incredible. The other Leon can't even touch him. A grimace of frustration twists his features, a bitter thought forming, is it just because we share a name? But Chloe's focus is elsewhere, a silent declaration, still, Leon is definitely the better-looking one. Then, a blinding flash. His wooden sword explodes into splinters, utterly destroyed. He can only sigh, the bitter taste of defeat all too familiar. Defeated, he slumps to the ground, surrounded by the wreckage of his shattered weapon, the weight of his loss crushing him. He gazes up at the tumultuous sky, a single, crushing thought dominating his mind, 3 years. No matter how hard he pushed, how relentlessly he trained, he just couldn't overcome him. Even with identical names, he was fundamentally, utterly different. A soft, reassuring smile lights up a young woman's face, a beacon of warmth. The blonde-haired student, a natural magnet for adoration, basks in the spotlight, drawing in a crowd of admirers as others observe from the periphery. He was the epitome of a fantasy hero, looks and personality perfectly aligned, begging the question of his commoner status. He belonged with the nobles, so why was he slumming it in the commoner class? A wave of pure frustration crashes over him, as he silently rages, "Is it really that fun to always be in my path?" A gentle voice cuts through his mental turmoil, "Are you okay?" A hand extends, a gesture of solace and strength, her gaze unwavering, brimming with heartfelt concern. He was still seething, the raw, unfiltered rage burning as he wished his rival was just some worthless trash. A frustrated sigh ripped from him, the sheer weight of his fury almost crushing. But as he wallowed in his own head, Chloe, ever the beacon, reached out a comforting hand. Then, a soft tap on his head, a simple, yet powerful, gesture of comfort. He actually flinched at the sudden contact, a rare blush creeping up his neck as a sheepish grin broke through his usual scowl. Then, with a quiet step, she started to move on. But she paused, extending her hand again, a gentle, almost hesitant, invitation. Continuing her stride, she called back, a clear invitation for him to join her. Chloe just stands there, deep in thought, processing everything that's gone down. Then, she turns to him, straight up asking, "Did you pick a fight with Leon again? Seriously, why do you even try if you can't win?" Her hand lands softly on his shoulder, and he totally freezes, a massive blush exploding across his face as he realizes it's her. But then her eyes lock onto his hand, and she gasps, seeing the blood. "It's bleeding. Give it to me, I'll fix it," she demands, snatching his hand. He tries to brush it off, muttering, "It's fine," but she's having none of it, insisting, "No way, we need to disinfect it first." But he yanks his hand back, furious, shouting, "It's none of your business. Just leave me alone." Her eyes go wide, a clear stab of pain flashing across her face from his brutal rejection. Without a single word, she just turns and walks away, giving him one last, heartbroken look before she's gone. The academy grounds just sit there, silent under the huge, open sky. The academy stands tall, bathed in the morning light, a beacon of power and prestige. But a sharp, rhythmic sound cuts through the calm, hinting at the intense training within. The impacts grow louder, a furious flurry of blows, as a battle rages in the darkness. Then, Leon explodes into action, a whirlwind of devastating strikes, pushing himself to the absolute limit. He clenches his fist, a burning question in his mind: would things be different if he just looked like them? A pang of envy hits him, yearning for the kind of backing that could change everything. He trains relentlessly, driven by a fierce ambition, to surpass even the strongest, to prove his worth. The thought gnaws at him, a bitter truth: would his destiny be entirely different if he just had noble blood? With a guttural roar, he unleashes a devastating kick, his raw power exploding with every ounce of his pent-up frustration. He pushes his limits, his training a blur of motion, until his wooden sword shatters with an explosive crack. The impact reverberates, a stark reminder of his raw power. His gaze is intense, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes even as he grips the splintered weapon. But he knows the truth: in this unfair world, sheer effort alone won't break down the towering walls before him. Collapsing from exhaustion, a sudden realization hits him: it's his birthday today. A vivid flashback erupts, a dazzling party scene where a golden-haired rival, a beautiful girl, and a powerful red-eyed warrior bask in celebration, surrounded by opulence. Back in the present, his hand, almost unconsciously, reaches for yet another broken training sword, the pain a familiar companion. He finally gives in, sprawling on the ground, his body screaming for rest, yet a single question echoes: can he really give his all again tomorrow? Gazing at the endless night sky, he wonders if he can ever truly belong, if just one more day of this relentless fight is even worth it. Utterly spent, Leon crashes to the ground. His thoughts screaming: why do I have to give up? His gaze is vacant, the crushing realization hitting him: if everything's decided from the start, then what's the point of even trying? Gazing desperately at the heavens, he shouts, "Oh, goddess!" His face twists in raw agony as he demands: what is the meaning of my effort? My life? The moon hangs high, a cold, indifferent observer to his torment. A grim understanding settles over him as he drops his gaze: there's no way she'd answer. But before he can sink into despair, a blinding, explosive flash rips through the sky, snapping his head up. The light explodes outward, a raw, untamed surge of energy consuming everything. The light explodes, and he's hit with an insane energy wave, a shocked ripped from his throat as he's thrown back. But elsewhere, in a fancy room, a stern-looking guy asks Chloe about the missing person, and she's like, nope, haven't seen him. Chloe's face is all worried, asking, where could he even go, but the guy just cuts her off: Chloe, you're with me, right now. She just lets out a little, ah. In response, totally accepting his orders. Sir Gilbert then gives her a look, teasing that she's been minding her own business a little too much. Chloe immediately snaps back: don't call me that, even if we're alone, Sir Gilbert, because if anyone hears her real name, it's game over for her secret identity. With a serious look, she adds, that she doesn't even deserve that title anymore. Sir Gilbert just smirks, raising his glass, and casually wishes her a happy 17th birthday. A fancy royal flag with the imperial crest is shown, and it's revealed that in just 1 year, she'll officially become the royal princess of the great empire. The current generation's cycle of revolution. A total bust, and it's all about to crash and burn. A massive blue energy surge explodes, swallowing a lone figure whole. But hold up, Chloe, radiating a soft glow, is deep in thought, fully aware that the citizens are about to witness the return of the legendary Holy King Roderick. She brushes off Sir Gilbert's comments, convinced his expectations are way over the top, especially when he brings up the legendary hero Roderick from 500 years back. Her true power would be unleashed by next year, but get this. Chloe has a secret, special talent. And she's already mastering 4th-tier magic like it's nothing. Meanwhile, in another place, Leon, a guy with an iron will, is fighting for his life against invisible chains. And a mysterious voice whispers a desire to have both Chloe and Leon right by their side. As if these thoughts were his own, Sir Gilbert, glass in hand, ponders the deep mysteries of prophecy. The prophecy foretold it: a hero, the one named Roderick, would finally come of age. And with his coming, a legendary sword, destined to obliterate all evil, would tear through the sky. Then, with an earth-shattering quang, the divine blade slams into the ground, its hilt pulsing with raw, ethereal power. A deep, resonant hum vibrates through the air, as blinding waves of energy explode from the sword, bathing the world in its radiant power. Under a wild, stormy sky, a lone figure on a rocky peak stares up, absolutely stunned, as a brilliant, ethereal sword just starts plummeting from the heavens, leaving a trail of pure light. A sword, unlike anything he's ever witnessed, now has his undivided attention, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and disbelief. Did it just fall from the sky? He reaches out, compelled by its insane, radiant glow. The weapon slams into the earth, its hilt exploding with an intense, blinding light that just bathes the entire desolate landscape. Still, he reaches out, drawn to the powerful artifact. when a voice booms, commanding the sword to arise. A tiny, glowing, chibi-like figure just pops into existence right in front of him, its voice cutting through the air as it demands, "Who's there?" Then, with a hint of sass, it adds, "Am I not in front of you?" Leon just stares, completely bewildered by the sudden appearance and the talking sword's companion. This is an absolutely bizarre situation, and that sword, bright as the sun, just cranks the mystery up to 11. He stares, eyes wide with disbelief, at the radiant light emanating from the sword. A voice echoes in his mind, confirming his suspicion, a holy sword, one that speaks the human tongue. Could it truly be? The small, glowing entity confirms his thoughts, declaring, "That's right. And you called me here, Leon." Elsewhere, a young woman with bright, clear eyes asserts, "As you've already thought, the sword is divine." He, however, knows the truth, there will be no one who can wield it, he thinks, understanding that as the holy sword's owner, all will obey. His blonde-haired counterpart, alongside the young woman, considers the implications, but she begins, while he finishes, opportunity must be seized early. Leon's resolve hardens, knowing that those who do not have the power to wield the holy sword will be nothing more than a mere ape. He understands that only those who have previously met the holy sword will be able to wield it. A grand, ethereal vision appears, a celestial being with flowing hair and wings, the goddess of Hero, who chose him, Leon. Her divine presence radiates, filling the space with an overwhelming, brilliant light. A powerful, booming voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know, "Do you believe that you are worthy?" His amber eyes blaze with an unyielding fire, a silent, powerful resolve etched onto his face. His hand tightens into an iron fist. He declares with absolute conviction, "I.D.O." His voice erupting with fierce, undeniable confidence, "I am worthy." The holy sword, blazing with ethereal power, commands, "Then take hold of me." Its voice resonating with ancient, absolute power, "I will give you the chance to prove your words." Reaching out, Leon's hand closes in on the hilt, fully aware of the immense weight of his choice, "I know very well what grabbing a holy sword means." The holy sword's voice rings out, its challenge unwavering, hinting at a deeper connection, a way for its wielder to truly speak with it. But a raw, almost desperate frustration seeps into its tone, crying out about the sheer unfairness of its existence. But Leon's mind is a whirlwind of memories, flashing back to every grueling, sweat-soaked training session. Every single day he pushed past his limits, never once letting up, forging himself into a weapon. He lunges forward, a flicker of shock or understanding in his eyes, his hand shooting out to claim the radiant blade. The holy sword's voice slices through the air, a furious retort, screaming, "That's unfair," with raw power. Leon's determination burns brighter, his inner voice a roaring defiance, every ounce of his blood, sweat, and tears demands a reward. He will not accept this rigged game. With a burning fire in his soul, he seizes the sword, vowing that his relentless effort will not be in vain. His grip tightens, and a blinding explosion of light engulfs the area, as he unleashes a powerful challenge, demanding answers from the holy sword itself. He remembers the holy sword's challenge, its voice still ringing in his ears, daring to call him unworthy. But his spirit burns brighter than ever, he screams his intent to shatter all doubts and prove his absolute worth. This is it, the ultimate showdown, his one shot. His hand clamps down on the blazing hilt, he roars for a fair fight, a true test. The holy sword practically screams with power in his grasp, a silent, explosive challenge igniting between them. Then, bam! Green symbols explode around his head, his eyes blazing with emerald fire, as the sword unleashes a torrent of energy, trying to crush his will. A blinding green aura erupts from him, and he snarls, demanding to know why the sword dares to reject him again. The holy sword's voice booms directly into his mind, a powerful, undeniable command to pull it free. The sword challenges his very definition of a hero, but he fires back, declaring his path is forged not by fate, but by his own indomitable will. The holy sword Elcid unleashes its voice, declaring itself the ultimate judge of heroes and demanding to be pulled. It reiterates its epic challenge, and Leon's gaze burns with an unyielding fire. This legendary blade, the chooser of heroes past and future, lays down its ancient decree. With a primal roar, Leon's eyes ignite with raw power. His grip locks onto the hilt, and with an explosive burst of energy, he rips the glowing sword free. As it tears from its sheath, the sword itself thunders, "My name is Elcid." He stands triumphant, the holy sword blazing with blinding light in his hand. Elcid then drops a bombshell, revealing it's a clone of the goddess Rachel. The sacred blade pulses with an insane, radiant power, now fully his. The holy sword, now fully awakened, booms, "Master Leon." And with an electrifying surge of divine power, it roars its ultimate mission, "Destroy evil together with me, Elcid." A blinding bolt of lightning rips through the air. The holy sword, now manifesting as a striking figure, fixes its gaze on him, demanding, "What did you just call me?" It then clarifies its true nature, declaring, "I am the holy sword that judges heroes. That was my title." Now it's yours. Then, with a smirk, it taunts, you're actually questioning why I shattered tradition. The sentient blade continues its explanation, revealing, Leon's name literally means lion. And just because the original Rachel was a goddess, that doesn't mean her clones are shackled to some royal bloodline, does it? It then drops a bombshell, referencing a past wielder, the other Leon completely shattered my expectations. It finishes with a flourish, he's got both raw talent and an unyielding will. What more could I possibly need? Leon, reeling from the implications, presses on, so, I'm guessing you're the one who's actually taken on a living body, right? He adds, because, something that feels suspiciously human has been talking to me lately. Elcid confirms with a confident smirk, yep, don't even sweat it. It then throws a subtle jab, he's got a far better head on his shoulders than the other heads. And with a satisfied sigh, it declares, consider this my well-deserved reward for all my efforts. He lays it all out, his powerful mentality refusing to bend to noble blood, family, or even fate itself. And that his sheer will to prove his convictions, not some greedy grab for gold or fame, is the real deal. Then, a.m. Leon shoots upright in bed. His head spinning as he asks himself, was that a dream? He pushes himself up, eyes drawn to the blinding light from the window. And there it is, leaning casually against the wall, the holy sword. The truth hits him like a truck, it was all real. The sword's voice booms in his head again, dropping the mic, let me tell you again, I am the opportunity that you earned. Leon's jaw drops, utterly stunned by the revelation. The holy sword's voice boomed, laying down the law, its power wasn't some instant reward, and it wasn't going anywhere until Leon fully grasped just how wild this new reality was compared to his old life. It spoke of those destined for greatness, its glowing, blue, blob-like form now fully manifested, practically daring him to see this thorny path as the ultimate opportunity. Forget fairy tales or quiet lives, this was the real deal. He might lose what he loved, but he'd never, ever regret it. He chose this brutal path, all on his own, a special life that would make him legendary. Leon's mind raced, realizing this wasn't some brutal struggle, it was a golden opportunity. His face hardened with fierce determination. The holy sword's eye blazed with raw power. Right there, hovering in his room, Elcid barked orders, get ready for the drill hall, now. It wanted to see him unleash that sword. He keeps going, laying out the stakes, he needs to gauge Leon's current power level to properly unleash his potential. And then drops the bomb, this whole thing is a test. But Leon just grins, a confident smirk spreading across his face, totally hyped for the challenge. Unbending will, unyielding spirit. This is the mentality that defies fate, transcends lineage, and carves its own legend. It's a conviction forged not by greed, but by an unshakable will to prove oneself, even as the world around him is still cloaked in the pre-dawn gloom. But even in the quiet of the pre-dawn, a small, glowing blue spirit is already questioning the hour, wondering if the sun has even dared to peek over the academy's ancient walls. And it's not just the sun that's restless, the spirit turns its attention to Leon, demanding to know why he's been so agitated. Leon, clutching the spirit now transformed into a sword hilt, is clearly at a loss for words, trying to conjure up any excuse for his pre-dawn activities. He continues his determined stride across the silent grounds. The spirit, however, isn't letting up, chiding him for being on the academy grounds and drawing too much attention to himself. Still, Leon's mind races, utterly devoid of any plausible explanation. The spirit presses on, reminding him that it's still school hours, even at dawn, and he absolutely cannot afford to be seen, especially since no one would be training him at such an ungodly hour anyway. The mysterious blue spirit, ever the confidant, drops a bombshell, promising Leon a way out, and he's instantly hooked. Then, with an explosive surge, pure, unadulterated blue energy blasts from his hand. The raw magic isn't just crackling, it's practically screaming, building to an insane crescendo. He's not just moving his hand, he's conducting a symphony of power, sculpting the wild energy with lightning speed. The chaotic blue particles aren't just swirling, they're converging, locking into a form that's about to change everything. Boom! In a flash, that raw energy solidifies into a glowing sword hilt, perfectly in his grip. Staring down at his new power, Leon lays down the ultimate vow, he'll protect it, because its survival is his own. The spirit, now fused with the hilt, is absolutely thrilled to be complete, but can't resist a cheeky jab about being useless when he's asleep. With a smirk, Leon fires back, suggesting the spirit's new job is night watch. A defiant voice booms, that's blasphemy. The glowing blue spirit, impatient, cuts in, enough chit-chat. As I've said before, show me your skills. Leaning against a crumbling wall, Leon retorts, a touch of weariness in his voice, you'll probably be disappointed. His amber eyes flash, a surge of surprise and fierce resolve igniting within him as the word disappointed hits home. But the spirit's tone shifts, a surprising warmth entering its voice, Leon, you've done your absolute best in the environment you were placed in. Its glowing yellow eye holds a profound understanding, a silent, burning challenge. Gritting his teeth, pushing his body past its breaking point, Leon's mind races. What kind of ability would I gain if I trained my body to the limits I'm about to go? A fierce, unyielding determination hardens his jaw, his resolve burning brighter with every grueling repetition. His hand clenches around a simple wooden hilt, a silent, ironclad promise to himself. Your powerful mentality, one that won't break for noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, the spirit's voice booms, and Leon's eyes ignite with burning resolve. He dives into intense training, a vibrant blue energy already exploding around him as he carves through the air with his blade. The energy surges, crackling with raw power as he pushes through his forms, every move a testament to his iron will. With a fierce grip on the hilt, he unleashes a devastating, arcing swing, the blue aura blazing behind his blade. His strike hits with explosive force, finishing the move with a thunderous impact. Then, a shocking thought hits him, what's this? Something feels different. His eyes snap open, a blend of shock and laser focus etched onto his features. He ponders the familiar motions. I've done these moves a million times, but now. Your will to prove your convictions, not just chase gold and fame, the spirit's voice finishes, as Leon pushes through his brutal training, his bandaged legs a symbol of his unbreakable resolve. He's absolutely flooded with power, a raw surge coursing through his hands, all because he earned someone's trust. And as if sensing the shift, even the spirit lets out a shocked gasp. The sheer power makes him flinch, totally blindsided by his own surging strength. He tries to ask the spirit what's going on, but it's already got something to say, cutting him off with a warning. It tells him straight up, your sword won't last like this. And just as it speaks, the wooden blade in his hand cracks with a loud snap. Leon can only stare, utterly shocked, as his training sword snaps in half, completely overwhelmed by his newfound strength. The spirit's voice booms, demanding if he'd been wielding this insane power without even knowing it. Even as it confesses it never thought this level of raw power was even possible for a non-aura user. Brushing off his frantic questions, the spirit coolly states he doesn't need all the answers yet, dropping the truth that skills don't just level up for no reason. It vows to teach him once he's ripened, but Leon, staring at his hands, is already freaking out, realizing he can't possibly control this raw power yet. The spirit tries to simplify, saying it's just a basic skill trainers teach their students, but Leon's brain is still stuck on the absolute basics. How do I even move my body? Then, with a cutting rhetorical question, the spirit challenges him, you think you can swing a sword without hands? It hammers the point home, declaring that mastering body movement is the absolute bedrock of all martial arts. The spirit admits Leon's clearly put in the work, but then drops the bomb. This next level of training is beyond anything he's ever faced, ending with a terrifying command, I'm testing your physical capabilities next, so run. Leon is absolutely pushing his limits, his feet hammering the ground in a relentless rhythm, with the little blue spirit chilling right next to him. Its voice dropping some serious wisdom, telling him to keep going until it says stop, and to literally practice those moves while he's running. The spirit still dropping those intense instructions, promising Leon a mind-blowing 110,000 reps. His eyes are bugging out, totally shocked by the insane number of reps he just heard. But he just keeps going, with a ghostly image of another guy running right behind him, like a memory or a rival pushing him forward. His face is locked in pure, raw determination, because he knows you only get super strong through insane hardship, and he's totally over people who just rely on being royal. He's still going at it, tearing through this wild, glowing landscape, with only one thing on his mind, getting stronger, no matter what. Meanwhile, this super regal dude in golden armor, Elcid, is watching from a distance, his eyes glowing as he's totally impressed by Leon's potential, calling him a great canvas. He keeps going, his voice sounding super ancient and wise, saying a canvas like that is totally worth working on, and he even brings up that old saying about late bloomers. His mind, a fortress against lineage and destiny, marks him as a vessel unlike any other, more than enough to hold the Holy Sword's power. But can even he hold the Holy Sword's raw power? The blonde-haired rival boasts of becoming a swordmaster, yet the true test awaits. Elcid, the Holy Sword itself, ponders the true measure of a wielder, not looks, but the sheer capacity to contain its overwhelming might. Leon, pushed to the absolute brink, questions his own endurance, his very essence feeling halved by the relentless grind. Suddenly, the blonde-haired student dramatically throws in the towel, leaving Chloe bewildered by his utter lack of readiness. For Leon, though, the real hell isn't training, it's the soul-crushing agony of sitting through another lecture. His eyes flash open, a jolt of surprise, as the ever-present blue spirit hovers close. Chloe, trying to keep up, insists she's paying attention, despite the chaos. But for Leon, even the simplest act of focusing on class is an epic struggle. Still reeling from Elcid's brutal test, Leon is absolutely drained, now facing the relentless grind of academy studies. But even with the academy grind hitting hard, he's still buried in swordsmanship texts, the blue spirit chilling right there with him. The spirit's voice cuts through, stressing that every single lesson from Elcid is non-negotiable, and now, it's finally figured out where to kick off Leon's real training. Facing Leon, the spirit hits him with the direct question, what do you think you're missing, given your level? Thinking it over, Leon throws out swordsmanship or aura, I guess, as his weak points. Then, a sharp silhouette of a swordsman flashes, shutting down his answer with a blunt, wrong. The voice cuts in, dropping the truth bomb, the real problem is his eyes. The blue spirit, totally caught off guard, echoes, eyes. Then it drops some ancient wisdom, eyes, feet, guts, strength. A visual breakdown shows the pecking order, with Leon's face at the bottom, hammering home the ultimate truth, strength is the last thing you need. As Leon grapples with the spirit's wild claims, it doubles down, insisting strength isn't everything, just not the most important thing. No, no, no. The spirit hammers home that other, deeper elements are what truly matter. But Leon's mind is racing, he's thinking about all the important things he's already mastered with his own eyes. But eyes? Training for eyes? This is a completely unheard of concept, blowing his mind. He's already asking if his dynamic vision will get a boost, as the spirit drops the bombshell. From now on, he's learning how to truly use his eyes. A sly grin spreads across the spirit's face, as it dramatically announces, now. A single bead of sweat drips down his face, as Leon's expression twists into pure shock and anticipation. All he can manage is a choked, disbelieving gasp. Beneath a massive, clear sky, the Academy's epic castle loomed in the distance. Its banners whipping in the breeze, a true fortress of knowledge and might. Inside, the classroom was buzzing with students like Leon, Chloe, and the other Leon, all locked in on their teacher's lecture at the front. As the lesson went on, Leon was deep in thought, how do you even see this stuff? Even the other Leon was wrestling with the same kind of question, was it really? The glowing blue spirit next to Leon even tilted its head, totally picking up on a collective confusion. But Leon snapped into focus, figuring out the secret, using the teacher in front of the blackboard as the focal point. Meanwhile, the teacher kept scribbling complex equations on the blackboard, totally oblivious to the massive breakthrough he just triggered. The command rings out, 10 seconds to focus and memorize. His amber eye locks on, zeroing in on the task. The grizzled, middle-aged teacher, complete with a sharp mustache and graying hair, commands the front of the room, baton in hand. Every detail, from his white-flecked gray hair to his prominent nose hairs, is etched into memory, then the teacher's voice cuts through, time's up. Eyes shut. He snaps his eyes shut, the ever-present blue spirit hovering close, its glowing gaze fixed on him. A beat of silence, then the teacher's voice booms, all right, how many lines of text were on that blackboard? Confusion slams into him, his face contorting in disbelief, the spirit mirroring his shock. His mind races, what, the crushing realization hitting him. You said to look at you. The teacher, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, points a finger and delivers the punchline, I told you to use him as the focal point. He hears the teacher's voice, a subtle jab at his literal-mindedness. The teacher, ever the master of subtle jabs, continues his lecture, pointing out that he only told them to look at him, not the actual blackboard. Then, he throws down the gauntlet, demanding to know how they could forget everything on the blackboard after a mere 10 seconds. The little blue spirit floats by Leon as he's totally stumped, the teacher's voice still ringing, like, why can't I remember anything about that blackboard? Totally bewildered, he just has to confess, he's got nothing. Then, the teacher's voice drops the mic with a simple truth, he only looked at what actually mattered. And just like that, it clicks. A massive realization hits him, his eyes flaring with intense blue energy, as everything suddenly makes sense. The teacher drops a bombshell, your eyes are actually super inefficient. Most people only use a tiny fraction of their visual field. He explains, filtering out unnecessary info, but missing out on the full picture. So, the mission is simple, unleash your full visual power. Leon's face tightens, his eyes locking in as he tries to unlock this new power. The teacher tells him to chill out, but Leon's inner monologue is already screaming about how hard this is. The teacher lays down the law, full mastery comes later, but for now, just 10 seconds of pure focus is the goal. Leon's mind screams, impossible, but Chloe, ever the realist, reminds herself that mastering a holy sword was never going to be a cakewalk. But then, a determined grin spreads across Leon's face, and he's ready to tackle the challenge with a resounding all right. Chloe watches, a silent thought passing through her mind. Her expression shifts to concern, her gaze locked on something unseen. Meanwhile, the Grand Academy stands under a clear sky, its flags fluttering gently. Inside, Leon grins, a faint resonance of power surrounding him, as Chloe observes from a distance. Suddenly, searing pain erupts, his eyes widening, his head threatening to split apart. He clutches his head, agony intense, while the blue spirit floats nearby. Yet, through the pain, a confident smile returns to his face. The spirit remarks on his unexpected growth, acknowledging its own fault in the resulting headache. This intense process manifests as glowing blue lines across Leon's back, a dormant power now awakening. The raw power unleashed from his frozen core brought agonizing pain, but forged an unyielding mentality, one that defied noble lineage, family, and even fate itself, fueled by an iron will to prove his convictions, not chase mere gold or fame. He clutches his eye, remarking that it's just like analgesics. The spirit quickly retorts, so you're saying it's a form of muscle memory? The spirit quickly clarifies, well, it's probably a bit different since the brain doesn't feel pain, but yeah, just think of it like that. Later, strolling through the academy halls with Chloe and another student, the glowing blue spirit orb hovers right next to him, an ever-present, unseen mentor. He turns to two other students, telling them to focus up for tomorrow's challenges, and they snap back with a resounding Roger. Suddenly, the spirit throws a pop quiz, demanding he look at a candle stand and count the candles, and he hesitantly guesses, 2. The spirit instantly snaps back, it's 3, you moron, then UPS the ante, okay, was that guy next to Chloe in the hall wearing glasses or not? He stares at his own uniform, trying to recall if the student even had a tie on. The spirit keeps up the relentless questioning, firing off, did the 12th room from the left even have the light on? He'd been pushed to the absolute brink, and the training? Yeah, it hit hard. With blue mana surging, he could only choke out, it didn't. Then, a fresh wave of agony hit, ripping a raw scream from him. Thrashing in bed, he grabbed his head, the pain so savage it felt like his eyes were on fire. The spirit, glowing softly, just watched him, impressed by his sheer refusal to quit. Even through the agony, he shot back, challenging if the spirit would have let him rest anyway. It felt like forever, since he'd been pushed this hard, this far. Finally, bandaged and utterly spent, he found a moment of calm, the blue spirit still chilling nearby, a silent, glowing watchman. The spirit's voice cuts through the silence, revealing that his mind hasn't felt this powerless in ages, and that getting comfortable is just another word for stagnating. Its form shimmering with ethereal energy, the sentient blue spirit hovers, deep in thought. It presses on, making it crystal clear that just grinding the same way, while not a total bust, turns into a massive blunder if your body figures out a shortcut. Leon's eyes snap up, a puzzled look on his face, as he processes the idea of his body taking the easy route. The spirit breaks it down further, your body will literally just get used to the training method itself. Its form flaring with a soft orange glow as it declares that constantly switching up your training methods is non-negotiable. Leon, pushing himself alongside his friends, grunts out a question mid-drill, are all these crazy instructions, running on one leg, handstands, even just this drill, all for that exact same reason? The spirit's ultimate truth drops, revealing it needed him to confront things he was totally unfamiliar with. He's locked in, soaking up every word about how humans evolve differently. The spirit lays it out, how you train, how you live, that's how your body, muscles, and nerves level up differently. Think about it, sailors get insane balance, hunters have pinpoint direction, and nomads see everything, each lifestyle forging a different kind of beast. He gets it. Training isn't just about getting stronger, it's about patching up your weak spots too. I see, he shouts, as the spirit keeps dropping knowledge, explaining how training basics boost your strengths and cover your weaknesses. Then the spirit drops a bomb. Alcid, already a powerhouse, spent an entire extra month just grinding his mentality, swordsmanship, fighting, and movement, hitting those fundamentals first. Then it hits him with the hard truth, his biggest weakness is his rigid form, all from doing the same basic moves over and over. Bottom line, the spirit buzzes, a little chime punctuating its statement, you're stiff, both in body and mind. He's stunned, firing back, flexibility. What about my aura and swordsmanship? The blue spirit kept dropping knowledge bombs, talking about that unbreakable mentality that laughs in the face of noble blood, family drama, and even destiny itself. It was all about a will fueled by pure conviction, not some greedy chase for gold or fame. And the spirit dropped the mic, declaring, swordsmanship. That's the ultimate warrior training, period. Then, turning to Leon, it admitted there were some seriously powerful swordsmanship styles out there. But the real deal, it clarified, was being able to adapt those basic moves to literally any situation. Suddenly, its tone shifted, challenging, seriously, who would even teach something like that with just a pledge of? Leon, totally getting it, had to agree, yeah, that's spot on. But the spirit wasn't done, pushing, but with your current. Lean, you can't pull that off, right? He's locked in, absorbing every word as the blue spirit drops some serious wisdom. Real power isn't about your bloodline or destiny, it's about an unbreakable mindset. And then, the spirit drops a bombshell, promising to teach him a mana he's never even dreamed of, a magic that will let him unleash its true power. But then, a quick flash of memory, a blonde girl reaching out to another blonde guy, a brief, poignant scene from his past. Snapping back to reality, Leon's resolve ignites, he's got his own issues, but he's hyped and ready to tackle whatever comes next. His hand tightens into a fist, he's getting absolutely fired up. But the spirit's vibe check is brutal and immediate, a cold, hard nope to his hyped up energy. Another memory hits, his teacher's harsh words, a warning that people would get sick of his old methods if he didn't switch things up. The spirit totally backs up that sentiment, its face literally showing annoyance as it calls him out for sticking to boring, repetitive training. A wave of dread hits Leon, his face twisting in pure frustration at the spirit's brutal honesty. Still reeling from the spirit's brutal honesty, Leon finally asks the million-dollar question, what's next? And the blue entity drops a bombshell, I'll just be giving you a punishment every time you answer wrong. Its face twisting into a truly terrifying grin. The spirit lays down the law, to the point that there's no leisure for you to get accustomed, starting tomorrow. Leon's jaw drops, his eyes practically popping out of his head. As he can only stammer out, punishment. The sentient blue spirit isn't messing around, making it clear there's a serious reason for its constant presence. Leon, looking totally over it, can only think of it as some kind of crazy operant conditioning. The spirit keeps pushing, admitting Leon's mind and will are strong, but hinting that someone else must have been the real catalyst. Despite everything, Leon has to admit, else it's got a point. He knows there's no way to fix everything overnight, so if he's going to get punished anyway, he might as well brace himself and face it head-on. Suddenly, Leon's fists clench with raw power, his face a battleground of frustration and burning resolve. The spirit asks if he's really ready for this, and Leon just fires back, alright, bring it on. Then, a primal scream rips from his throat, as he lets loose all his pent-up power and emotion. His sheer, unbending will, a force that defied noble blood, family, and even fate itself, erupted in a blinding display of raw power. But the aftermath left him utterly spent, sprawled across his bed as the blue spirit cheekily questioned if only 5 seconds had truly passed. A frustrated groan escaped him, this was just the first time the spirit had demanded perfection. The spirit, ever the taskmaster, declared it would ease up slightly next time. But warned of escalating intensity if he kept messing up, a mischievous grin plastered across its glowing form. Just do well, it chirped, then offered a truce, let's both get some rest tomorrow. Yet, even with the promise of a break, a sweat-soaked Leon could only curse the demonic sword that pushed him to his limits. The morning sun blazes over the ancient stone towers of the village. As he pushes his limits in rigorous training, sprinting through the open fields. From a window overlooking the scene, his teacher hits him with a perception test, demanding to know which bird flew away first, then instantly firing off another question about the number of doves released. Later, indoors, the young prodigy holds a flawless handstand, his concentration absolute. Back outside, he locks onto a flock of birds, declaring with conviction, 10. The teacher's face remains impassive as he drops the truth, it wasn't a dove, but one crow. Leon's brow furrows as he looks down, watching the birds disperse. Correct, the teacher acknowledges, though you could barely see it even with intense focus. Still, not bad for only a month of training. Back in the room, the sentient blue spirit hovers next to him, its glowing form pulsing with energy as it delivers the verdict, you barely passed. Leon, still reeling from the intense assessment, can only wonder what's next. Before making the call to wrap up his training for the day and finally catch a break. Later, a focused Chloe corners him, her face etched with concern as he meets her stare, sweat dripping but his resolve unwavering. They head off together, their discussion still in full swing. Leon's face is still locked in an intense gaze, his mind clearly preoccupied. Chloe watches him closely, noting that it's been ages since their paths last crossed. She flashes back, realizing it's been forever since their last training session, as another thought echoes, questioning if it's been over half a month since he last saw her. Outside the training grounds, Chloe lays out her reasons for being there, and Leon just hits her back with a classic line. She confesses she showed up because she was worried sick, but now, seeing him, she's totally relieved. Still locked in conversation, Chloe presses Leon about his training, pointing out it's been nearly a month since he even asked to train with her. She straight up thought he'd quit, just like literally everyone else before him. Leon's face hardens. While Chloe, ever perceptive, declares that from his face, it's clear he's still absolutely fired up and ready to go. Taken aback by her sharp observation, Leon can only ask, you can tell? With an unwavering stare, Chloe's response is a simple, powerful, yes. A subtle, knowing smirk graces her features. Her mind flashing back to the countless defeated expressions of everyone who'd ever dared to challenge her, their faces a testament to their failed attempts. Leon glances down, then meets her eyes with a wry smirk, retorting, yeah, good for you. She's not letting up, demanding to know if he's been dodging her at lunch, then practically tells him to scram if he's done. But then, a surprising turn. She points out how long it's been since they actually talked, suggesting they keep the conversation going. He's totally playing it cool, asking what more there is to say, but she's firm, just 10 more minutes is all she needs. Leon just stands there, a bandage wrapped around his arm, deep in thought. Suddenly, they're sitting together, overlooking the entire academy, a moment of unexpected calm. He's just taking it all in, the view stretching out before him. Then, she drops a bombshell, you must have heard the rumor, she begins, hinting at his commoner background. A rumor, he muses, his eyes narrowing slightly as the weight of her words sinks in. And now, the big reveal. She insists they need to talk about it, but only in private, asking him to step away with her. She quickly clarifies, insisting she didn't bring up his status for any ulterior motive. But what she's about to drop next. She wants him to hear as if it's coming from a hidden, powerful Leon, not just some underclassman. Chloe then challenges him, reminding him he accepted her duels without question, and Leon just gives a terse, yeah. She internally acknowledges that Leon was so strong, he wouldn't have cared if she refused, and could have crushed her without even revealing his true power. Leon, remembering their clashes, realizes the only reason their duels were even a contest was his own generosity, the victor's kindness. He knows that if Leon truly commits, he's practically unstoppable. A quiet gasp escapes Chloe. She's ready to wrap things up. And he looks a little taken aback. He's totally shocked, like, wrap it up. What's going on? But Chloe's got a twist, suggesting their next match is the final one. A classic pure swordsmanship showdown, no aura, just like always, but this time, they're going for real steel, not practice blades. And she's not done, dropping another bombshell, if she takes that match too. A confident, almost mischievous grin spreads across her face as she lays down the law. He become her vassal. He's thinking, is this just a power play to decide who's boss? But with a fierce look, he decides it's just a high-stakes bet. His powerful mentality, one that would not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, was truly unique. Chloe explains that the person she is talking about is an inflexible man who will not change his ways, no matter what, and she will believe in his promise. Leon listens intently. As Chloe continues, stating that he is the kind of person who will keep his word, no matter what, to which he responds with a quiet humph. She then clarifies the condition of their duel: if she loses, she will become his vassal. He asks if that is truly the condition, and she confirms with a firm yes. His eyes narrow, and he challenges her, asking, what if I beat you? A confident, almost mischievous smile spreads across his face, as he touches his chin, clearly relishing the thought. He imagines himself victorious, pumping his fist in triumph while Chloe looks on in surprise. He lays down the gauntlet, offering her anything she could ever want. As long as it doesn't mess with his honor or put his family in danger. Chloe, with a fierce glint in her eye, rattles off the stakes: arcane swordsmanship, insane aura cultivation techniques, or even legendary elixirs, literally anything she wants. Leon takes it all in, then drops the bomb: he'll pick the time and place on the day of the match. A confident smirk plays on his face as he asks if she's cool with that. Chloe's all in, telling him to hit her up when he's ready, and he's like, cool, just give me a few days to find the perfect battleground. Terms locked, the two stand in a calm field, the tension for their epic showdown already building. Meanwhile, a majestic figure chills on a golden throne, and a voice booms: the moment is finally here. Leon, the chosen hero wielding holy swords, is about to clash with the ambitious prince who's gunning for the imperial throne. This is it, the moment their first true duel kicks off, and the blonde-haired prince, looking regal in his ornate frame, lets out a curious HM. Meanwhile, Leon's got his arms crossed, practically vibrating with annoyance or maybe just pure hype. A dark, fuzzy ring explodes outward, hinting at the massive shift about to go down. The sentient blue spirit, ever the curious one, floats up to Leon, its form shimmering as it demands to know what's up. Straight up asking if he's feeling nervous. It keeps going, reminding him how close he got to breaking point, wondering if he just got spooked after popping out of that rift. Leon, looking totally deep in thought, starts to clarify that it's not exactly what the spirit thinks. Confessing he was just seriously questioning if he'd actually leveled up enough. The spirit's whole vibe changes, its yellow eyes getting super focused as it processes Leon's confession. A low, questioning hum escapes it. Meanwhile, Leon's hand extends, a subtle, otherworldly glow radiating from his palm. Leon's hand tightens. A fierce resolve etched on his face as he pushes through the grueling training. But even after all that, he's convinced he hasn't gained an ounce of power. The mysterious blue spirit just watches, letting the tension build. Then, it drops a bombshell: you're already super strong, you just haven't realized it yet. Leon's jaw practically hits the floor. It's not brute force, the spirit clarifies, it's a whole different kind of power you haven't even tapped into. Leon's still processing, but the spirit quickly reassures him: don't sweat it, I've got other plans. Oh. After that wild "oh" from the spirit, Leon just nods, totally getting what it's laying down. A massive, knowing grin stretches across the spirit's glowing face. While Leon looks up, a chill running down his spine as the spirit's voice booms: get ready, because something absolutely mind-blowing is about to go down. The blue spirit just explodes with energy, its whole body blazing with an insane, ethereal glow, absolutely thrumming with raw power. Leon's eyes narrow, a fierce challenge burning in his gaze, telling the spirit there's no way it'll get to say that again. That look on his face. Pure, unadulterated determination, he's about to flip the script. Then, bam. The scene cuts to a wide-open, bright sky. It's time for the next chapter. A commanding voice booms across the training grounds, demanding everyone fall into formation by attendance number. The instructor lays down the law, 6 students step out, everyone else starts warming up, now. Amidst the sea of students, Leon and Chloe stand ready, their academy uniforms a stark contrast to the impending grind. Leon's mind races, flashing back to his last ranking, was it 9th? He knows raw strength often gets dismissed, but cracking the top 20 is huge, a rare achievement even for nobles, a 1 in 100 kind of deal. Even with nobles pushing both magic and physical training to the max, he'd always seen 9th as his absolute ceiling, a self-imposed limit that now feels like a challenge. Chloe nudges him, curious about the other Leon's rank, and in his mind, the blue spirit flickers into view. She confirms it, the other Leon is first. Totally expected, she says, admitting that even if it's not his level, that guy clearly put in some serious work. A smug blonde noble nearby sneers, utterly convinced that no one else can even touch those born into true noble bloodlines. Up next, an 800-meter run, a brutal test of endurance for everyone. The spirit drops a stat bomb, 1 minute, 23 seconds. But Leon's mind is racing, can 3 seconds really change everything? He's questioning the grind. But the spirit isn't having it, dropping some serious wisdom, don't even think about fear before you've tried. And then the ultimate hype up, even if he messes up, he's got the spirit on his side now, a game changer from before. A spark ignites in Leon's eyes, his face locking into pure, unadulterated focus. He takes a beat, then nods, fully committing to trusting the spirit's wisdom. It's go time. The students are locked and loaded at the starting line, the air crackling with pre-race energy. On the sidelines, a hype man is going wild with a red flag, pumping up the runners with maximum energy. And they're off. The starting gun fires, and the students explode forward, a blur of motion as Leon and the others hit the track. The ground shakes with every stride, pure grit and determination powering them forward. The 800-meter dash was on, and Chloe was locked in. But Leon, powered by pure grit, was already surging ahead, his face a picture of fierce determination. He was absolutely flying, leaving the competition in the dust. A blur of raw power across the track. Chloe was right there, pushing hard herself, but Leon's eyes were glued to that finish line. He fought through the burn, eyes locked on the ground, every gasp a battle won. Back on the sidelines, Chloe checked her stopwatch, a huge grin spreading across her face, totally blown away by the pace. The timer flashed, 1 minute and 29 seconds. She gasped in utter shock, as Leon kept tearing up the track behind her. The hulking figure with the spiky purple hair immediately confronted Leon about his aura, and Leon's response was blunt. The man then challenged him, asking if he dared to let him confirm it, and Leon, with absolute confidence, just said, "Go ahead." Then, a brilliant blue energy flared between their clasped hands. Leon's mind raced, realizing the man was likely probing for a repelling force, injecting a tiny bit of his own aura. Because if he'd truly mastered aura, it would have been instantly repelled. But at this very moment, he knew he hadn't. The man recoiled, a shimmering blue orb of energy still in his grasp, utterly stunned by Leon's transformation in mere weeks. He demanded to know what kind of training Leon had undergone, and Leon, with a shrug, simply stated he'd only focused on the fundamentals. Leon just gave a sheepish grin, scratching his head, his humble demeanor hiding incredible gains. The muscular man's voice booms with a mix of awe and disbelief, admitting that Leon has had more break times than ever before. He presses on, a flicker of memory in his eyes, recalling how Leon's training volume was once off the charts. Leon, however, remains unconvinced, his gaze fixed downward as the man speaks, a silent question hanging in the air, am I truly stronger, or is this just a fluke? Chloe, ever observant, takes in the scene, her face etched with a potent blend of concern and unease, a silent alarm blaring in her mind. She holds her breath. Out of nowhere, the glowing blue spirit materializes next to Leon, its ethereal form pulsing with energy, and shouts, "Elcid. What in the world just happened to me?" Then, with an almost smug confidence, the spirit challenges, "So, how was it?" "Exactly as I predicted, wasn't it?" It cuts him off, demanding he cease his amusement and provide an answer, but before Leon can even formulate a response, the spirit's thoughts race ahead. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Leon turns the tables, his gaze sharp as he asks, "Tell me, where do you believe true physical strength originates?" The muscular man, still reeling from Leon's insane progress, throws out a challenge, "Is it all just about muscles?" He then drops the mic on his own question, confirming that yeah, muscles are a thing, that's right. He then drops some serious knowledge. The real secret to training in this world is all about understanding muscle size and density. But hold up, that's just the warm-up. He reveals the missing piece. It's only half the truth if you're not clued into myoneural connections. A mind-blowing concept where muscles are wired directly to nerves, something some might have heard whispers about. And the raw power muscles can unleash is totally dependent on how developed those neurons are. This is the ultimate secret why strength isn't just about how you look, it's all about those insane myoneural connections. The Blue Spirit, totally blown away next to Leon, confesses that even the Academy's top professors never dropped knowledge like this, utterly shocked by the game-changing info. The Muscular Man drops another knowledge bomb, revealing that real strength isn't just about big muscles, but about unlocking the hidden power in your body through myoneural connections, like flipping a switch to unleash your true potential. He then drops the bombshell. His entire training philosophy has been about supercharging the nervous system, and Leon and the Blue Spirit are absolutely floored, their minds blown by this revelation. The Blue Spirit, totally mind-blown, confesses that even the top Academy professors never touched on this level of insight, and Leon, deep in thought, can't help but ask how this incredible training was even possible. And then, the Muscular Man drops the ultimate truth bomb about the punishment he's been dishing out. A bombshell that makes Leon scream in pure, unadulterated shock, his jaw practically hitting the floor. He just stares, completely lost in a sea of confusion, muttering a bewildered, "Ah," as his brain tries to catch up. The Muscular Man, radiating an intense blue energy, reveals that the insane, soul-crushing pain he suffered during his own hero's training for a century and a half, the kind that would shatter anyone else, wasn't just some random torture. No, it was all a calculated part of supercharging his nervous system, a brutal journey to unleash his ultimate power. Leon, completely stunned, can only blurt out, "Wait, why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" His face a perfect blend of disbelief and pure amazement. He keeps dropping truth bombs, revealing Leon's insane mental fortitude, the kind that laughs at noble blood and fate itself, was the exact reason he had to go through all that brutal training. Because mastering how to see was literally his brain's way of escaping the sheer agony. The Muscular Man just watches their jaws drop, as Leon and Chloe are absolutely floored by the bombshell. Then he hits Leon with the ultimate challenge. Could he have pushed himself that hard yesterday, if he knew the brutal truth behind the punishment, and that it was unavoidable? Leon, deep in his own head, shuts that thought down immediately. No way. Even the glowing Blue Spirit is taken aback, its ethereal form practically vibrating with shock. But then, with a flash of pure defiance, the spirit snaps back, yelling that it only does what it wants. It's a holy sword, after all. Watching their priceless reactions, the Muscular Man is absolutely loving it, feeling great that everything's going exactly to plan. A sly grin spreads across his face as he mentally mutters, "This son of a bitch." The crowd is buzzing, trying to figure out what's going on. Is this guy actually a demonic sword? Could he really be possessed by the legendary hero Roderick's soul and personality? And that just opens up a whole new can of worms, making everyone wonder if Roderick, the supposed hero, was actually a villain all along. But amidst all the chatter, the Muscular Man just bursts out laughing, a huge, booming sound that cuts through the air while Leon just watches him. Someone else shouts, hyping up Leon's amazing skills. He's giving it his all, blazing a trail as Chloe and the Muscular Man try to keep up. Everyone's jaws are on the floor, he just absolutely crushed his own personal best. Then, the Muscular Man turns to him, his face intense as he lays down some wisdom. Leon checks out the scoreboard, seeing he's landed in second place. The Muscular Man keeps going, admitting he couldn't beat him, but then quickly flips it, saying it'd be weird if he could, and warns him not to get complacent, pushing him to always aim higher. His hand clenches, sweat beading on his skin as he faces the raw truth of his ambition. He knows he was just. Chloe glances back, a mix of awe and disbelief on her face, exclaiming that even from the first and ninth, he blasted his way all the way to second. But a fierce determination burns in his eyes, a vibrant blue aura exploding around him. To win. A massive, old-school mansion looms under the night sky. While Leon chills in his bed, a glowing Blue Spirit floating right there, totally lost in thought. The spirit, knowing Leon's training is next level and it can't really help with physical stuff, gets a bit worried about them splitting up, asking if its own perfect judgment might actually be wrong. It doubles down on its earlier idea, that they totally need to bounce from this spot. The glowing blue blob makes a dramatic pointing gesture. But Leon, now sitting up in bed, just wants to know if it can teach him how to swing a sword first. He'd already laid it out, ditched the swordsmanship dreams. To even touch his swordsmanship, Leon needed to master aura first, because without it, swordsmanship was just cheap parlor tricks. The Blue Spirit pulsed with absolute conviction. He doubled down, basic fundamentals were plenty, because martial arts without aura were just fundamentally weak. Leon absorbed every word. The spirit laid out the cold truth, these techniques were just for fooling foes, and once their arts were read, they became child's play to counter. Then came the challenge. Did he really think a swordsman like the other Leon would fall for such pathetic tricks? Locking eyes with the spirit, Leon's response was blunt. Then, what? The image of those skilled warriors, perhaps the very other Leon the spirit mentioned, flashed through his thoughts. A sword forged in the fires of endless combat? That's a whole different beast. Leon's face is locked in, taking it all in. The spirit keeps going, dropping a bombshell. Now that his physicals are on par, even the other Leon won't stand a chance against him. But then the spirit's tone changes, getting all snarky, asking if he seriously thinks he can win a real fight without any experience, and who would even bother fighting him, calling anyone else just a commoner. He walks off, but can't help but look back at the glowing blue spirit, who just keeps pushing, reminding him this isn't some back alley, and the academy definitely doesn't have those kinds of people. Right? You agree, don't you? It taunts. Later, chilling in the academy halls with Chloe, he casually drops, yeah, that's what I was talking about with Elsa yesterday. He's navigating the academy's epic halls, a massive 5 marking his current level or class, but the real challenge is just beginning. Climbing the stairs, he's got a whole crowd of students trailing him. Just by glancing at their uniform badges, it's instantly obvious these guys are from the elite nobility class. Out of nowhere, a blonde-haired student gets right in his face, spitting, a mere commoner got behind me. But Leon? He just fires back, cool as ice, you arrogant son of a bitch. The blonde kid just keeps going, absolutely convinced Leon cheated his way past him. He doubles down, but we won't be fooled. The blue spirit, ever the cynic, just thinks, seriously. Still these arrogant jerks after 300 years. Leon, completely unfazed, just holds out a hand and says, if you've got a problem with the rankings, then. Surrounded by a pack of academy elites, he's hit with a barrage of insults. Why aren't you sucking up to the instructors? One snarls. As his main tormentor gets right in his face, practically screaming, how could we possibly know what kind of dirty trick you pulled? Another, with flowing light hair, chimes in, something was off from the beginning. Now your true colors are finally showing. Then, the first student lunges, grabbing him by the collar, snarling, who's backing you up, huh? Which family? But he just thinks, no. They're not even worth talking to. The elites continue to glare down at him. Because to them, he's nothing but a bothersome weed they're desperate to rip out. As the tension mounts, he calmly lifts a hand, a subtle, ethereal blue light sparking from his palm, a cool retort escaping his lips, don't get so upset. The academy's atmosphere crackled with judgment, a silent verdict against him, even if he was just a commoner, because they were all students of the same academy. A low murmur ripped through the students, while the blue spirit watched the drama unfold with intense curiosity. Then, a new voice sliced through the murmurs. A young man with flowing silver hair and piercing purple eyes strode forward, his noble uniform absolutely flawless. He declared with an air of absolute authority, you can call the punishment we're about to drop on you the dignity of us nobles. Another noble student chimed in, practically fawning, it's exactly as you say, Lord Elmont. Totally expected from the head of the Bourbon family. The blue spirit wondered if this new guy was the real boss, from some super important family, while Leon just gave a subtle, knowing smirk. Meanwhile, another noble, a blonde-haired young man, whispered to Elmont, he was always second in the annual assessment, you know. A black-haired noble chimed in, backing up the blonde, yeah, he was always second. He can't even hold a candle to Leon. He keeps going, his voice dripping with pure disdain, laying out how true nobles possess an unbending mentality, one that won't yield to common blood or even fate itself. Then, with a mock bow, he drops a super condescending apology for their unfortunate first encounter. He then declares they absolutely cannot just let this slide. With a hand outstretched, dripping with fake generosity, he hopes Leon will just go along with his proposal. But Leon isn't having any of it, bluntly telling him to spill the details of his proposal first. Behind Elmont, the other noble students are absolutely floored, utterly aghast at Leon's audacity. A flash of pure annoyance crosses Elmont's face. Before he pivots to a more direct solution, a few intense bouts, all under an instructor's watchful eye. Leon's face just locks down, his eyes burning with an intense, unyielding resolve. Is this really how it's going down? This whole setup feels rigged, a proposal clearly designed to screw him over. Even if the instructor laid it out, he knows the conditions are totally stacked, and this whole deal is a massive disadvantage for him. The no aura rule. That's a total trap. It means they're gonna use aura, and if he even thinks about objecting, they'll just scream he's trying to trick the instructor. They're definitely using aura. If he even thinks about objecting, they'll just try to force him into it, screaming he's tricking the instructor. And if he flat out refuses the duel, they'll totally find some other way to trash his name. They'll totally try to slander him some other way. He's still deep in his head, but Chloe's eyes are locked on him, full of hope. She's thinking, if it's him, then. He could totally pull them out of this mess. Leon's jaw tightens, a furious growl rumbling deep in his chest. This is beyond unfair. Elmont just smirks, totally unimpressed by Leon's struggle. His muscle-bound companion agrees, thinking any help from a rival is just begging for mercy. But Leon? He sees their taunts as the ultimate insult, worse than the challenge itself. With a fierce look, he makes his choice. Elmont, with a sly grin, finally asks the big question, so, are you in? The duel conditions were set. Instructor Helmet, the Academy's field demon instructor, would supervise, and only one challenger per day. He accepted, but not without adding his own killer clause, a demand that his opponent would never question his victory. Elmont just grunted, a chilling acceptance of the challenge. Instructor Helmet, the Academy's field demon instructor, was no joke. He knew with Helmet supervising, the odds were stacked against him, making victory seem impossible, but he coolly accepted the challenge anyway. Who supervised the duel didn't matter in the end. Elmont's face contorted into a truly sinister grin, pure malice radiating from him. He was just bummed he couldn't beat the living daylights out of him until he was satisfied. Later, tossing and turning in bed, he couldn't shake Elmont's smug face, a look he thought he'd never have to deal with again. Elcid, the blue spirit, is hyped, shouting that Leon's results were absolutely incredible. But Leon's mind is racing, questioning if he can even win without his aura, while Elcid just casually asks for his opinion. Elcid, with a slight frown, confesses it's clueless, having never faced an aura user, which is a pretty big deal. Its single, glowing eye flares with raw power. Then, with a sudden, powerful suggestion, it offers to show Leon how to make things easier, leaving him stunned. Leon, staring at his bandaged hands, can only manage a shocked, "What?" A blinding, ethereal light explodes, sending shimmering blue particles across a cosmic void. As the familiar blue spirit, Elcid, phases into existence, his form absolutely glowing with raw power. A voice booms, declaring this method is probably the easiest way to get things done. And Leon, chilling on his bed, locks eyes with the glowing spirit right in front of him. Suddenly, a system window pops up, flashing his current status, Leon, a hero who still can't use aura. His stats are laid bare, level 10, with strength, stamina, and ability all stuck at D rank and a shocking aura count of 0. But hey, at least he's got Sword Master, Roderick's Vision, and Martial Exoskeleton. Leon, totally bewildered, demands to know from Elcid what's up with this sudden status window. And the spirit just calmly drops the truth bomb, it's just showing what he's capable of right now. Suddenly, a new status window flashes into view, showcasing the stats of some other dude, a delivery merchant whose numbers are apparently worth a snarky remark. Elcid, the blue spirit, quickly clarifies that his judgment is totally biased, confessing, it's not very objective. But then, the real shocker, Elmont's status window pops up, revealing him as the second son of a duke, and someone gasps, wait. This guy, Elmont, the duke's second son, is apparently plagued by all sorts of illnesses, and he's got access to some seriously rare magical stuff, probably trying to fix himself. With his slick silver hair and piercing purple eyes, Elmont looks every bit the noble, but there's a subtle fatigue in his gaze. Elcid points out that even with all his noble privilege, Elmont should have undergone harsh training to become stronger, but here's the kicker, chugging elixirs won't do squat if your body can't even process them. Leon, taking it all in, confidently declares that Elmont's harsh training probably can't compare to what I've gone through. Elcid drops the bomb, Elmont's got a hard cap, a threshold of his physical abilities that he can't overcome is too high, basically making him a permanent E-ranker with 0 potential. But then, a spark of hope. Elcid adds, but you can overcome that limit. He's pushing past every limit, sprinting with raw power, then dragging weights that would crush lesser men. Every punch is a testament to his grind, fueled by the spirit's promise. The ethereal blue form of Elcid hovers, its words hitting harder than any blow. Even without aura, the spirit challenges, you are capable of taking those fools on. Leon's face is a mask of intense focus, absorbing every single word. He stares down the spirit, a fire in his gaze, are you saying that I'm not in terms of physical abilities? Then, with a voice of steel, he accepts the challenge, all right. It's as you've said, Elcid. A surge of pure will explodes within him. His eyes blazing with unshakable resolve. But wait, a thought hits him. Later, beneath a brilliant sky. Footsteps softly echo as. Walking through the academy, a voice cuts through the air, and he whips around to face none other than Instructor Helmet, whose gaze is intense. Helmet's arms are crossed, a clear sign of his formidable power. While Leon's eyes sharpen, a flicker of guardedness in their depths. The instructor scrutinizes him, noting the massive changes he's undergone in a single month. Helmet's gaze softens, revealing his concern as he admits, he was ready to intervene if things got out of hand. A slight smirk crosses his face as he declares, but it seems that won't be necessary. Leon, however, averts his gaze, a flicker of doubt in his eyes as he questions, if that's truly the case. Helmet, picking up on the tension, plays dumb, then quickly changes the subject, suggesting they go hunt for some grub and offering to split the spoils. With a fierce glint in his eye, Helmet declares, he's telling him to go teach those fools a lesson. The instructor's voice rings out, a final, piercing challenge. Leon's eyes drop, a flicker of thought crossing his face. Then, with a determined glint, he gives a sharp nod. He strides through the massive academy halls, the buzz of other students a distant hum. His focus unwavering as he moves. But just as he reaches a shadowed entrance, a voice cuts through the air, bringing him to an abrupt halt. Helmet, with a knowing grin, confronts him, accusing him of acting above the rules, only for Leon to snap back with an immediate affirmation of compliance. After a tense agreement with the instructor, Leon faces off against Jeff Heinrich, both locked in a silent challenge as Helmet lays down the law. Helmet cuts straight to the chase, naming the contenders, Jeff Heinrich and Leon. The instructor ups the ante, making it clear this isn't just any fight, it's a battle for their very name and honor, with him overseeing it all. Then, he zeroes in on Jeff Heinrich, demanding to know what he wants from this duel. Jeff Heinrich's answer is chilling, he'll confess his crimes if defeated. Leon's gaze sharpens, a fierce determination burning within him as he processes the gravity of the challenge. Next, Helmet fixes his stare on Leon, posing the exact same, loaded question about his stakes in this fight. Leon's response is swift and decisive, a resounding, all right, as Helmet brings his hands together with a powerful clap, the sound cracking like thunder. The instructor's voice booms, ordering them to step forward, the tension palpable as the match draws near. Leon's boots hit the ground, settling into place, as Helmet's command echoes, take up position. The pressure is building. Chloe, ever the loyal friend, can't help but question the rules, can you even hit someone with an aura-infused wooden sword? And she's not holding back, declaring, this whole setup is totally unfair to Leon. A quick thought about aura-less fighters, then she's all business, asking Leon, hey, Leon, wanna peek at this guy's stats? But Leon, already locked in with Jeff Heinrich and Helmet, coolly waves it off, nah, I'm good. Jeff Heinrich, radiating a subtle blue aura, is already writing Leon off, doesn't matter how tough he looks, he's just some underling. But Leon, with his own blue aura shimmering, is thinking, why would I even need Elsid's power for this chump? Then, in a flash, both fighters explode into motion, charging at each other as the duel kicks off. Jeff Heinrich, blade ready, is already predicting Leon's next move, he's here. Then, a lightning-fast diagonal slash erupts, tearing across the space from upper right to lower left. His gaze locks onto the incoming threat, pure focus burning in his eyes. He knew this was just a setup, a calculated trap, and he was already one step ahead. Elmont's blade slammed into his, a deceptive opening that was just the beginning of a brutal combo. A flicker of realization crossed Leon's face as the real assault began. The sheer force of the follow-up attack sent him crashing to the ground. He hit the dirt, rolling hard to absorb the devastating impact. Another explosive blow rocked the arena, barely missing him. Elmont unleashed a relentless, blinding flurry, forcing a guttural grunt from Leon. But even on the ground, he was a blur of motion, instantly repositioning to dodge the next deadly strike. He's locked in, eyes burning with an unyielding focus, ready for anything. But Elmont and the other students are already freaking out, their faces twisted in pure shock. Even Chloe, watching from the edge, can't believe what she's seeing. Elmont goes for the kill, his blade a lightning-fast blur, unleashing a devastating strike. Leon's eyes widen, a sudden shockwave hitting him, as he gasps, what? The crowd is buzzing, everyone asking, what's going on with him? But in a flash, Leon counters, a blur of motion, and Elmont hits the dirt with a sickening thud. Elmont, sprawled on the ground, can only glare up in pure rage and disbelief, choking out a furious, you, as his world crumbles. Leon stands tall, a shadow over his defeated foe, and delivers the ultimate mic drop, don't think you've won with just a lucky hit. He just made a mistake, Elmont claims, absolutely refusing to admit he lost. Still absolutely fuming, he screams for a rematch, daring his opponent to fight him again. But the instructor, Helmet, steps in, shutting Elmont down hard, declaring that kind of tantrum won't fly. With an unshakable gaze, Helmet makes his final call. Helmet and Chloe are both stunned, eyes glued to the escalating drama. But Elmont just cackles, taunting his rival for being a mere commoner. Leon, blade ready, accepts the challenge, vowing to show no mercy this time. The blue spirit gives Leon a serious look, like it's dropping some last-minute wisdom. It warns him, not to finish the fight in one hit this time. Down on one knee, defeated, he's reminded this is his first real fight using vision. But he's back up, wooden sword ready, as the blue spirit floats by, pointing out Elmont's bold move to be his training partner. The spirit isn't done, declaring Elmont better know that last strike was just Leon holding back. Leon's jaw tightens, his gaze now blazing with pure, unyielding resolve. And with a powerful "alright, he's all in." A sleek digital interface flashes, showcasing an epic weapon, the overpowered sword, with insane rarity tiers like Legendary and Emperor. This is where true power lies. Suddenly, the scene cuts, and a voice booms, "Alright then, in return." Leon, eyes blazing with pure determination, tightens his grip on his training blade and fires back, "I won't go easy on you." His monstrous, blue-skinned opponent, horns gleaming, stares him down, the tension absolutely electric. A confident smirk spreads across Leon's face as he taunts, "Don't end it in one attack this time round." The hulking trainer growls back, "It's your first time seeing a real fight." But Leon's mind is already racing, "He's acting just like my tyrant father." His thoughts burn with defiance, he should know that hitting him with just one punch was me being merciful. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Leon braces for the ultimate showdown, his wooden sword ready to strike. He explodes into action, a whirlwind of strikes, his weapon a blinding blur. But his trainer, the blue-skinned behemoth, parries every single attack with effortless precision, sparks flying. Leon's eyes ignite with a fierce purple glow, his perception cranking up to 11. He's not just fighting, he's dissecting every single twitch, every muscle flex, every pupil dilation of his opponent. He holds his ground, already predicting the next move. Once you crack the initial code, the whole fight becomes a predictable dance. The sparring match explodes with intensity, Leon's staff slamming into the muscular man's arm in a lightning-fast exchange. With his amber eyes now blazing with a purple glow, Leon held his ground, a predator locked onto its prey, analyzing every micro-movement. Suddenly, the muscular man was channeling his power, he'd begun to use aura. This was getting serious. But even with that power-up, Leon's perception was on another level, he could still read every single one of his movements. The muscular man let out a battle cry, daring Leon to dodge his relentless assault. Leon moved like a blur, his glowing eyes locked on, thinking, seriously? He's launching reckless counterattacks after just losing to me. He quickly noticed a critical flaw, the muscular man had no idea how to manage his stamina, a total amateur move. Even with the raw power of aura boosting his physical abilities, that kind of basic mistake was going to cost him big. Then, the muscular man charged, engulfed in a brilliant blue aura, but Leon was ready, meeting the staff with a perfectly timed block that sent shockwaves through the air. But even raw power has its limits, as the muscular man unleashes a sweeping axe attack, aiming to take Leon down. But Leon, ever the strategist, spots it, a crucial opening. He strikes with lightning speed, a devastating kick erupting with blue energy, slamming into his opponent's side. A guttural cry of pain tears from the muscular man's throat, as he's sent flying, skidding across the ground from the sheer impact. Leon stares down, a single, cutting word on his lips. But the muscular man isn't out yet. From the ground, he challenges Leon, his voice booming. His eyes ignite with a fierce, purple glow, declaring that this level of attack is nowhere near enough to finish him. Leon, fueled by the challenge, explodes into action, a blur of raw power and crackling blue aura. He's a lightning bolt, leaving only shimmering afterimages in his wake. The muscular man, utterly outmaneuvered, can only gasp, "What do you think, Leon?" And the prodigy coolly responds, "It's just like you said." The muscular man's mind races, a sudden realization hitting him, if he's going to master the vision, he needs a moving target, and Leon is the ultimate challenge. Defeated, but with a newfound respect, he throws his hands up, shouting, I surrender." Leon, having delivered the final, crushing blow, lands with effortless grace, his eyes still sharp. The muscular man, now a true believer, turns to the roaring crowd and declares, "The victor is Leon." A thunderous roar erupts from the crowd. Among them Chloe and another student, their faces absolutely beaming with awe and excitement. Elmont and his crew are absolutely fuming, a palpable tension radiating from them as they seethe in silence. But while the academy sleeps, the whispers of the day's epic showdown are just getting started. The student body is absolutely hyped, gossiping about Leon's insane fight against Elmont's whole crew, totally shocked by his unexpected power. Hands are flying, jaws are dropping, as everyone tries to wrap their heads around Leon's shocking victory. And it's true. Leon absolutely dominated Elmont's entire squad, starting with Jeff, sending every single one of them straight to the infirmary. Even Elmont is laid out, bandaged up in the infirmary, his subordinate looking on, a stark reminder of Leon's brutal efficiency. Someone else, still in shock, can't even believe it, muttering, "Elmont couldn't have lost to him too, right?" But Leon? He's totally unfazed, chilling with his blue spirit, and just casually drops, "Yeah, they were such easy opponents." Talk about confidence. And the real kicker? As someone walks away, the truth hits, all that fancy swordplay was just flash, no substance. He can't even fathom how they're still getting level drops from just aura, but something in the air tells him today is gonna be wild. As he strides through the portal, the identity of the figure hits him like a truck. It's Elmont. Still, he knows he can't afford to drop his guard, not for a second. The spirit's eyes narrow, sensing the shift in his foe, realizing Elmont has finally dropped the act. Yeah, that's definitely the vibe. A cold truth hits him. Elmont, the aura user, is physically superior, and he'd actually seen a glimpse of that power in a status window before. He's checking out his new monarchship skill, seeing the stats and level, but he's totally downplaying it, thinking it's probably not that strong yet. But he's thinking, those unknown techniques. They're the real wild cards. Meanwhile, Elmont's over here thinking, there's a chance even his monarch's vision won't cut it against this guy. He's got this smug grin, totally hyped for his moment to shine. Leon just hits him with a chill smile and asks, "Oh really?" Elmont's face gets serious, dropping the bomb. I was already aware. His eyes narrow, burning with intense determination. Over on the sidelines, Chloe and her friend are watching, totally calling it. He's gonna be the ultimate practice dummy for the match with the other Leon. And the muscular instructor. He's thinking about his own game, admitting that he's got insane physical power, even without any aura. As the tension mounts, Leon's mind races, realizing the sheer power gap if Elmont's aura is fully unleashed. But Elmont, ever the strategist, coolly calculates that if his rival can channel aura into his blade, this battle is about to get seriously dangerous. With his blade already humming with power, he knows trying to block that kind of attack would be pure suicide. A flicker of intense focus crosses Leon's face, as he instantly grasps the gravity of the situation. A cunning smile plays on Elmont's lips, as he debates whether to go for the kill or toy with his prey first. But before they can even blink, the instructor's booming voice rips through the arena. Start. Boom. A blinding flash erupts, and Leon is instantly rocked by an invisible, crushing blow. His eyes widen in shock, as the chilling realization hits him, sword energy. Elmont, his sword blazing with purple power, unleashes a devastating flurry of wind slashes, driving Leon back in a desperate, scrambling retreat. He braces, but the grim truth hits him, there's no countering this. The speed gap between them is just too massive. Then, an invisible force slams into him, a pained cry escaping as blue energy explodes around his body. Elmont just smirks, watching the hit, casually dismissing the injured Leon as a useless descendant, divine blood or not. A contemptuous humph escapes him. Just proving his point that Leon's ancestors were always meant to lose. He coldly states that if Leon were just some commoner, he'd have been utterly crushed. But wait, there's a twist. If Leon proves worthy, Elmont offers him a chance to join his ranks. Even promising to bury their petty differences if Leon just accepts his deal. Forget bloodlines, forget fate. This is about a mentality so powerful, it refuses to break. But the fight is brutal, and he's getting pushed back, a raw growl tearing from his throat. His blade, once a beacon of hope, is violently knocked aside. Elmont is relentless, pushing his advantage, his attacks a blur of power. With a vicious snarl, Elmont glares down, pure contempt in his eyes. He sneers, so arrogant, huh? Just because you've got some worthless ability. But Leon, battered and bruised, looks up with a defiant spark, challenging, really? Suddenly, the blue spirit, Elcid, pops up, repeating the insult with a shocked, worthless ability. Leon, totally confused, turns to the spirit, yeah. Elmont's voice cuts through the air, twisting the knife even deeper, reminding Leon that his technique was just called worthless by a weakling, as the vibrant blue energy of Elcid pulses with raw power. Then, with a jolt, the blue energy solidifies, revealing Elcid's face, his yellow-orange eyes blown wide in a shock that's impossible to ignore. Leon, his face a mask of confusion, locks eyes with the spirit, demanding answers from the suddenly visible Elcid. Hey. Elcid. A furious, booming voice erupts, absolutely stunned that some punk just dared to call its technique worthless. Leon, ever the provocateur, just casually calls out, hey. Then, with a hint of concern, he asks, Elcid. Elcid's single eye flares with raw power, lightning arcing around it as he remembers the time even the legendary holy sword Elmont had to retreat a decade ago. But Leon, ever the realist, thinks to himself. Suddenly, an overwhelming, ominous sensation hits him like a truck, making him gasp, WHOA. Leon, you see those pearly whites, the muscular man challenges, his tone dripping with intent, and all he can muster is a nervous, why yeah? The instructor lays down the law, declaring that, an insult to your teacher. That gets wiped out by the student. A predatory grin stretches across his face. He delivers the chilling ultimatum, if those teeth are still there when the test ends, Leon is punished. Leon's brow furrows, a single drop of sweat betraying his tension, as Elcid, the blue spirit, floats nearby, practically fuming, muttering about the sheer nerve of this guy. He takes a sharp breath, his hand already moving to his blade, his face set in stone with fierce resolve. A low growl escapes him as he gets ready, the muscular man's gaze fixed on him, his eyes practically burning with a dangerous glint. Then, in a blur of pure speed, his blade rips through the air, a devastating, lightning-fast slash. With a flash of steel, he unleashes a devastating, crackling slash. Elmont barely manages to parry, the impact sending him staggering back. A shocked "Whoa" ripped from his throat. The muscular instructor watches, confirming Elmont is getting pushed. While Chloe notes Leon's relentless offense, but Elmont's still holding his ground, setting up an epic war of attrition. Leon, pushing his limits, questions if he's going too hard, but he doesn't let up. Elmont's arm screams from the force, realizing his aura is the only thing saving him. His face contorting in disbelief at the sheer, unyielding persistence. How persistent, he roars internally, as the relentless barrage continues. He hears the taunt, a voice demanding he abandon this futile struggle and simply collapse. But Leon, gritting his teeth, retorts, wondering who is truly in a position to talk. A fierce resolve hardens his expression as he vows to compensate for any perceived lack of strength, mana, or speed. Activating Roderick's vision as his eyes glow with an intense blue light, allowing him to perceive the world with enhanced clarity and speed. If he can just see things a bit faster, he believes he can overcome any inferiority, taking a firm combat stance. He yearns for his perception to become much more precise, faster, and wider, the glowing energy around him expanding. The fight explodes. Leon and Elmont are a blur of motion, tearing through the water with insane speed. Every hit sends shockwaves through the water, and Leon is going all out, pushing Elmont back. Someone watching can barely keep up, muttering about how they're moving like fish in the water. Then, bam. The fight hits dry land, and Leon smashes Elmont with a hit that sends him flying. They keep clashing, a whirlwind of pure combat energy. Elmont's got that smug look, knowing his plan just worked perfectly. But Leon's eyes are blazing with Roderick's vision, and he's furious, yelling at Elmont for not even using his aura. Helmet, the big guy, is watching super closely, and he's totally confused because Leon isn't using any aura. But Elmont's mind is racing, even without aura, Leon's still matching him, even pushing him back. He can't figure it out, but he knows it's crazy for Leon to fight him without going all out. Leon's eyes snap open, a jolt of pure shock hitting him as he tries to figure out what just happened. His mind racing, trying to comprehend if that was even arcane swordsmanship. But Elmont isn't waiting around. His blade ignites with electric blue energy, closing the distance in a flash. Is it a stab? Is it a slash? He can't tell. This guy's moves are seriously messing with his head. But then, something clicks. His eyes harden, a fierce determination burning within him, a silent promise that he won't let a single moment go to waste. And then, boom. His eyes blaze with electric blue, that scar on his forehead practically screaming crimson as he finally taps into his true power, locked in with laser focus. He explodes forward, a white-hot aura blasting behind him as he rockets across the space, flipping the script on Elmont. His assault is absolutely relentless, a whirlwind of motion that puts Elmont on the back foot, the momentum now completely his. He braces, a lightning-fast stab closing in. Elmont moves like a phantom, his blade a deadly blur. And the strike connects with explosive force. But Leon barely parries, his blade clashing violently with Elmont's. But the first move? A total feint. This technique is built to bait you into evading. It's the secret bourbon swordsmanship, crescent stab. Leon's eyes snap wide open, realizing the attack is going straight for his chest. Even if he dodges, his ribs are shattered, and the fight's over. The crescent stab slams into him, a blinding blue energy ripping through his very being. Even as the impact shatters his defenses, he desperately tries to trace that sword's trajectory with his unique vision. But the speed and power are too immense. A raw grimace of pain twists his features as he feels himself losing control. The crackling blue and black energy of the attack overwhelming him, forcing a desperate, guttural cry from his lips. The very ground beneath Elmont's planted foot shatters and splinters from the sheer, unleashed force he exerted. Leon is sent flying backward, a mere blur of motion, leaving a long, arcing trail across the ground as he's violently propelled away. Elmont watches, a look of utter, absolute disbelief spreading across his face. This isn't just about strength, it's about a mentality that defies everything, noble blood, family, even fate itself. It's a will to prove convictions, not chase fame or gold, and that's why Leon is screaming, blue energy exploding from his left arm, taking the hit head-on. But even that isn't enough. He's blasted backward, smashing through a solid wall while Elmont stares, absolutely floored. Elmont lets out a gasp, his face a mask of pure shock. He looks at his own glowing purple arm, realizing he's fighting one-handed against a guy who just tanked his best shot and still has two arms ready to go. Talk about a disadvantage. Chloe's freaking out on the sidelines, but Helmut, the instructor, is locked in, totally ignoring Elmont's arm injury. It's just a scratch to him. Helmut knows the real threat is Elmont's family's insane arcane swordsmanship, made even deadlier by his dad, but he senses Elmont hasn't gone all out yet. Elmont snaps back to reality, knowing he's gotta use both hands for a killer counterattack after this, his purple aura blazing with determination. But there's a catch, his wooden sword is cracking under the strain of his aura-laced attacks, it's almost done for. He's calculating, knowing that just one more broken defense means total victory is within reach. A cocky grin spreads across his face as he declares, "You've been playing right into my hands this whole time, haven't you?" But the protagonist, his arm blazing with a fierce blue aura, stands firm, ready for whatever comes next. Then, with a deafening KNG, the wooden sword explodes into splinters. But even as it shatters, the noble pushes his attack, only for the swordsman to meet it head-on with his blazing arm, deflecting the broken blade. Pure shock contorts the noble's face, as he lets out a bewildered, "Huh." But the protagonist isn't letting up, pressing his advantage, jaw clenched in pure resolve. With a sudden BBAH, he unleashes a powerful push, sending his opponent flying. The tables have turned. Leon's got Elmont pinned, a decisive move that seals the deal. Elmont's leg is totally locked down, he can't move an inch. Then, a blinding flash, and it's all over. The crowd goes wild. Chloe and the other students are absolutely losing it, screaming their heads off. It's a total victory. Leon and his instructor are hyped, soaking in the glory. Elmont is absolutely crushed, letting out a scream of pure agony. Leon's on top of the world, literally. He's looking down at the roaring crowd, who are all chanting his name. His instructor is absolutely beaming, hyping up his disciple for that insane win, especially with the wooden sword technique. And check it out, even the blue spirit is totally ecstatic, vibing with Leon's epic win. His mind, a fortress against noble lineage, family ties, and even destiny itself, fueled by a burning desire to prove his truth, not chase after gold or glory, is truly something else. Leon can't help but wonder if Elmont will finally learn his lesson after getting absolutely schooled, betting he'll be a lot more careful with his words from now on. Elsid, the spirit, points out that since they sealed the deal with an oath on the duel's outcome, things should be chill at the academy, but then drops a bombshell. "Honestly, I'm still pretty shocked myself." Leon's expression is priceless. With a cheeky grin, Elsid keeps going, dropping the bomb that Leon has already started unlocking the secrets of Excel, and that he's leveled up way faster than the spirit ever thought possible. Leon's face goes completely blank, trying to compute what the spirit just said, and he can only manage a bewildered, "Excel?" This isn't just any sword, it's the overpowered sword, fueled by a mentality that shatters noble bloodlines, defies family expectations, and laughs in the face of fate itself. It's a conviction to prove himself, not for petty gold or fleeting fame, and it explodes with blinding, ethereal power. The light dissipates, and Leon, ever the strategist, walks away, already dissecting his next move, his mind racing with his unique powers. He can't help but ask, "Are you seriously talking about what happens when I unleash the overpowered sword?" The voice in his head, or maybe just his own genius, clarifies, "You know those moments when your body just can't keep up, right? It's a common problem, especially when you're pushing your limits in accelerated states." But Leon, now radiating power, drops the mic, "My reflexes aren't just fast, they're faster than my own consciousness." He drives the point home, stating that it's not about raw speed, it's about something far beyond. But hold up. The scene shifts dramatically to a grim, shadowy place, where Elmont stands his ground, staring down a colossal, blue-skinned demon whose yellow eyes burn with malevolent intent. Ever wonder how those elite swordsmen pull off their insane speed? Because the answer is simple, it's all about mastering aura. Leon's showing us how it's done, blazing past with insane speed and leaving pure energy trails. The spirit's telling us, aura lets your body take a beating, so you can unleash Excel once you've got it down. Hold up. Leon's having a major realization. Wait, the spirit's saying he's been doing Excel this whole time, just with his thighs, and without aura. That revelation hits him hard, sending him reeling. Incomplete or not, the spirit's blown away by his raw talent. He's finally putting the pieces together, a total mind-blown moment. He's got this. No need for brute force, he thinks, confident in his own power. But the blue spirit, Elsid, isn't convinced, asking, "Was your execution just incomplete?" Then, with a hint of concern, he warns, "Whoa, hold up. You need to take care of your body, like, right now." Leon, totally lost, fires back, "What are you even talking about? What time is it for?" But before he can even finish, a blinding, electric pain explodes behind his eye, blue lightning ripping through his vision. A primal scream rips from his lungs, his body seizing as the pain goes next level. He clutches his head, screaming, the pain absolutely crushing him. His legs buckle, and he slams to the floor, writhing in pure agony. Watching him crumble, Elsid finally drops the bomb. What else? It's the after pains, obviously. Be grateful it's just that after using Excel. Seriously, don't even think about using it again until you master Aura. He knows it. That raw, unyielding power within him, a mentality that shatters the chains of noble birth, family legacy, and even fate itself. But that raw power comes with a price, and the afterpains from his last stunt still make him clench his jaw, a brutal reminder that even he has limits. Days later, under a sky so blue it hurts, the academy looms large. Inside those ancient walls, the drama never stops. Leon strides through the packed hallways, Chloe right there with him, and Elsid's faint blue spirit form is his constant, silent shadow, a spectral bodyguard in a sea of curious eyes. But not everyone's just looking, two girls are practically vibrating with whispers, their hushed gossip practically screaming. Those whispers hit Leon like a punch, his face twisting in pure annoyance, while Elsid just watches, his spirit form radiating silent judgment. The academy is buzzing with whispers, detailing how he was scouted by a reputable family and even fed an elixir. As Leon, Elsid, and Chloe stride through the corridors. The gossip continues, now focusing on his lowborn identity, a commoner who had learned arcane swordsmanship from the holy swordmaster himself. They spot a group of bandaged students, openly spreading rumors. And Elsid can't help but notice the wildfire of gossip, while Leon just shrugs it off as overblown nonsense. One of the students loudly questions the noble's supposed pride. Prompting Elsid to fire back that true pride would have kept them from challenging Leon in the first place, a sentiment Leon wholeheartedly agrees with. Moving on, Chloe takes the lead. Then suddenly stops to greet someone. Her gaze is piercing, yet composed. While Leon's eyes dart nervously, a bead of sweat betraying his unease. Chloe, a voice cuts through the air. As the scene shifts to the sprawling academy grounds, sunlight dappling through the trees. Chloe strides towards Leon and Elsid, who are casually lounging on a bench. And Leon, caught off guard, demands to know why she's not in class. She coolly retorts that the teacher is out sick, then flips the script. "You've been dodging me, haven't you?" she challenges, her words hanging in the air. Chloe isn't letting up, calling him out for his sudden, consecutive battles against nobles. You can see the worry and frustration etched on her face. She demands to know if he even gets it, how much she and Elsid have been freaking out, while he just stares off into space. His eyes are unfocused, his mind a million miles away. He can't help but wonder, just how long has it been since they actually talked like this? Chloe's voice drops a bit as they sit side by side, remembering when they could just chat, no drama, no walls. A spark of realization hits him. He recalls the feelings he had for her, a vivid flashback of them together. And that burning jealousy he felt when Leon was the one by her side. He was drowning in self-doubt, utterly convinced he was just, nothing special. He absolutely despised this world, feeling like his hard work was never enough, and it made him blame himself for every single thing. But then, a powerful, resonant voice booms from a blindingly bright, glowing sword, announcing, "You called for me, Leon." Taking in the weight of the challenge, he declares, "In that case, I'll give you the chance to prove every single word you just said." Suddenly, Chloe pops up, a look of utter disbelief on her face as she exclaims, "Seriously? After all those crazy rumors, your name is literally on everyone's lips at school." Chloe drops a bombshell, revealing the academy's buzzing with rumors about him. He just stands there, back turned, as she spills the tea about him randomly finding a magic sword and leveling up like crazy. But those words hit him hard, leaving him totally wrecked, tears practically streaming down his face. His raw emotion catches her off guard, and her face instantly shifts to pure worry. She's totally thrown, stumbling over her words, trying to figure out why he's so upset, asking if the rumors are just completely bogus. He finally breaks his silence, his voice cracking, flat out denying it's just some magic sword. His raw, emotional outburst leaves her absolutely stunned and speechless. Then, a flashback hits him, Elsid, the sentient sword, floating there, a powerful presence that totally shatters those lame rumors. Because, let's be real, Elsid was the one who pulled him out of that endless, dark pit. While Leon's mind races with the implications of his bond, Elsid, in his full human glory, can't help but acknowledge the sheer audacity of the kid's recent power-up, a subtle smirk gracing his features. He can't help but let out a playful, yet annoyed, shout, "What? Leon, you brat. I was gone for like, 2 seconds." Elsewhere, Elmont, always watching, always scheming, can't shake the whispers about Leon's sudden surge, his mind racing, the rumors are good, but seriously, how did he get so strong, so fast? But back to the main event, Leon still reeling from Chloe's words, sitting with her, Elsid's adorable spirit form hovering close, his mind a whirlwind of introspection. He stares at the ground, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze, declaring, if being a hero means saving everything. His eyes burning with an unshakable resolve, then I Elsid's legendary blade flashes in his mind, a beacon for his ambition, will become a hero worthy of this legendary sword. He clenches his fist, a fire in his eyes, a promise etched on his face, his determination absolute. The holy sword practically hums with his conviction as he declares, and I'll blow past Elsid's wildest expectations. Chloe's totally lost, like, what even is going on right now? But Elmont? He's absolutely fuming, muttering, was that punk just playing me? How did he level up so fast? He can't believe it, thinking, I've been training my whole life. How could I not see this coming? But Chloe's just like, whatever, I don't care about the details. And then, Elsid, the holy sword itself, appears in his spirit form, a huge grin on his face, like, he finally did it. He's totally hyped, declaring, now that's what I call worthy of the holy sword. The night is a canvas of deep, silent mystery. Its vastness stretching over the sleeping world. But inside, Leon is wide awake. His form unmoving, his mind racing. Then, a voice cuts through the quiet, declaring he looks incredibly better now. He lets out a surprised, as the voice elaborates, sensing a profound shift, a new seriousness, and an unwavering gaze toward the future. Chloe's eyes are sharp, studying his every nuance. Before she concludes, wondering if he's finally transcended, now looking upward, not just forward. Chloe's mind races, a silent thought cutting through the noise, a whisper that maybe, just maybe, she should actually talk to Leon once in a while. She ponders the idea, her eyes dropping in deep thought. Then a subtle, knowing smirk plays on her lips as she glances up, a silent acknowledgement of his unique nature. Because let's be real, in her entire class, there's literally no one else who's as brutally honest with their feelings or could actually vibe with him, a truth that seems to weigh heavily on Leon's mind. He makes a silent vow, he'll give it his all, no matter what. But the sheer burden of that promise hits him like a truck, forcing him to sit up, clutching his head in raw agony. His face a mask of intense internal conflict as he rubs his temple, trying to clear his mind. A crushing, internal rejection echoes, he's sorry, but there's no way he can go through with it. The stakes are sky high, the next match will be the absolute last that he'll ever fight, a final, make or break moment. Beneath the silent, watchful moon, a profound realization dawns, High above, a figure stands silhouetted against the night, his thoughts already miles away, Elsid's mind races, grappling with an unseen burden. His face, etched with a quiet intensity, reveals a mind wrestling with profound truths, his piercing blue eyes reflecting an inner turmoil. And then, one name echoes in his mind, a name that holds immense weight, Leon. Suddenly, the world explodes into a blinding, sun-drenched expanse. Where the raw power of an axe violently splits timber, shattering it into a cascade of flying splinters. He's still dropping wisdom about the holy sword, while Leon is absolutely grinding, axe-chopping like a beast. Forget just training, this holy sword has a secret technique that seriously stresses the weapon. Seriously, the training version is way weaker than the real deal, so you gotta be super careful. Leon, deep in thought, gets it. He just needs one win, one shot at glory. He tightens his fists, reminding himself, you only show your ace when it really counts. The spirit's voice cuts through, warning him, you'll get smoked by a genius like Leon if you keep spamming the holy sword's power. Later, chilling alone, Leon is totally processing all that heavy advice. He's thinking about real skills, knowing he needs to get inside his enemy's head to win. A slight grimace hits his face, because figuring out his opponent's status and thoughts is gonna be a huge headache. A blinding blue glow reveals the ultimate truth, your sheer mental fortitude crushes noble lineage, family ties, and even destiny itself. It's all about proving your convictions, not chasing gold or fame. He's absolutely floored, demanding to know how an intermediate aura user is already busting out sword energy. The spirit drops another bombshell, revealing he can even project aura outside his body, making him a total powerhouse, already outclassing most instructors. A confused, escapes him, wondering if he's being called out, as the spirit casually mentions this is a skill even veteran knights only master in their prime. The blue entity lays it bare, this kid has already blown past that benchmark, and he hasn't even hit his coming-of-age ceremony yet. He concedes that he might trade some raw power for an insane mana pool. He sizes up the situation, acknowledging his foe is seriously formidable. But then, a fire ignites in his gaze. He's not backing down, declaring this isn't a fight he can't win, a declaration the spirit wholeheartedly endorses as a good mindset. Ready to absorb every strategic secret, he eagerly awaits the spirit's full guidance. The enigmatic blue spirit locks eyes, its gaze piercing, as Leon turns his head, a storm of thoughts brewing behind his stoic facade. The spirit's voice cuts through the silence, dropping a bombshell question, but what if, you actually lost? The chilling thought reverberates in his mind, the words a stark reality, I lost against Leon. A flicker of resolve hardens his expression as he ponders the next move, what's your next move after that crushing defeat? The spirit's eyes bore into him, demanding a response. Give me your answer. Leon finally meets the spirit's gaze, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. Elsid's voice booms, a stark reminder, remember, this is all a test for you. I warned you from the very beginning, didn't I? Leon stares up at the pulsating spirit, his resolve unwavering, ready to conquer the next trial. Elsid lays down the gauntlet, declaring the trials ahead will shatter all expectations, making Leon wonder if this isn't too extreme for a mere first test. But Elsid brushes off the concern, proclaiming this battle will be the ultimate turning point for Leon. Elsid's ethereal form then promises that once he's done explaining, Leon will get exactly why he's pushing him so hard. Sweat drips, yet Leon's eyes burn with unyielding resolve. As the sun blazes, he throws himself into the grueling labor, shovel in hand. But the heavens turn against him, a furious storm brewing. Then the deluge hits, a torrential downpour. The world outside becomes a blur of water, a relentless assault. And from the calm, Elsid's voice cuts through the silence, declaring the results are beyond anything he'd hoped for. Inside an opulent chamber, the silver-haired noble, Elmont, is deep in thought, remembering his past doubts. No way he'd beat Elmont, he thought, but then concedes, the other guys weren't exactly pushovers either. His eyes narrow, a shrewd calculation playing across his features. For the right talent, he declares, it's never a waste of time. Sir Gilbert, the grey-haired advisor, watches him intently, prompting Elmont to snap, Sir Gilbert, are you questioning my findings? Gilbert retorts, I thought you yourself expressed uncertainty about the protocol's outcome. A flicker of surprise crosses Elmont's face. Has it really been 3 years already, he wonders aloud. Scanning a report, Elmont grudgingly acknowledges Leon's triumph. A commoner, not even a second son, I never thought he'd pull it off, he confesses, then adds, but now. There's no denying his raw potential. A sly grin spreads across his face. Guess what? Leon sent a message today. With a hint of reluctant admiration, he quotes the message, he said, I'm ready. Sir Gilbert, ever the stoic, simply listens, his face giving nothing away. Elmont's eyes blaze with a fierce, calculating intensity, the city's glow mirroring his own ambition as he processes Leon's bold claim. Elmont's voice cuts through the silence, a declaration of absolute intent, as he prepares to demand a single, pivotal favor. His eyes blaze with fierce determination, a thunderous resolve building, as he promises to crush Leon in victory. With an unshakable will, his ambition solidifies, he will absolutely, unequivocally, make Leon his knight. And with that earth-shattering declaration, he pivots, his flowing hair a silver cascade as he strides away, his challenge echoing into the void. Outside, the heavens themselves open up, a torrential downpour unleashing its fury, punctuated by the booming crack of thunder. A blinding flash of lightning rips through the oppressive darkness, revealing a colossal, ancient castle looming on the horizon. Undeterred, Elmont pushes through the relentless storm, his figure resolute against the elements, each step a defiant beat against the thunder's roar. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, even the heavens themselves are orchestrating this epic showdown for him. Leon is here, ready to throw down, with Elsid by his side. Elsid's hyping him up, saying he's right on time. And then this spiky-haired dude confirms it, telling Leon that Elmont specifically requested this one-on-one. Clearing the whole arena just for them. Elsid chimes in, saying Elmont's clearly just itching for a direct challenge. But wait, the spiky-haired guy drops a bombshell, there's still one observer. Leon immediately turns to Elsid, demanding to know who it is. Elsid, cool as ever, just casually drops Chloe's name, sending Leon into total shock. He questions why she would be here. Elsid, ever the strategist, narrows his eyes at Leon, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. You're still in the dark, aren't you? Because Leon's got it in his head that you're into her. A surge of blue energy pulses around Elsid as he lays it all out, revealing Elmont's true intentions. Is using this fight as a twisted ploy to win her over. Elsid paints a vivid picture, a flashback to a bygone era of kings and queens, driving home his point that history is littered with kings and their vassals clashing over a woman. Elsid's eyes blaze with intensity, his voice now a low, dangerous rumble as he lays out the brutal truth of the duel. Warning Leon that defeat means becoming Elmont's personal vassal. Leon's face contorts with fierce resolve, his jaw tightening as Elsid's words hit him like a physical blow. Just as a desperate, piercing shout rips through the silence of the arena. Leon. The system goes live, showcasing an overpowered sword and hyping up the epic one-on-one showdown with Leon. With the one-on-one fight with Leon title card blazing, he's already strategizing with Chloe in a stark, empty world. Chloe's locked in, her face a canvas of worry and deep comprehension. Leon, with that signature smirk, lays out the cold hard truth, Chloe needs to be an observer, especially if he somehow loses and ends up as her vassal. He pulls her into a tight embrace, reinforcing that she has to be the observer, just in case he goes down. His insane foresight is already drawing the battle lines, deciding who rules and who gets ruled way ahead of time, a truly next-level strategy only Leon could pull off. Chloe's eyes wander, her mind reeling from the weight of his strategy, as she tries to grasp the sheer depth of his planning. Leon, meanwhile, just watches, his face a mask, already 10 steps ahead. He's thinking about how some methods just completely ignore his and Chloe's feelings, and it's clearly getting to him. His jaw clenches, showing just how serious he is. Elsid, totally picking up on his vibe, mentally agrees with everything Leon's thinking. He's thinking, even though Leon's a super high-ranking noble, he'd never stoop to manipulating people's feelings or relationships, which is a stark contrast to whoever they're talking about. This whole puppet master manipulation thing, it's just fundamentally wrong to them. Leon's getting heated, calling it a pollution technique that completely trashes moral boundaries, and he's seriously asking, is this really how a noble should act? He's absolutely fuming, the disgust just pouring out of him. His fist tightens, and suddenly, a glowing blue orb of pure energy just pops into existence, showing how hyped up his emotions are. Elsid, seeing the glowing orb, can't help but ask, dude, are you angry? A quiet, yeah, escapes him, a burning conviction that the one who provoked such ire had crossed an unforgivable line. His resolve hardening, he knows this transgression cannot go unpunished. Meanwhile, a familiar voice echoes with a protective edge, declaring that Leon's adversary will soon learn a harsh lesson. Moments later, in a grand, opulent hall, Leon stands face to face with Elmont, the tension between them palpable. A smirk plays on Elmont's lips as he greets him, remarking that he is a little late. His expression remains confident, almost arrogant, as he awaits Leon's response. Leon's gaze is sharp and unwavering, his own determination clear. He responds with a pointed question, having heard that Elmont has invited someone to their confrontation. Elmont drops a bombshell, revealing the mysterious person is, in no way unseen to us, and warns that things will get wild if they mess up because of her. He then demands a right, before declaring that any slip-up would just be a pathetic excuse. Leon lets out a thoughtful, then challenges, is that so? Leon, hyped and ready, declares, let's start right away then. But Elmont cuts him off with a sudden, before that. In a flash, Elmont downs a mysterious pill, leaving Leon stunned and demanding, what did you just eat? Leon, still reeling, repeats his question, his eyes burning into Elmont. Elmont, cool as ice, reveals, it's an aura-suppressing pill. He clarifies that even though he swore off aura, it could burst out unintentionally, and if that happened, the whole fight would be a total catastrophe. Leon can only manage a frustrated, UGH. His hand clenches around the sword's hilt, ready. Elmont's voice rings out, a direct challenge, shall we start then? Leon explodes into motion, a grim determination etched on his face. Elmont watches, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at Leon's intense focus, so unlike his usual flippant self. A thought flashes through his mind, but when it comes down to concentration, I won't lose either. Leon, now a picture of pure focus, whips out his blade. With a fierce roar, he yells, start. Steel screams against steel in a blinding shower of sparks. The duel ignites, a whirlwind of flashing blades and furious strikes. The duel explodes into action, two warriors locked and loaded, blades flashing under the lights. He charges in with a primal roar, his blade a lightning strike, kicking off the insane clash. Elmont, his rival, meets the assault with an intense stare, his own sword snapping up to block the incoming force. The sheer impact sends Elmont flying back, the clash exploding with raw power. But Elmont's recovery is instant, his counterstrike blasting Leon backward, leaving him stunned, wondering if he'd just massively misjudged his rival's power. Leon, though, is just getting started, his relentless attack blazing on, now surrounded by a fierce blue aura. Elmont's mind races with a chilling realization, he can't take this head-on for more than 30 seconds. Leon's non-stop assault keeps him pinned, forcing him to retreat with every devastating blow. Elmont is getting absolutely bodied as Leon's relentless assault just keeps coming. The blade is a total blur, forcing him to admit, this guy is on another level. Leon's face is pure intensity, his power going absolutely wild with every hit. Elmont feels the impact like a whip, this guy is just built different. The pressure is just insane, Elmont has no choice but to fall back. Leon's eyes are practically exploding with blue light, his aura is going absolutely wild. Elmont's face is twisted in pain, his aura is practically dying out. He knows his aura is already fading, he's about to be done for. Leon's aura is stronger, yet weirdly blurred and incomplete compared to anyone he's ever fought, Elmont knows he needs to get his head straight, now. Leon's movements are a blur, a whirlwind of raw power, leaving only fragmented glimpses of his form. But Elmont's resolve is ironclad. He knows any perceived weakness in Leon's power will be crushed by the sheer experience he's racked up in battle. The clash of their wills explodes with a thunderous impact, as Leon keeps up his relentless, devastating assault. Meanwhile, an older, mustachioed observer can barely believe his eyes, muttering, "Is this really just a student fight?" He can't believe they're not even using aura, making their raw, explosive skill even more mind-blowing. Next to him, a muscular, spiky-haired powerhouse crosses his arms, a look of pure awe on his face, declaring, "This is better than watching actual knights." His verdict is absolute: this kid is seriously strong. Another earth-shattering impact rips through the air, and he shouts again, "He's strong." Through the storm of battle, Leon's face is a mask of fierce determination, his eyes blazing with an unyielding, fiery will. The raw power exploding from the fight is absolutely insane, making one onlooker scream that he's a total monster. Elmont, getting absolutely pummeled, can only gasp his opponent's name. While the fight rages on with insane speed, leaving another spectator completely stunned by the sheer spectacle. As Elmont, deep in his own head, admits his opponent's raw genius. Totally shocked that Leon has closed the gap so fast, a guttural gasp ripping from him. Then, a lightning-fast hit connects, making Elmont wonder if it was just a trick. While Leon keeps up his brutal attack with his sword, pushing Elmont's eyes to blaze with pure focus, his brain working overtime to figure out what just happened. He just read that figure, a specific move or pattern in his opponent's attack. Leon's assault explodes forward with incredible velocity. A dazzling streak of blue energy tearing through the air. The hit connects with a thunderous crack, sending a shower of sparks off Elmont, whose face twists in pure disbelief and agony. Leon blazes past, a phantom in motion, leaving Elmont stunned, clutching his head, completely overwhelmed by the sheer power. A ragged, desperate breath rips from him, as Leon stands victorious, blade gleaming, ready to finish this. Elmont's mind races, a critical realization dawning on him: Leon's follow-up attacks just didn't hit with the same devastating force. A sharp huff escapes him, his gaze burning with fierce intensity. The sword in his hand hums, its edge still poised for action. But across the field, Leon, gasping for air, has a sudden, chilling realization: Elmont was playing the long game, turning this into a stamina battle from the very beginning. Sweat drips down his face, a single, terrifying thought echoing in his mind: did I get caught? The system screen lights up, showcasing the legendary overpowered sword and a full loadout of gear, from head to toe, ring to belt. This is the ultimate setup. In the arena, Elsid lets out a fierce grunt, his blonde hair flying as he gets ready to throw down. He grips his blade like a pro, those crimson eyes locked onto his target. Across the way, Leon matches the intensity, his amber eyes burning as he brings up his sword. His brain's on fire, cooking up a plan: get in close, wear them down, then flip the whole fight. This isn't just stalling, it's a high-wire act, one wrong move and it's all over. No fancy moves here, just pure, brutal efficiency. Leon's determination is absolute: he's going to win this, no matter what it takes. Blades up, eyes locked, Leon and Elsid are about to explode into action. He knows he has to shatter his opponent's will first. Because if he fails there, Elsid will never, ever submit. Then, in a blinding flash of purple and white energy, Elsid explodes into motion, his sword a deadly streak. Leon's gaze sharpens, his mind already miles ahead, ready to unleash his signature flash steps. He blurs into existence, a brilliant blue aura erupting around him, unleashing an ability straight out of Imperial hero legends. This isn't just magic, it's a brutal technique that twists muscles and blood flow. And Elsid's body ignites with a savage purple glow, his muscles bulging, pushing him to strength far beyond his natural limits. It's not even complete yet, and he's not even using his full aura, but the spirit's eyes are already burning with a terrifying yellow intensity. Elsid boasts that even a fraction of his power would be overkill, but Leon lets out a guttural cry, his eyes blazing with an intense yellow light. He's gotta crank his vision to the absolute max. Elsid rockets forward, a purple streak of raw power, but Leon unleashes flash steps, a blinding blue aura exploding around him as he blinks out of existence from his foe's sight. His speed is insane, leaving nothing but phantom trails. Elsid is stunned: did he actually dodge that? Then, a sickening splat as crimson blood hits the floor. And Elsid's jaw drops: so that's the flash steps. Staring at the blood now smeared on his hand, he can barely believe it. Is he not even using aura? His eyes widen in disbelief, a shocking truth hitting him like a truck: he didn't use a single bit of aura. Suddenly, the blue spirit zips in, confessing it was genuinely terrified. Leon just rolls his eyes, but the spirit keeps going, dropping some serious knowledge about the surprising speed of the human body. He glances up at the spirit, who then drops a truth bomb: don't even try to box in what's possible with your old school thinking. Back with the holy sword, he's still tied up, seething with frustration and pure rage. But Leon? He just turns, a fierce determination burning in his eyes, ready for the next challenge. Elsid's furious roar echoes, "You dare get distracted?" He's relentless, his blade a blinding flash as he pushes Leon to his absolute limit, taunting him about being too relaxed. Elsid's not holding back, taunting Leon about his mana shield and demanding he fight without relying on it. Even the spirit of Elsid is shocked, his blue aura flaring as he realizes he's being pushed to his absolute breaking point. Leon's fuming, his flow shattered by Elsid's unexpected move. But someone else is furious, refusing to be constrained by common sense. Then, a brutal hit, and Leon's face is split open. Elsid slams his foot down, correcting Leon. He didn't interrupt, he just went all out. He was just pushing himself to the absolute max, going full throttle until he hit his own wall. From the ground, Leon finally understands, he'd been pushing Elsid harder than he ever imagined. He's still standing, sword out, a faint blue aura crackling around him from that insane workout. But wait, someone else is watching. An older dude in a fancy room is totally freaking out, asking himself if the whole vibe of the place just changed. He thought there was no way to beat Leon's flash steps at this stage, but something definitely went down. You can see how wild that sparring got just by looking at Leon's face, a fresh gash bleeding on his cheek. Elsid's mind races, realizing her only shot at winning was to tank all his hits, just waiting for Leon to burn out his flash steps so she could save her own tiny bit of energy. She's weighing her options, knowing the absolute worst move she could make is using Excel, a power she can't even control. Her red eyes blaze with fierce resolve, the pressure of her choice crushing down. Back to Leon, he's still moving, speed lines blurring around his head, showing he's still reeling from that lightning-fast fight. Leon, sword poised, reflects on the ultimate truth: strength is the only thing you can truly trust, the only thing he's truly built up. But a sharp-eyed observer, with a striking red mark on his face, is already on the same wavelength, nodding internally to Leon's philosophy of accumulated power. Leon's gaze sharpens, a silent, intense affirmation of his unwavering conviction. Elsid, still watching Leon's every move from behind. Her mind races, fixated on his unyielding spirit. This is a first for her, a will that defies noble lineage, family, and even destiny itself. It's his burning conviction, not greed for fame or fortune, that sets him apart, and she's absolutely determined to make him her vassal, no matter what it takes. As if on cue, Leon unleashes a barrage of flash steps, a blinding blur of motion across the arena, his relentless drive on full display. Another observer, an older, mustachioed man, tracks Leon's insane speed, mentally tallying the brutal toll of those consecutive, or less, flash steps. He thinks to himself that Leon has to be way past his limits by now. That unyielding mentality, refusing to bow to noble blood, family, or even fate itself, fueled by a burning will to prove his convictions, not some petty greed for gold or fame. If he's truly a hero, he thinks, then this challenge is nothing. Leon pushes himself, thinking this is nothing. But Elmont's voice cuts in, scoffing, "You don't know the decisive difference between those born with innate talent." Leon grips his sword, his conviction burning, and me, who swings my sword every day. His eyes blaze with unwavering resolve. The academy ground stands silent, rain pouring down. Elsid's mind burned with Leon's unwavering spirit, a mentality that defied lineage, family, and even destiny itself, driven by conviction, not mere greed or glory. Then, with a fierce resolve, Elsid's voice cut through the air, "I'll show you." He exploded forward, delivering a lightning-fast strike that pulverized an invisible barrier into a storm of glowing shards. The force of it ringing out with a deafening "Kang." As the shimmering dust settled, he stood, a wicked dagger now in his grip, reflecting the lingering magic. A soft "Tegururu" sound accompanied the final fragments as they scattered, leaving a shimmering, dangerous carpet of glowing shards across the stone, each piece pulsing with an eerie orange light. He stared at the dagger in his hand, a silent testament to the power he'd just unleashed. The air hummed with residual energy. Elsid just dropped a truth bomb, and now he's thinking about Leon's insane mentality, a conviction that laughs in the face of noble blood and destiny. All that grind, it's finally paying off. Leon, taking notes from Elmont's crescent slash, unleashes some wild, unconventional swordsmanship, moving so fast he's completely messing with his opponent's rhythm. This technique is an absolute game-changer. He keeps moving, and suddenly, multiple glowing blue swords erupt around him, each one a pure extension of his will. Elsid cuts in, dropping another truth bomb, but here's the real kicker: the number of swords we can actually wield. That's where things get wild. He lays it all out. Power isn't just about raw talent, and yeah, your body has limits, but you can absolutely shatter those limits and become unstoppable through pure, unadulterated effort. His crimson eyes blaze with pure conviction, a fiery testament to his unbreakable will. Elsid, ever the philosopher, drops a truth bomb. If they'd been using actual blades, this whole sparring session could have gone down completely differently. He stands across from Leon, who's soaking it all in, the echoes of their clash still hanging in the air. But then, Elmont cuts in, a smug grin spreading across his face as he announces, "I won, Leon." Leon, though, just flashes a confident, almost challenging smile back, totally unfazed. Elmont's grin just gets bigger, a glint of triumph in his gaze as he finally concedes, "Yeah, I've seen enough. This is your win." Meanwhile, Elcid, chilling in his spirit form, is already connecting the dots, thinking, "Hold up, there's something else." Elcid's voice booms, demanding to know what Leon asked for when he won. The mischievous blue spirit floats right next to him, a knowing smirk on his face, while Leon looks totally lost in thought, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. He just lets out a confused as he tries to process it all. The overpowered sword system blazes to life, showcasing incredible stats and options, with a blindingly bright sword at its heart. This isn't just a weapon, it's a declaration of an unyielding will, a spirit that defies noble lineage, family, and even destiny itself, fueled by pure conviction, not petty greed. Elmont, with a steely gaze, lays out his terms, offering anything Leon desires. Provided it doesn't stain his honor or family name, even if it means hunting down the legendary arcane swordsman, tracking the elusive mystery train in Aura, or making him pay for every single transgression. Leon, taking it all in, starts to respond. Admitting his loss in their epic clash. He elaborates, confirming the fight's outcome and his decision to accept the consequences. Elmont, eyes locked on Leon, demands to know his price. Leon, with a knowing smirk, tells him he'll reveal it later, leaving Elmont utterly bewildered. He just casually drops, "Nah, nothing comes to mind right now." With a confident smirk, he's basically telling Elmont, "Just wait, I'll hit you with it later." Then he hits him with the classic, "That's cool, right?" Elmont and some random dude are just staring, totally caught off guard and a little annoyed. Before the silver-haired noble grudgingly gives in, just barely managing a, "Yeah." But then, a sly smirk creeps onto Elmont's face, like he's already plotting his next move. Cut to later, and he's letting out a huge, pained groan. Leaning against a wall and thinking about how he just finished a fight without even needing his excel ability. He's all ears as a blonde-haired, red-eyed mage confesses she overdid it, even against him, the legendary Leon. Her hands ignite with a radiant blue, as she calls upon the light of healing, begging for mercy on the injured. A blinding, star-like energy explodes from her hands, filling the air with dazzling particles as the healing power surges. Instantly feeling the surge of recovery, he shouts in amazement at how light he feels, recognizing the incredible power of rank 4 healing magic. He quickly thanks Chloe for being his observer. A storm brews on her face, her expression hardening with annoyance. She glares at him, utterly exasperated, shouting that she just can't understand either him or Leon. Her voice cracks with emotion, as she passionately asks, "So what if you lose?" He takes in her passionate words, his eyes lost in thought, a subtle bruise still marking his face. Chloe can't help but notice Leon's immense growth, a flicker of regret in her eyes as she recalls thinking she could hold him back. Challenging him directly, she demands to know if he's really leaving the academy, internally calling him a complete idiot. He just stares back, his face giving nothing away. While Chloe, knowing him inside and out, keeps her intense gaze fixed on him. A subtle, almost defiant smirk touches his mouth. She can't help but think, again, that she once believed she could stop him, but when he gets like this, he's unstoppable. He stands there, unwavering, his eyes fixed on some unseen goal. His powerful mentality won't bend to noble blood, families, or even fate itself. He's driven by pure conviction, not greed for gold or fame. He's always challenged impossible limits, and he always succeeds. Chloe, facing him down, throws a jab, noting how long it took this time. She even admits, she thought he'd put up more of a fight, but he just hits back with a, "You're late," and she's like, "Yeah, way too late." He just lets out a PFT, a confident smirk spreading across his face. Chloe, now feeling better, casually tells someone to go hit Leon for me. But as he walks off, she's still wondering, shouldn't he get healed first? The truth is, he's probably feeling pretty down and out. But just one hit from the girlfriend he actually listens to. Chloe's face tells the whole story, her eyes filled with a mix of worry and sorrow. Would actually fuel his future growth, turning defeat into pure power. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, hold a silent promise. A solemn voice echoes, placing Leon's fate into someone else's hands. Her gaze snaps open, a flicker of shock and worry crossing her features. Reflecting the sudden gravity of the situation. The air thickens with unspoken emotion. As Chloe's expression shifts, the reality of his leaving sinking in. As they walk away from the academy's familiar halls, she presses him about his next move, but he only offers a cryptic smile, keeping his true intentions close. Each step carrying them further. Leaving Chloe with a lingering sense of uncertainty and a quiet longing. With hands clasped tight, a soft, ethereal glow surrounds her as she pours out a silent prayer. Eyes shut in intense focus, Chloe's serene face glows amidst the swirling, magical particles. The light around her clasped hands flares even brighter, a powerful testament to the raw emotion of her desperate plea. She thinks to herself, it's wild to think she'd ever see a mage who doesn't even believe in gods praying for someone else. Elsewhere, Leon stands before a stone wall, his trusty blue spirit, Elcid, floating right next to him and casually dropping, she's a really nice person. Elcid then pops the question, are you done with everything, and Leon just gives a simple, yeah. Leon's mind wanders, confessing to himself that deep down, he'd always yearned to be a special person. Elcid, picking up on his deep thoughts, echoes back, a special person. Leon then reflects on his relentless past, realizing he had poured absolutely everything into every single thing he ever did. He pushes himself, his mind a fortress against the old world's rules, noble blood, powerful families, even destiny itself can't break his will. But he flashes back to a time when he just couldn't break through the social barriers or talent gaps, even with Chloe and Elcid around, he felt stuck. He'd been lost, trapped in the shadow of powerful figures like Elmont, convinced he just wasn't good enough. But then Elcid came along and flipped his world upside down. A blinding, cosmic sword of light rips through the void, a literal game-changer for his entire path. He grinded, he trained, he pushed past every limit, carving out his own destiny. He finally crushed that inferiority complex that had been eating him alive, even as Elcid watched him spar. That burning resolve let him break free from their shadows, his face now etched with battle scars and pure, unadulterated grit. With a fierce, confident stare, he makes his declaration, he's not just aiming for hero status, he's becoming one, right now. He clenches his fist, a defiant thought burning in his mind, who else in this world could possibly be more special than him? The blue spirit, Elcid, floats nearby. A chuckle escaping him as he observes Leon's self-centered declaration, asking if he feels a little disappointed. Elcid then challenges Leon's perspective, wondering aloud what could be wrong with desiring honors. His expression shifts to a wide, knowing grin as he presses the point, what is truly wrong with wanting to be famous? Ambitions are a core part of a human's life. Leon listens, his gaze thoughtful. As the spirit's words continue to resonate, unless one goes about the wrong way of doing it. With renewed conviction, Leon grasps the glowing holy sword, a silent promise forming in his heart, he will wait for it, and he will become a real hero. Elcid's words hit hard, a direct challenge to Leon's core beliefs, making him question everything. Elcid doubles down, declaring Leon's unbreakable will defies all, from noble lineage to destiny itself, and Leon's face contorts in a shocked, what? Elcid's declaration echoes the very essence of the holy sword, a legendary blade that defies lineage, destined only for the true heir of the Bourbon imperial family. The very blade poised to rebuild a shattered empire. Its blinding radiance cutting through the gloom. Elcid's gaze is fixed on Leon, a silent challenge in his eyes. While Leon's face contorts, a storm of shock and understanding brewing within him. Meanwhile, Elmont watches from the shadows, a sly grin spreading across his face as he muses, he's the perfect protagonist. His internal monologue continues, so, according to Elcid, Rian, the supposed protagonist, is just another one, huh? Leon stares down the glowing blue spirit of Elcid, realizing the whole thing was just a test. The spirit, glowing with power, gives Leon a thumbs up, dropping a truth bomb, heroes aren't chosen by fate or blood, but by their own will. A knowing smirk plays across the spirit's face. But elsewhere, Elmont, with Chloe by his side, is already sizing Leon up, recognizing his insane potential, a future, willpower, and mentality that blow everyone else out of the water. Leon's face hardens with focus, as Elcid drops another bombshell, another Leon, is watching this whole thing go down. Elcid then challenges him directly, asking if he's really okay with his current life, and Leon's answer is a resounding no. Elmont, ever the strategist, muses that Leon isn't exactly lacking in the talent department. A flicker of anger crosses Leon's face, as he snaps back, how could I ever feel good about being born with a golden spoon? Elcid's glowing eyes pop open in shock, completely floored by Leon's raw, impossible declaration. He's already burdened by a destiny he never asked for, tied to someone who isn't even a hero. He definitely doesn't need anyone else's expectations crushing him. But the glowing spirit cuts him off, a powerful voice echoing, and you're the one who chose me. Elcid's words hit hard, leaving Leon to ponder the weight of that choice. The blue spirit's gaze burns, its entire being a beacon of absolute conviction. The next day. A new dawn breaks over the academy, signaling a massive shift for our hero. With his mind made up, he boldly requested to drop out of the academy. His instructor, clearly bummed about him leaving the academy to become an adventurer, still had his back. Instead of a lame graduation certificate, the instructor hooked him up with a recommendation letter, a sweet bonus after that epic showdown with Elmont's crew. He had ignited a fire, pushing both commoners and nobles to train harder. And now, with this new resolve, his academy days were firmly behind him. He knew he probably no longer had any need to come back to the academy. His fist tightening with fierce determination. With Elsid by his side, he embarked on his journey to the Free City, byline, the ultimate gathering place for adventurers. An eagle's piercing amber eye scans the world from above. Its sharp beak and regal head cutting through the bright sky. Soaring effortlessly over the dense canopy, a silent guardian watching the winding paths below. Sun glinting off its wings. A beacon of freedom against the endless blue. Below, leaves rustle, signaling movement in the thick undergrowth. Leon bursts out, panting hard, a mix of exhaustion and pure relief on his face. He gasps, I am finally. Still running, huffing and puffing, he finishes his thought, here. Oof. Breaking free from the cursed forest, Leon drops to his knees, absolutely ecstatic. His eyes lock onto the distant city of Blaine, a beacon of hope after that brutal trek. He's almost there, thinking, he can finally rest, so glad they are almost to Blaine. He lets out a tired but happy sigh, Elsid's blue spirit bobbing cheerfully beside him. Elsewhere, Elmont, ever the snob, grumbles that Leon should be thanking him for not ditching him, then adds that his grumpy personality means they're splitting up. Flashback to half a month ago, Elsid and Leon were just entering this very forest, heading for Blaine. That's when Leon had his first wild camping experience, which quickly turned into a nightmare when goblins ambushed them. But through constant, brutal training, he mastered the holy sword and unleashed its hidden power, tearing through the relentless monsters. All that hardcore prep, even studying before the academy, totally paid off. And now, with Elsid fused into his blade, Leon is a force of nature, crackling with raw, blue power. This snarling goblin was just one of the many beasts Leon had to face, and he'd quickly learned not to take any of them lightly. But those were the days Leon spent deep in the forest, relentlessly grinding, turning every monster into a training dummy. He became one with the holy sword, training non-stop, even if the spirit playfully jabbed, you took 1 week longer than expected. Elsid, the holy sword itself, was impressed. 7 down in one go. Didn't see that coming. Leon, ever humble, just thanked the spirit, admitting he was finally getting the hang of it. But Elsid wasn't done pushing. Watching his precise swings, the spirit teased, though you were only able to do that. As Leon kept up his relentless practice, his movements becoming a blur of speed and precision. His footwork, especially, was on another level, all thanks to the footwork training I taught you, Elsid declared with pride. With a burning resolve, he clenched his fist, feeling the raw power surging through his veins. Yeah, he was definitely way stronger now than before he stepped foot in this forest. He closes his eyes, a quiet determination settling over his features. If it were up to him, he'd be subjugating monsters from tomorrow onwards. Elsid floats beside him, a knowing smirk on his ethereal face, remarking on his excitement. But Leon, ever pragmatic, reminds himself to hold that eagerness in check for now. The holy sword then illustrates his point, explaining that Leon still has a bowl to fill, a metaphor for the strength heavily reliant on training. Elsid emphasizes that no matter how much he trains, he can't simply fill the bowl. It would only lead to wasted efforts, a statement Leon acknowledges with a resigned, all right. Yet, despite the holy sword's words, a fierce resolve burns in Leon's eyes, sweat beading on his brow as he stares ahead. Under a brilliant, clear sky, the journey begins. With distant, ancient walls slowly coming into view. As the path winds through the serene landscape. Soon, a sprawling, fortified city emerges on the horizon, its medieval architecture nestled beside a winding river. The grand entrance, guarded by armored figures, invites travelers into its bustling heart. Inside, the city teems with life, its narrow streets filled with merchants and citizens going about their day. He lets out a sigh of relief, muttering that he's glad to have passed through the gates safely, as the Academy student of Sirs continues his journey. Beside him, the blue spirit of Elsid floats attentively, observing the bustling surroundings with a knowing gaze. This city, Leon remarks, is a thug village, huh? What? Elsid shouts, his blue aura pulsing intensely, this is a thug village. Dude, cities like this were everywhere 2 millennia ago, Elsid clarifies, it's not huge, but it's definitely not tiny either. Scanning the chaotic streets, Leon observes, and for its size, this place is seriously disorganized. He lets out a breath, realizing, man, I guess I still have a lot to learn. Elsid hovers, asking, so, where's the first stop? Leon ponders, maybe an inn. Nah, Leon corrects himself, Hunter's Guild first. No rush, but better to get my business done ASAP. Oh yeah, Elsid remembers, you mentioned wanting an adventure. Leon grins, yeah, adventuring's cool too. Elsewhere, Elmont and Chloe are seen together, their presence noted by vigilant armored figures. He's weighing his options, knowing he's not as free as a veteran adventurer, and there's no way he's getting tangled in noble power games. But in his mind, he's already there, his glowing sword tearing through monsters. The real game changer. If he's gonna be a hero, he needs to be the kind of adventurer who hunts down monsters. But first, he's got to break this seal, and that's a long road ahead. His eyes narrow, pure determination burning within him. He remembers everything he learned about Elcid, the legendary holy sword. Elcid showed up a whole year early, way before the oracle predicted, and that changes everything. He stares at the glowing, chained sword, its immense power held back. Most of Elcid's holy sword powers are sealed, he realizes, because normally, a holy sword owner would be practically invincible, healing instantly, and having insane strength and luck. He's got to unlock that potential. The holy sword, a cosmic beacon of raw power, slices through the very fabric of space. Its true power capable of obliterating demonic existences, and as a bonus, its might amplifies exponentially with the user's spirit energy. But for Elcid, who's currently running on fumes, lacking that crucial aura, unlocking the holy sword's true, devastating power is still a massive hurdle. Leon, his jaw set and fist clenched, understands the undeniable truth: he has to get stronger, no matter what. His journey takes him to a towering institution, the very crucible where legends are forged. Paperwork done, mission accomplished, the clerk officially stamps his adventurer registration. The clerk, scanning the forms, also confirms his academy placement, all thanks to Miss Chloe's powerful recommendation. She then drops the bombshell: every new adventurer, no matter how powerful, starts at the bottom, D rank. Chloe drops the bomb: Leon's B rank status means he's gotta hit C rank quests to even touch an aura weapon. But hey, her recommendation is his fast pass to glory. She lays out the challenge: B rank demands aura weapon mastery, and those A rank guild forces. Forget about it, that's a whole other league, leaving Leon to process the monumental climb. A cold truth hits him: he's missing the aura requirement. It's not just having an aura weapon, it's about bending his own aura to his will, a power move he can't pull off yet. He clenches the holy sword, its electric blue glow a stark reminder of its power, a blade whispered to be able to slice through eternity, and he feels the weight of its potential. This is it, the genesis of a superhuman, he thinks, but the mind-blowing part: this insane power is just the B rank entry fee, leaving him utterly stunned. His eyes flash with a hint of blue, a silent question burning within him: just how ridiculously powerful are the A and S ranks? Elsewhere, a massive, lion-maned beast of a man, scarred and eye-patch wearing, growls, observing that the proportions are surprisingly humanoid, a chilling assessment. This beast-like entity is chillingly seated at a shadowy table, with Elmont and other ominous figures, plotting in the dark. The lion-maned figure's scarred face and single, blazing eye radiate raw power and ancient cunning, a truly terrifying presence. Dive into the ancient world of the High Elves, where two enigmatic figures stand, one radiating ethereal grace, the other shrouded in mystery. While the very spirit of Elcid, a glowing blue entity, hovers, bearing witness to the profound history of their kind. But back in the present, Leon is absolutely blown away by some incredible craftsmanship, exclaiming: seriously, whoever made this is a genius. It's so good. A sharp-eyed receptionist, catching his momentary lapse, asks, something wrong? He brushes it off instantly: nah, it's nothing. With a slight smile, she wraps things up, declaring, okay, then. Your registration is officially complete. But there's a catch, a big one, as she lays down the law: to become a real adventurer, you gotta take on one mission, totally free of charge. A document slides across the counter, sealing his fate. It clicks for Leon, the harsh reality sinking in: so, no rewards means it's basically free labor. He double-checks: rewards, and she gives him the blunt truth: yep. The receptionist lays down the law: you want to be an adventurer? You need guild acknowledgement, and yeah, there's a price for that, she grins. But Leon's not having it, his thoughts screaming that the world's never fair anyway, a frustrated "shut up," barely contained as he glares at the implications. The sky is absolutely pristine, bathed in a brilliant, almost blinding light. But down below, a stunning, ancient town clings to the hills, its architecture screaming history and mystery. And the water under that epic bridge? It's flowing so smoothly, mirroring the ancient stones like a perfect reflection. Then, a shadowy stone archway looms, beckoning into a dark tunnel, a mysterious path to who knows where. Suddenly, someone splashing through the shallow water, every step a loud, echoing splash. Water's churning around his boots, but he just keeps pushing forward, absolutely relentless. His eyes are absolutely blazing crimson as he lets out a sharp grunt, then drops a bombshell: this is his first time ever battling a spirit. He strides off, a glowing blue orb trailing right beside him, and the orb drops some serious wisdom: his sword's tech is way beyond just basic duels. Pushing his limits in intense training, a voice cuts through the air, declaring that to escape these beasts, he needs to outpace them, asserting that nothing beats battling every type of monster, including the airborne ones, for ultimate growth. With his blade blazing, Leon fires back, questioning if that's really the kind of wisdom a holy sword should be dropping. Elcid, the sassy blue spirit, shrugs off his protest, reminding him that it's his own fault for signing up for bag cleaning duty just days ago, which earns him a frustrated, ugh, from Leon. Elsewhere, a massive, scaly beast with burning red eyes unleashes a primal roar, its fangs glinting menacingly. Unstoppable, Leon charges in, his radiant blade tearing through the monster horde. Then, a beat. He stops, a curious look on his face, and lets out a quiet, Elcid's voice snaps him back, pointing out a distant threat. Elcid, check it. Is that thing way in the back? Amidst the swarm, Leon locks onto the bigger beast, as Elcid grumbles, seriously, it hasn't even been 3 days, dude. This formidable foe is no ordinary beast, it's an evolved species, a monster that's lived for ages and powered up big time, now staring down Leon. His powerful mentality. It's unyielding. It won't bend to noble blood, families, or even fate itself. Or maybe, just maybe, he's got some secret power, something beyond all known resources. He's asking what's the big deal, they're just like hobgoblins, right? But this isn't just any monster. This is an evolved species, way more dangerous than its regular counterparts. The bigger the horn, the smarter the brain, the stronger the ability. It's a terrifying equation. A crimson aura pulses around it, screaming raw, untamed power. Elcid challenges him, can you tell what kind of ability it has? It'd be good for you to experience it firsthand. But then, Elcid drops a bombshell. Unfortunately, that particular ability is useless against this thing. He's asking what Leon means by that. Then, Elcid manifests it. A small, glowing, cross-shaped object, a holy weapon. His will to prove his convictions, not some greedy desire for gold or fame, allows him to wield the holy sword. Its ability. Revealed as Curse. A terrifying, winged beast with razor-sharp claws erupts into a frenzied attack, its shriek tearing through the air. Then, a blinding, reddish-purple energy explodes from the beast, unleashing the devastating Curse of Pestilence, a power that could wipe out anything in its path. But Leon is faster, a blur of motion as he slams his sword into the incoming curse, shattering its momentum with a deafening impact. Yet, the beast is relentless, towering over him with menacing red eyes, its voice a chilling growl, you met the wrong opponent. Hand over. Too late. The monster snatches him up, its iron grip crushing as he desperately cries out, your horn. Meanwhile, a world away from the chaos, under a serene, cloud-streaked sky, a magnificent, towering structure stands proudly, its banner waving in the wind. The intricate details and golden crest hint at immense power and prestige, a stark, almost unsettling contrast to the brutal fight that just unfolded. He slams a massive, bulging sack onto the counter, its contents shifting with a heavy thud. The receptionist, caught off guard, snaps her head up, her eyes practically popping out at the sheer size of the bag. Peering into the depths, she lets out a shocked gasp, it's nothing but ratmen tails. Her jaw drops as she processes the sheer volume, a mind-boggling 23 kilograms of tails. Watching her stunned expression, Leon coolly calculates that he must have taken down a whopping 230 ratmen. And just when she thought it couldn't get any crazier, he casually mentions he has even more to sell. He then pulls out a handful of ratmen teeth and claws, asking if these random trophies are worth anything, since he just grabbed them with the rest. The receptionist lets out a tiny, shocked gasp, then quickly regains her composure, confirming their value. Her hands fly across the counter, counting out a hefty stack of coins for the massive haul. The receptionist is still reeling from the sheer volume of monster parts, but Leon just shrugs, muttering about the haul being mostly copper, with a few silver and gold pieces. This guy's got a powerful mentality that won't bend to noble blood, family, or even fate itself. Her jaw practically drops, as she gasps, you're the first person to pull off this much on their very first commission. Barely able to contain her shock, she repeats how impressed she is, and he just plays it cool, is that so? Her voice still buzzing with amazement, she confesses she'd have been shocked if he'd only hunted ratmen. Then, her face completely blown away, she drops the real bombshell, but to think that you hunted 4 evolved ones. Blushing and clasping her hands, she gushes over him, marveling at his youth and declaring his feat so amazing. But even with all the hype, he's clearly wiped out, sweat dripping as he fights to stay awake. The receptionist, finally pulling herself together, congratulates him, announcing that he's officially registered as an adventurer. A wooden chest dramatically opens, revealing a gleaming badge, the ultimate symbol of the city's highest rank. Clutching his brand new, super rare adventure badge, he's already asking the big questions, can I use this thing anywhere? The receptionist confirms, but drops a bombshell, it's super rare to get a badge this high ranked on your first go, and he's just like, wait, what? This isn't just any badge, it's a system designed to stop adventurers from cherry-picking only the easy or fun quests. As he takes in the chaotic energy of the guild hall, it all clicks into place for him. He looks down at the badge, with his little blue spirit buddy floating right there, and it's clear this thing is a big deal. This little piece of metal is the ultimate proof. Proof that he's officially graduated from academy student to total adventure boss. Still looking a bit worried, the receptionist tells him that if any quest comes up that he hates or just can't handle, he needs to tell her immediately. She's honest about her limited power, but vows to help him out as much as she possibly can. He ponders the weight of his new adventurer status. Striding out of the massive guild building. Suddenly, the glowing blue form of Elsid pops up next to him. Pointing out that the receptionist seemed totally smitten, thinking Leon was some kind of holy knight. Elsid then challenges him, asking why he'd ever take on a low-paying, super hard commission. Leon flashes back to the receptionist's words, remembering how holy knights were legendary figures appointed to save everyone. The spirit agrees, saying she's not wrong, since a true hero is basically a holy knight anyway. Leon groans, knowing he can't just drop the bombshell truth on her. He freaks out, imagining the receptionist, the one in charge of the hero, totally losing it and telling everyone. A powerful mentality, one that refuses to bend to noble bloodlines or even irrational fate itself. Is fueled by the sheer will to prove convictions, not just chase gold and fame. He eyes a poster, thinking the receptionist could become a guild legend in decades, as Elsid snorts that she could probably crush commissions solo. Helping out the little elephant creatures, he realizes it's just like helping anyone else, and a quiet thanks slips out for handling the annoying stuff. Strolling off, his mind races to the future, knowing he's gotta bounce for a bit, because a higher rank beats the commoner grind any day. His face hardens with resolve. While Elsid's spirit hovers close. Making him wonder if B rank is even enough, and how long it'll take to get there. The spirit practically screams his thoughts back, confirming B rank is the target, a blazing goal now locked in. His eyes blaze with fresh resolve, his path forward crystal clear. What? Leon demands, his eyes burning with ambition. I wanted to hit B rank in just 1 year of training. But a chilling voice cuts him off. Yeah, that's not happening, even if it's just for practice. Suddenly, a colossal, furious blue monster spirit erupts into existence. Its enraged voice shaking the very air. I can't believe my successor is just grinding out monsters to climb the ranks. This is a disgrace, the spirit bellows. Yet Leon, ever the pragmatist, can only shrug. Hey, it still made us a decent chunk of change. What kind of reasoning is that? Elsid's furious roar echoes, absolutely beside himself. Leon stares down a glowing blue orb, and a voice booms, I wanted to take it slow, only teaching you for half a year, but that's not gonna work. The blue spirit, Elsid, absolutely explodes with light, his frustration boiling over as he shouts, even though this is part of the training, this is a disgrace. Leon just looks down, a slight frown on his face, as Elsid keeps going, I can't believe my successor is content to just rise up in ranks. A flicker of annoyance crosses Leon's face, a cartoonish memory of his younger self and a tiny mouse-like creature flashing through his mind, as Elsid practically screams, what kind of reasoning is that? You need to get as strong as possible. The spirit's words conjure a terrifying vision, a colossal, red-scaled dragon, absolutely radiating immense, ancient power. Elsid, still glowing with fervent energy, keeps pushing his point, his expression absolutely stern. Elsid's demands escalate, pushing him to conquer even a dragon, a challenge so immense it makes him reel. He's utterly flabbergasted, facing down a trio of monsters, including a lightning-fast, mouse-like foe. But Elsid's voice cuts through, recognizing his mastery of basic swordplay and footwork, igniting a fierce determination in Leon's glowing eyes. He's a blur of motion in the forest, his sword carving luminous arcs through the air as he trains. Elsid reveals the secret to true power, real, brutal fights. And Leon dives in, his blade a streak of pure energy. The ethereal Elsid, radiating a brilliant blue aura, unveils the ultimate hero's privilege, absorbing the very power of fallen monsters. Now deep in a dungeon, Leon clashes with grotesque goblin-like beasts, his glowing sword a beacon of might, as he connects the dots to Elsid's teachings on monster mana. The battle rages, and a powerful realization hits him, he's not just fighting, he's evolving. He drops a bombshell, the training methods of a legendary family, combined with his own, are hero-making gold. And get this, his ancestor could literally absorb monster power and turn it into pure, raw aura. And just to prove it, a hand, rocking a royal gauntlet, shoots out, blazing with insane blue energy. The energy goes wild, forming a supercharged, glowing fist, showing off just how busted this skill can be. He keeps going, dropping the bomb that now that his hero ancestor is gone, he knows this secret because his ancestor went full beast mode, subjugating monsters, like this creepy rat thing. But get this, those jealous nobles totally hid this OP skill, stopping him from ever using it. Leon's just soaking it all in. Then he drops the real challenge, 1,000 weak rat men. Not even close to enough to test this power. He's talking about high-ranking demons and dragons, people. He warns that even with Leon's system knowledge, he won't just instantly master this skill, especially with a giant, fiery dragon staring them down, talk about a future boss fight. Leon whips around, eyes bugging out, totally shocked. Hold up, you weren't actually serious about this, were you? His mentor's dead serious, of course not, leaves Leon absolutely floored by the sheer magnitude of the power he's about to unleash. As the conversation deepens about his incredible new power, Elcid lays it bare: the holy sword isn't some glorified cleaning tool. Why would Leon even think of using it for something as basic as purifying air or washing things? Leon, flashing back to his grimy origins, remembers begging Elsa to purify him right after crawling out of the sewers, a thought that clearly gets a rise out of the spirit. Elcid's form practically crackles with renewed intensity, his resolve sharpening as he gears up to push Leon to his absolute limits. Feeling the shift in Elcid's demeanor, Leon can't help but ask, why is he so obsessed with him hunting dragons? Elcid's answer is blunt and to the point: they're heading to the Titan Mountain Range, no questions asked. Leon's jaw practically drops. That place is a no-go zone even for the toughest hunters, a legendary land where giants roam. But Elcid isn't done yet, casually dropping the bombshell that Leon will eventually have to dive into a demon realm, a place where even legendary holy swords have been utterly annihilated. Even with the sheer terror of it all, Elcid coolly insists that these insane trials will actually be super helpful in the long run. With a mischievous glint, Elcid throws down the gauntlet: their next mission? Get to that death trap land within 6 months. What does Leon say? Leon's mind reels, but Elcid's spirit cuts through the doubt, declaring that his powerful mentality won't break for noble blood, family, or even fate itself. Elcid presses on: it's not about playing their game, it's about Leon's burning will to prove his convictions, not some petty desire for gold or fame. The holy sword flares with blinding blue power, its light exploding as Elcid's words hit with undeniable force. Leon's gaze is locked, his face set as the spirit booms: I am the holy sword. Leon takes it all in, ready for whatever comes next, and Elcid grins, knowing things just got seriously interesting. Then, with a chilling smirk, Elcid drops the bomb: let's start the hell training now then. Leon's jaw hits the floor, utterly stunned. The view pulls back, revealing a grand building, its banner snapping in the crisp, blue air. The guild hall stands tall, ready for another day of monster-slaying action. Leon rolls up, and a burly guild member immediately challenges him, asking if he's ready to take down more ratmen today. A shadowy figure in a green cloak scoffs at the nickname Cat, but can't deny the mountain of ratmen Leon has already piled up. The trio moves on from the guild entrance, their discussion still buzzing. Inside the guild, Leon can't help but smirk, his new nickname, Cat, officially sticking. He slams a heavy bag onto the counter, a satisfying thud echoing through the hall. Chloe, ever observant, checks out his loot, noting the surprisingly low count, and Leon just shrugs in agreement. He explains his dilemma: ratmen are scarce, and even the ones he does find are too scared to fight. The receptionist listens intently as Leon ponders if the ratmen are actually hiding from him, his growing legend already striking fear into their hearts. The receptionist flashes a knowing smile, admitting she's been extra careful with his commissions because of his growing legend. She'd seen it coming, the day his fame would make normal commissions a headache. That's why she meticulously vetted his available commissions, making sure there were no surprises. He quickly scans the stack of documents. He leans in for a closer look, and one commission immediately catches his eye. This commission document is ancient, a clear sign of just how unpopular it truly is. And then it hits him: it's never even been attempted, a fresh challenge he can't resist. A spark ignites in his eyes, and he boldly announces, I'll take on this commission. The mission: rock slime subjugation. Hidden beneath the fortress walls, a silent, insidious threat is eating away at everything. These rock-eating monsters are a massive problem. If they're not dealt with, the fortress walls are going to crumble, and everyone knows it. Meanwhile, Leon's checking out a new commission, and it's from the defense captain of Blanc. He's already got a smirk on his face. No way that captain can pull a fast one on him now, he thinks, looking totally confident. Outside the guild, Leon's got the commission in hand, and a guard is just staring, totally confused by what's happening. The guard's jaw drops. Rock slime subjugation, he blurts out, I haven't even tried that one. He's completely shocked. How is that even possible, he demands, as Leon just coolly hands over the official commission, like it's no big deal. The guard's totally baffled, muttering about the guild and how this has to be some kind of screw-up, he just can't wrap his head around it. But Leon's just thinking, did that new adventurer who wiped out the rats do an even better job than I thought? He's already strategizing. A guild member, absolutely hyped, can't believe anyone would pass up adventure, calling them totally pathetic. Then, he pivots, showering Leon with wild praise, shouting about how amazing he is and how the guild needs more adventurers just like him. Leon just keeps walking, but the guild member yells after him, demanding to know if he doesn't think so too. Leaving the guild's chaos, Leon steps into a shadowy, stone corridor, where the air hangs heavy with damp earth and ancient dust. The guild member's words still ring in his ears, promising even more grind if he performs well. Elcid, the blue spirit, floats beside him, a silent observer as Leon processes his new mission, sensing this whole thing might be a real headache. Checking out the gnarly, debris-covered floor, Leon instantly thinks, perfect for footwork training. He realizes this dirty, tricky ground forces him to stay sharp, making it an awesome spot to master his balance. Basically, this whole place is a hardcore training ground for his footwork. Then, it hits him like a lightning bolt, and he stops dead in his tracks with a sudden, urgent thought. He pushes deeper into the dungeon's stone corridors, the silence amplifying every subtle sound of his advance. Then, his sharp eyes lock onto something strange, and he instantly knows, there are 3 of them. Elcid's voice cuts through, demanding he activate his vision, and questioning how these things could have been missed if they were just normal rock slimes. Nodding at the undeniable logic, Leon extends a hand, making contact with the innocuous-looking stone. Then, in a flash of raw power, he absolutely demolishes the rock. The sheer force of the blow sends a shockwave, cracking the entire surface. But his shock quickly morphs into bewilderment. How could a mere rock just materialize like that? He whips his head to Elcid, who pulses with energy, just as a chilling, guttural cry rips through the air. No time to think. Leon instantly unleashes a devastating strike on the glowing, crackling green slime that just appeared. He slams into the monster with a thunderous crash. A grimace twists his features as the truth hits him. Is this why they call it a rock slime? He grits out, the challenge clear in his eyes. Elcid's voice cuts through the silence, a sharp command, Leon, in front of you. Just as commanded, Leon confronts a grotesque green slime, its squishy form quivering with a strange energy. No hesitation. He unleashes a devastating sword strike, his blade erupting with raw, crackling blue lightning. The strike lands with explosive force, sending the monster reeling, its form distorting from the sheer impact. Elcid's internal monologue continues, a question hanging in the air, is this? While Leon's face sets like stone, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes, his jaw tight with unyielding will. Elcid's voice drops, a hint of a smirk in his words, you probably already know this. His spectral blue form manifesting behind the creature, as he delivers the final verdict, it's the sheer weakness of its magic core. Elcid's voice booms, dropping a crucial intel bomb, destroy the core at the center. And the slime itself will be obliterated, no matter its other insane abilities. He watches the cluster of green slimes, their forms pulsing with sinister energy. A closer look reveals countless rock fragments embedded within the slime's gelatinous body, making them like several layers of armor protecting the core, a genius, brutal defense for a monster. Leon's mind races, instantly grasping the deadly implications. No wonder adventurers bail on these things, he mutters, as Leon's gaze hardens, ready for the challenge. Then, with a lightning-fast, surgical strike, Leon's blade carves through the slime, exposing its pulsating, vulnerable core. Elcid's voice cuts through, revealing the truth, those rock fragments aren't just armor, they're a tactical compensation for its weakness, transforming it into a monster that's basically wielding weapons. Leon stands poised, his sword now blazing with a fierce light, fully prepared to unleash hell on these weaponized slimes. The green slime monsters are here, bubbling and squelching on the damp ground, ready to strike. He's learned their weaknesses, and now he's ready. Blade sheathed, he stands poised, eyes locked on the slimes with laser focus. Suddenly, he explodes into action. His sword ignites with a blinding blue lightning aura, tearing through the air straight for the slime. He slams down, the ground shattering from the force, as the slime monster gets absolutely rocked. His hand grips the hilt, the blade still buzzing with raw blue power, always ready for the next insane combo. He stares down his enemies, amber eyes burning with pure determination, his glowing sword a blazing testament to his unstoppable power. He's acutely aware that dodging every single attack is just not an option. Those rock fragments inside the slime are a massive headache, and the clock is ticking fast. He eyes the gap, thinking he could just close in, and end this whole thing in a couple of hits. But the slime's defenses are just too beefy to brute force his way through. Absolutely not, that's a dead end. He has to find a way to slice straight to the core. Is cutting it the only option? Suddenly, Elcid's voice blasts into his head, telling him to use the holy sword to pierce through empty space. Leon explodes into action, his blade blazing with blue energy, targeting the slime. The blade slices right through the monster, but the real challenge is its constantly shifting core, making a direct hit almost impossible. A fierce grin cuts across his face, sweat beading as he locks onto the challenge. Elcid, the holy sword, floats beside him, dropping a truth bomb. A crisis could be an opportunity too, huh? The slime's rock-hard defenses briefly open up, creating a window for its deadly rock barrage. He mentally calculates how mana flow could halt the rocks, while Elcid, ever the strategist, cuts to the chase. So you're saying you can pierce through empty space and obliterate its core? Leon, impressed, can't help but ask. Elcid, with an air of absolute confidence, responds, of course. With a decisive flick, Leon grips his blade, ready to unleash hell. Alright, then. Blue energy explodes around him as he winds up for the ultimate strike, shouting, let's give it a try. The colossal green slime monster quivers, completely oblivious to the devastating blow about to tear through its defenses. Forget bloodlines, forget fate. This guy's mentality is unbreakable, fueled by pure conviction, not some lame quest for gold or glory. His eyes ignite with pure fire, locked onto the target. He's a blur. Sword flashing down. One wrong move, 1 millisecond off. And he's the one getting hit. Boom. Direct hit on the core. He knew they sense everything by vibration. So he's moving like a ghost, 0 vibration. The core's cracking. It's working. He's got that look in his eyes, he knows he can do this. He can do this. Elcid's words echo in his mind, no room for error, especially with his footwork. His face contorts with raw determination. Eyes locked onto the prize. A powerful impact sends him reeling, rock fragments exploding around him. But he grits his teeth, a guttural cry escaping him as he digs in, refusing to yield. A blinding, sweeping arc of pure energy erupts from his form, delivering a devastating, pinpoint strike. The rock slime's core screams with raw power, a furious crimson light blazing from its depths. As the ultimate, shattering blow lands. He's still going, pushing past his limits. Green energy explodes around him as he unleashes some insane footwork. But even with all that power, he's still huffing and puffing, struggling against these annoying green slimes. The effort is real. Suddenly, the blue spirit pops up, dropping a truth bomb. Dude, I knew your magic sucked, but your movement. Seriously? Leon's like, what are you even talking about? The spirit drops the bombshell, that move you just pulled. That's the level 2 footwork technique. Leon's jaw drops. The spirit keeps going, spilling the tea that level 2 is all about nailing balance on flat ground and cutting down on recoil and vibration. Basic stuff, apparently. He lays it down, if there's anything else on the ground, you better know how to use it. Whether it's an ice floor, or even a boiling steel floor, you gotta adapt. Bottom line. Mastering the environment is the ultimate secret to this footwork technique. He's not just talking about moves, he's talking about a mindset. A powerful mentality that crushes noble bloodlines, defies families, and laughs in the face of fate itself. You gotta be so adaptable, you turn every disadvantage into your ultimate weapon. Elcid's spirit form flickers, a challenge in his voice, asking if Leon has ever pulled off such a feat by pure luck. He snaps into a perfect stance, a masterclass in motion, showing how to lock down your position, then instantly adapt and shift when the world tries to knock you off balance. Leon's trying to keep up, a bit clunky, but Elcid's watching, reminding him that even when everything's against you, this footwork is your lifeline. Elcid's eye burns with intensity, realizing Leon's been stuck on beginner mode, only knowing how to move on perfect, flat ground. But to truly master it, you need to drop your center of gravity and move like a phantom. He presses on, emphasizing that in a place where your center of gravity is low, you gotta move like a whole new person. He drives the point home, you need to move in a way that perfectly suits that specific environment. And just like that, Leon drops his center of gravity, feeling an instant, undeniable comfort in his movements, a vibrant blue aura flaring around his feet as he practices. He's all ears as Elcid drops a bombshell. This intense training is just level 2, the absolute basics. No wonder he's struggling, but Elcid isn't letting him off the hook. Leon, looking absolutely spent but still fired up, hears Elcid lay it down, hammering home that he's still just a rookie. The glowing blue spirit just floats there, a smug grin plastered on its face, taunting, seriously, this is what passes for beginner level. Unbelievable. Leon's jaw drops, a sudden realization hitting him, as Elcid casually drops another truth bomb. Hold up, on second thought, you can't just rely on basic footwork to dodge their attacks. Leon's face contorts in pure shock as Elcid keeps going. Nope, good footwork alone won't cut it for dodging these guys. The spirit throws its hands up, driving the point home. Forget dodging. You gotta use your whole body, shift your center of gravity, and block those hits. Leon's face twists in pure annoyance, the difficulty of this beginner training hitting him hard, as Elcid casually drops another rule, and stop with just the thrusts. Elcid, pushing him to the limit, keeps instructing, nail the timing, and you can actually slash them down. Leon's face is a storm of frustration and confusion, as Elcid delivers the final, mind-bending instruction, and never trust a situation with just 1 or 2 enemies. Pushed to his absolute breaking point, Leon unleashes a primal scream, practically begging for the demonic sword to just end him already. But Elcid, completely unfazed, just drops some cold truth. This brutal training is for Leon's own benefit, promising that future battles will be a cakewalk if he just gets through this. Yet, as Leon battles through the shimmering green energy, he can't help but scream, I'm not even at level 1. Why level 2 already? But Elsa just scoffs, unimpressed, and barks, how are you struggling by my standards? Get up. This is the legend of the overpowered sword, forged by a mentality that shatters noble bloodlines, defies fate, and bends to no one. It's about proving convictions, not chasing gold or fame. And as two guards watch, a cloaked figure emerges from the depths of a training area. 3 weeks straight, one guard mutters, what time did he even go in today? Before 9 a.m., the other replies, before the second shift even started. He's a machine, that kid, the first guard marvels, so young, so dedicated. But he used to come back with nothing. But now? Now he's hauling in filled bags, even though rock slime rewards are trash. Oh, he's out, one guard shouts, stunned. Heavy steps echo. Revealing a young man, shirt torn, face etched with pure exhaustion. Hauling two massive, bulging bags, the spoils of his relentless grind. The mustached guard declares, today's the last day. His words hanging in the air as his younger comrade takes it all in, repeating, today's the last day. Leon, having absolutely crushed his training, reports that he's completely wiped out the slimes near the walls, casually mentioning that rock slimes are way slower breeders than rat men, so they don't even need to pay him for this round. He points to the bags, overflowing with the final remnants of the rock slimes, then coolly requests they update the Adventurer Guild about his completed training. As he walks off, the mustached guard can only stare, utterly bewildered, Leon's mind already racing, with this. Stepping out with purpose, he wonders if he's truly ready for what comes next. His companion's voice echoes, reminding him of the raw power he's amassed from crushing those rock slimes. A power now primed and ready to explode. Elsid's voice booms, confirming the moment has arrived, his first real level up. Then, a massive surge of energy explodes around him as the system screams, level up. Some time later, back in the quiet of his room. He sits, a small, blue spirit floating nearby, pondering just how fast he's leveled up. The spirit, glowing with faint energy, admits it expected him to need far more power, especially from non-magical creatures, but his growth has absolutely shattered all expectations. Staring down at the pulsating orb. The spirit drops the news, he's hit the minimum power to level up. And with aura, he's about to explode with power. The glowing blue spirit scrutinizes him, blown away by how much faster he's leveling up than literally anyone else. Leon, with that intense gaze, just cuts to the chase, prepared. This is a huge deal, especially compared to the privileged kids from famous families like Leon's, who get blessings and open circulatory systems from day one, basically starting the game on easy mode. And these elite heirs? They supercharge their aura with crazy powerful elixirs, making their power skyrocket even further. So yeah, social status isn't just about money, it's about raw power, too, a brutal truth in this world. But even with the deck stacked against him, Leon stands tall with the spirit, ready to absolutely crush it and prove everyone wrong. Developing an aura without a baptism was once an impossible feat for someone like him. Elsid reveals, dropping a bombshell, forcing open a circulatory system usually means absorbing deadly impurities and a fatal recoil. But here's the kicker, Leon has been absorbing mana this entire time. Now, the holy sword itself steps up, offering its incredible power. Vowing to shield his circulatory system and heal him simultaneously. Yet, even with this ultimate protection, the internal battle is brutal. And Elsid delivers the stark truth, Leon will still face excruciating pain. One slip, one moment of lost consciousness, and the baptism is a bust. The holy sword declares, putting the entire weight of success on Leon's raw willpower, which he meets with an intense, burning gaze. His mind, a fortress unyielding to noble blood, family ties, or even the whims of fate, was about to face its ultimate trial. This wasn't about gold or glory, it was about the sheer, unshakable will to prove his convictions, standing tall amidst a sea of glowing, spectral blades. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath escapes him as a single, blinding sword of light plunges straight down. His eyes wide with a mix of awe and trepidation, he could only question, swords, of light. But there was no time for answers as a literal storm of them came screaming down, a blinding, shimmering cascade. Then, a cataclysmic impact. A blinding, all-consuming flash of blue energy detonates. A primal scream rips from his throat as he collapses, clutching his chest, the sheer force of the energy tearing through him. Leon's scream was pure, unadulterated agony, blood already seeping from his lips as the pain reached unbearable levels. His entire body seizes as blinding, crackling blue lightning explodes around him, consuming him whole. The energy roars, a deafening hum that vibrates through the very air, shredding his clothes as it courses through every cell of his body. The ethereal swords of light are still coming down, relentlessly, piercing the very air with their intense glow. Whooshing past as even more appear. Their numbers multiplying with every single second. Leon, absolutely engulfed in crackling blue energy, hunches over, letting out a raw, pained grunt as the ritual's power absolutely courses through him. He grinds his teeth, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his eyes now blazing with a fierce, crimson light. An unseen observer watches, a swirling orb of raw energy nearby, absolutely marveling at his sheer resilience. To think you'd withstand 10 swords? Leon collapses to the ground, absolutely surrounded by countless light swords and a roaring surge of blue energy. His hand glowing intensely as the power hums and vibrates within him. A single, brilliant light sword shines, signaling a profound change. Leon's aura is awakening. From a high window, Elsid observes his ethereal form glowing against the city lights. The undeniable presence of a man whose convictions shatter all limits has finally emerged. Leon's eyes blaze with raw power, as he feels an incredible flow surge through his very being. His aura explodes outwards, a blinding manifestation of his awakened strength. He shouts, feeling an immense power, far beyond anything he's ever known. Convinced he can conquer anything. But a sharp voice instantly cuts him off. You're mistaken. Leon's triumphant grin falters, the words hitting him hard. A blinding bolt of pure energy rips through the void. As Elsid, utterly captivated, declares the display truly amazing. Even he, a prodigy of immense talent, admits this power surpasses his own, blowing past all expectations. But his voice sharpens with disappointment, demanding to know why the other seems so unhappy, reminding him that true growth comes only from facing stronger foes. If the baptism truly worked, then this challenge should be a triumph, not a setback. The problem isn't the power, it's the mindset. That distant, disappointed look betrays everything. The baptism didn't suit him. And then, the bombshell, I am Roderick, the Holy King. But Leon is different. An exception. Now, prove it to yourself. Because if you can't even grasp what's happening, you're nothing but weak. His spirit form pulses with raw power, driving home every single word. The sheer energy radiating from him almost overwhelming. Elsid's voice boomed, declaring Leon's mentality as an unyielding force, a will that defied noble lineage, family ties, and even destiny itself. It was a conviction fueled by purpose, not by the petty desires of wealth or glory. But then, a stark warning, Leon was still just a kid, barely scratching the surface of his true power. A long road lay ahead, Elsid insisted, and Leon, surprisingly, agreed, a quiet understanding settling over him. But still, a thought lingered, a question unasked. His physical abilities hadn't changed, not yet, but the raw energy, the sheer power, was practically vibrating from his hands. The energy was surging, coursing through every fiber of his being. He'd never felt anything like it, a power so immense it felt like it was bursting from his very soul. He tried to make sense of it all, this incredible new power. Elsid's voice cut through his thoughts, a chilling warning, focus only on power, and its flaws would swallow him whole. Elsid knew he was happy, but then came the real challenge, what would he do with it? Did he even grasp the true meaning of what he now held? He lays out the facts, 5 conventional attributes dominate humanity, wood, motion, metal, fire, earth. But then drops the bombshell, his own attribute isn't one of them, and get this, Leon's aura is an identical match. A beat of pure shock hangs in the air before Leon bursts out, the same as yours. Elsid just gives a cool, yeah. Then comes the epic reveal of this shared, potent power. Leon's aura is the sun attribute, blazing with pure light and heat. And this isn't just any attribute, he clarifies, it's the absolute pinnacle, the highest level of pure brilliance. The truth slams into Leon, his eyes blowing wide as he feels an undeniable, explosive surge of power, a full-blown level up rocking his core. The blue spirit drops a bombshell, Leon's aura, it's got the sun attribute. Pure light and heat, radiating immense power. And the spirit drops another bombshell, this isn't just any attribute, it's the top grade, representing pure brilliance. Leon's mind is blown. He's practically vibrating with excitement, pumping his fist in the air. A faint, electric blue aura crackles around his arm, a visible manifestation of his power. He can barely contain himself, shouting out the incredible truth, he's got the same attribute as the legendary hero. But before Elsid can even get to the main event, Leon's status window explodes into view. S-Class Weapon Master, Level 223, insane stats, and a brand new Sun's Blessing skill. This guy is a powerhouse. A monumental shift rips through him, upgrading him from just martial excellence to a full-blown martial body. He can feel the raw power surging, this is a whole new level. And get this, he just learned aura, and it's already level 3. The spirit drops another bombshell, explaining that he can use aura because he literally learned how to use aura, and Leon's status window is blowing up. The spirit can barely believe it either, he can actually use aura. And it's not just level 3, he's way beyond that. Leon's mind is racing, is this for real? But wait, there's more. The spirit reveals his spiritual body just hit stage 2, all thanks to his meridians finally opening up. And then, the ultimate offer, the spirit wants to teach him some insane swordsmanship techniques, sending Leon's excitement through the roof. He clenches his fist, absolutely buzzing with excitement. The idea of training with the legendary hero Roderick is electrifying, and the spirit, just as hyped, asks if they should just dive right in. Leon, a little overwhelmed by the spirit's sheer intensity, can only think, whoa, you are seriously fired up, aren't you? The spirit reveals he's been waiting centuries for this, but there's a critical piece of info Leon needs to know first, as a mysterious nighttime townscape flashes into view. His blue, ethereal form glows with an intense, serious aura. And he dramatically points towards the projected town, declaring that their enemies are lurking there. Leon's face twists in pure shock, a single, stunned word escaping him. The quiet townscape lingers, a silent promise of unseen dangers. As the spirit clarifies, his words dropping like a bombshell, that these are none other than the hero's archenemies. A brilliant blue light pulses from his hand as Elsa drops another bombshell, revealing the hero's true enemies, the traitors who are actively poisoning this world. By handing it over to otherworldly entities, dismissing them as mere insects that constantly infest the hero's path through every age. A terrifying, demonic silhouette solidifies in the shimmering projection, and Leon gasps, desperate to know their name. The projected face twists with raw, unadulterated malice. Elcid finally gives them a name, declaring that if he absolutely needs one, they are demons, a group of pure evil. But then, the chilling warning, there's absolutely no way he can face them right now. But a fierce resolve burns in Leon's eyes. He clenches his fist, a fire in his gaze, proclaiming he just has to get stronger. Elcid, watching, realizes the heroic spirit is already igniting within him. And with a knowing smile, Elcid confirms, he's already becoming a hero. Elcid lays it all out, declaring that Leon's powerful mentality won't bow to noble blood, family, or even fate itself, and that his burning will to prove his convictions, not some petty desire for gold or fame, is the real deal. He then drops a heavy truth, the monsters might chill out for a bit, but Leon can't afford to wait around, because a true hero can't dodge the bloody, monstrous chaos that's coming. Suddenly, the vibe totally changes. We're at this epic, sun-drenched building, flags waving, a complete flip from the heavy talk we just heard. This place screams importance, like some super elite academy or royal HQ, its massive entrance just waiting for someone to walk through. And boom! Inside, a fiery red-haired woman with intense crimson eyes pops up to greet Leon, hitting him with a casual, "Did I make you wait?" The red-haired woman, with those iconic braided pigtails, starts off a little hesitant. She says, and Leon, totally unfazed, shoots back, "Something you'd rather not hear about you." He just casually drops, "Heard a little something. Guess it was pretty embarrassing, huh?" A strand of her fiery red hair falls, almost covering her expression, as she takes a beat to process that. But then, her green eyes light up, and she's all smiles, "Looks like there's another thing to congratulate you on." Leon just watches, with that tiny, glowing blue spirit floating right there, super curious. He raises an eyebrow, totally skeptical, "One more, seriously?" She just gives a little hum, confirming it. She holds out her hands, revealing a small, glowing object, "Congrats on your promotion to rank C, Sir Leon." It's a hexagonal badge, super detailed, with a huge C and the number 6 carved right into it. Leon stares at the badge in his hand, a clear hint of disappointment in his voice as he mumbles, "Only C rank?" The woman, completely chill, just replies, "Yeah, that's usually how it goes." His evaluations? Off the charts. But not for those betrayal-type slimes, surprisingly. The red-haired woman, beaming, explains that the king and guard captain's praise alone was enough to seal the deal, giving him an epic thumbs up. He stares at the C-rank badge, a hexagonal symbol of his new status, mind blown that he got promoted after just 2 missions. A tiny, glowing blue spirit hovers nearby as he coolly remarks, "Not bad." She presses on, emphasizing that this promotion means more missions, making it way easier to hunt down evil. He processes the info, then declares he's ready for more missions, and she practically shouts, "Yes. Get started now." He's already got a new paper in hand, and she watches him, amazed he's diving into new requests right after his promotion. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she muses, just how incredible he truly is. Meanwhile, Leon holds the glowing blue spirit, directly addressing it, "All right, holy sword, you're a genius, so spill it, Elcid. What's your take, Elcid?" He's checking out the requests, but he's not seeing anything that screams malice, just basic training stuff. The red-haired woman is all ears as he's thinking out loud, like, should we just grind training until we stumble on some real evil? She points to the screen, hinting that slime quests are kinda basic, but he's instantly like, "Nah, that's not it at all." His eyes narrow, a fierce resolve burning within him. And then he drops a new idea, suggesting they hit up monster requests specifically in the slums area. The moment he says, "slums," her eyes pop wide open, and she gasps out the name. She confirms his idea, but her voice is totally worried, spilling the tea that while slums are usually for the poor, the slums of Blink are a whole other level of messed up. Yeah, those dark alleys are crawling with the worst of the worst, thieves, snitches, escaped cons, smugglers, reapers, you name it, they're there. It's a total free-for-all zone, packed with criminals from every corner of the world. He's calculating, realizing that if the malice he seeks is lurking in the lawless slums, it could be his ticket, a free gift item he can chase without bureaucratic red tape. But the red-haired woman drops a bombshell, telling him there's zero requests tied to the slums. She clarifies, saying those gigs are strictly for mercenaries, not adventurers like him. A frustrated groan rips from him, a sharp "damn it" escaping his lips. She presses on, hammering home the point that adventurers steer clear of human conflicts. He knows the slums are a war zone, a total wreck after endless battles. He gets it, if he just starts poking around the slums without a solid excuse, everyone there will instantly get suspicious. With a knowing smirk, the red-haired woman then asks, "So, what about this request, Sir Leon?" She points to a document, a new mission waiting. He scrutinizes the new request, a mission to take down living armor in an abandoned mansion. The mansion itself, a decaying but imposing structure, is said to be a property that's completely off the market. The red-haired woman points out the low reward, and the scarcity of D-ranks who can even handle living armors. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he considers the challenge, his holy sword ready to tear through any living armor. The woman then drops the bombshell, the mansion is near the slums, making it a perfect training ground. He nods, the gears turning in his head, realizing the true prize, a legitimate excuse to finally enter the slums. After all, no one in their right mind would dare challenge the Adventurers Guild. Especially if it means facing a high-ranked adventurer who's not in the mood for games. Forget individual power levels. A ranks and above are total game changers, forces so immense they're controlled on a national scale. Their influence stretching far beyond just raw strength. Elsewhere, a woman with flowing reddish-brown hair flashes a soft smile. Just as Leon, looking a bit worn out, scratches the back of his head. The woman then thanks them, saying, "Thank you, kids. I'll be sure to return the favor next time," and Leon, ever the professional, just shrugs it off, "Don't sweat it. It's our job, after all." A system screen blazes to life, declaring "overpowered sword" and flashing the number 22. The text scrolls, hyping up a mentality that shatters noble bloodlines and defies fate itself, a will driven by conviction, not mere gold or fame. Elsewhere, a fiery red-haired woman with piercing green eyes coolly commands, "Grab that rock slime reward too, Mr. Leon." Clutching a hefty, lumpy bag, she grins, "The guard captain called it a little extra, but trust me, it's a fortune." Facing her, a dark-haired man with piercing yellow eyes cuts in, "Oh, and one more thing." The red-haired woman, cutting him off with a raised hand, asks, "Can I hit you with another question?" He coolly replies, "Shoot." His yellow eyes gleam with a hint of suspicion as he retorts, "You want to know about the church?" Her green eye snaps wide open in utter disbelief. He stutters, utterly floored, The church?" She coolly confirms, "Yep. Got some business to handle there." Her hand clenches into a white-knuckled fist, a fierce resolve burning in her gaze. Leon's face hardens, a silent, "I knew it," echoing in his mind as the pieces fall into place. But the church, that ancient, unyielding fortress, barely lifts a finger, even as its own holy knights bleed out on the front lines, begging for backup. Their ironclad rules come first, always. But if you dare to cross the church, if you become their enemy, that's when they move. Because for the holy knights, those who condemn the church are marked for total annihilation. These aren't just any knights, these are the holy Iron Blood Knights, the church's personal, unstoppable army. No matter what, the church will unleash them, sending them to crush anyone who stands in their way. Back at the office, the dark-haired guy just sighs, knowing how impossible this mission is. Getting a human knight in. "Forget about it," he grumbles, but the red-haired woman just snaps, "Then you're useless to me." Her words hit him like a truck, leaving him speechless, while she just processes the next move. She clenches her fist, pure resolve burning in her eyes, and declares, "Forget the holy sword. This is about the holy knight who dared to defy the church." The dark-haired guy, now totally freaking out, knows this is huge and screams, "I gotta report this now." The little blue spirit, Elsid, is all ears, locked in on the conversation. He drops some wisdom, pointing out that staying anonymous is the ultimate power move. Leon strolls through town, shrugging off the need for secrecy. "The church already knows me," he declares, "and as a low-rank hunter, I'm practically invisible to them." He lays out the plan, once the report drops, the guild will spring into action on their own terms. Elsid gets it, but Leon's mind is elsewhere, thinking he could have dropped Elsid on the church, but held back. His face hardens with resolve. Elsid's seal isn't fully broken, and there's no way he's letting them brand the holy sword a demon. Elsid pivots, asking about the fiery redhead, but Leon just brushes it off, "Not my problem." He shuts it down cold. Nope, he declares, leaving Elsid totally shocked and worried. He grips the small, intricately armored figure, its form pulsing with blue energy, realizing these living armors are just programmed constructs. Crafted from mana, their power is finite, just like Thorn's golems, pure mana sculpted into armor. No egos, no will. Just metal scraps with built-in instructions to repel invaders. Clutching the figure, he questions, doesn't a mage's magic just work on everything? But Elsid's mental voice cuts in, they just absorb mana, so that's a no-go. Even Dispel, which obliterates magic by reversing its core pillars, can't touch the stack itself. Leon's mind races, and he finally gets it, mages are useless here. Gripping a sketch of the armor, his resolve hardens, I have to find a way to deal with this. The Holy Sword can't help but wonder why these brutal simulations are still even in the academy. They're way too tough to manage, and honestly, it'd be easier to just trash them. But no, they're kept around as some kind of twisted disciplinary tool. And as he does, Leon's absolutely locked in, a crackling blue energy swirling around him as he grapples with the sheer power of these living armors. He's poring over some intel, the blue spirit beside him practically radiating annoyance. His jaw clenches as he realizes, the armor's regeneration speed is just ridiculously, abnormally high. Only 10 minutes later, a brutal simulation kicks off, showing exactly how tough these things are as a lone fighter gets absolutely hammered by a knight. The Holy Sword lays it all out, even the emulated weapons couldn't take these things down, which is exactly how living armor got its legendary nickname, Iron Arm. The blue spirit's eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within his glowing form. Clutching the spirit, Leon's eyes blaze with pure resolve, declaring they'll find a way, no matter what stands in their path. And with a powerful command, he's ready to charge ahead. Under the neon glow of the city, the night was just getting started. Strolling through the district, Leon was taken aback by the unexpected opulence, a sentiment Elsid echoed with a smirk. Slums? My ass. This place is way fancier than I thought. Totally. But then, a sudden, unsettling feeling hit him, making him snap, huh? A shiver ran down his spine as he scanned his surroundings, a chilling thought forming, something's been off since we got here. Am I being watched? Elsid, ever the wise spirit, chimed in, oh, I've got a pretty good idea what's going on. Leon's gaze sharpened, demanding, spill it. The spirit dropped the bomb, it's your aura sense, dude. Elsid flared with light, visually demonstrating the complex, far-reaching tendrils of Leon's supersensitive aura. Elsid elaborated, revealing that Leon's hypersensitive aura was basically a beacon for anyone who could sense it, making him a prime target, as three cloaked figures lurked in the shadows. Your aura picks up everything from outside. They're probably the only ones who can spot an easy mark like you around here. He crosses his arms, a deep frown etched on his face, as an unpleasant sensation washes over him now that he understands its source. The spirit confirms, I can't believe you didn't notice these sensations were people looking. Your aura sense is too narrow. He adds, most of them are from nothing but simple joy, but some of them are very strong. Looking into the shadows, he thinks, whoever they are, humans are bound to be wary of strangers. The spirit simply responds, okay. Under the watchful eye of a full moon. He finally looks up, his destination now in sight. A voice echoes, here it is. Before him stands a towering, ornate gate, its dark iron intricate against the night. His mind, a fortress unyielding to noble lineage, family ties, or even the cruel hand of fate itself. And his burning will to prove his convictions, far beyond any hunger for gold or fame, now slammed into a new reality. He breathes, for real. Stepping into the vast, echoing halls of the enigmatic structure, a ghostly, shrouded form shimmered into existence. A chilling welcome to the opulent, yet utterly desolate, interior. Now encased in gleaming plate, his gauntlet catches the faint, eerie light. The heavy metal gleamed with an almost otherworldly sheen. As his armored boots struck the patterned rug, each step a resonant beat in the profound silence. He pressed deeper into the structure, the very air around him crackling with an unseen force, a chilling whisper echoing his every move. A brilliant blue aura erupted from him, a blazing declaration of his readiness. He thinks, I guess I'm up. His armored hand clenched the hilt of his sword, the blue energy surging and crackling around it, a silent, explosive promise of the power he was about to unleash. Deep inside the ominous hall, Leon grips his sword, and it's already humming with an otherworldly glow. Elsid's spirit hovers, dropping some serious wisdom, telling him how easy they make things, but also warning him to keep their true strength under wraps when there are witnesses. A sly grin spreads across his face, and Leon's like, got it, next time I'll keep it low-key. Suddenly, a soft, metallic click. His full-plate armor just snaps into existence around him, clicking into place, instantly turning him into an unstoppable, armored juggernaut. A subtle clink as the last pieces lock down. And a deep, resonant hum vibrates from the armor, announcing he's fully geared up and ready to rumble. A massive halberd, its blade gleaming, stands impaled in the ground, an ominous presence. Behind it, an armored knight lets out a guttural roar, his form imposing and unyielding. Leon, observing the weapon, acknowledges it as a halberd, admitting to himself that it's his first time fighting against one. The blade itself is formidable, designed to crush and with a reach of 2 meters. He realizes the weapon alone covers the distance he needs to close, requiring at least 2 steps just to dodge. With a subtle shift, he begins to move. Leon charges in, locking eyes with the armored knight and its massive halberd. A deep, menacing hum of power erupts from the knight. But Leon is faster, his sword a blur of brilliant blue energy. He knows that long-range advantage means nothing if the wielder can't keep up. A whirlwind of white energy slashes rips through the air as he unleashes a devastating combo. The knight is rocked, a primal roar tearing from its helm. But it's not over. The armored foe retaliates, its halberd blazing with an ominous blue aura. Leon just smirks, knowing no mere puppet can stand against him. Then, a shocking counterattack. Blue lightning explodes from the halberd, proving that closing the distance comes with a heavy price. With the knight's magic still crackling, Leon didn't flinch, his eyes locked on his target. A steely resolve hardened his features as he declared, "This is far enough." Then, in a flash, he was gone, a blur of motion tearing towards the knight. His sword, crackling with raw power, cut a devastating arc. A deafening crack, and the knight's armor exploded into a million pieces. Shards of steel rained down, a brutal display of power. Elsid's spectral form appeared, his voice laced with surprise, "Did you use Excel?" Leon stood triumphant, the knight's armor a mere memory, and Elsid, ever the critic, chimed in, "A few minor wobbles in your sword path, but honestly, not bad at all." He held up a shimmering orb, a smirk playing on his lips as he realized, "And now that I'm an aura user, I can use it so much more naturally." He's still holding that blue glow, staring down at the knight's destroyed armor. Elsid, ever the observer, points out the obvious, this wasn't just a break, it was total annihilation. The armor pieces are just strewn everywhere, proof of his raw power. And Elsid's like, "Wait, is this even abnormal regeneration anymore?" Leon's thinking, "Yeah, maybe not," while Elsid's all over him about Excel, asking if it's some kind of speed boost. Then, a report pops up, 2 missing people, Ban-Emi and Eryu. Leon's already calculating the risks, knowing a fake report could literally cost someone their head in the guild. Leon's face gets serious, wondering who'd even risk filing something like this, and what kind of person they are. Elsid chimes in, reminding him that even a top-tier party could get wiped out up there, just to highlight how dangerous this really is. Leon's honest, he's got no clue about these missing people, but Elsid's already sniffing out a connection between them. With a resolute gaze, Leon decides he's taking this on, even if it means a few extra days. His mind, a fortress against noble bloodlines, ancient families, and even the whims of fate, was about to face its ultimate trial. Driven by pure conviction, not some petty desire for riches, he stood there, a subtle blue light pulsing nearby, as a mysterious clanking broke the silence. The ominous creak of heavy armor confirmed he wasn't alone, 2 hulking, armored sentinels lurking in the oppressive darkness. He just hummed, a silent acknowledgement of the bizarre situation, his eyes locked onto the intensifying glow. Clutching the pulsing blue orb, he demanded, "I can't see a thing. Can you crank up the brightness?" And just like that, a blinding, ethereal blade erupted into existence in his hand, its hilt blazing with raw, unadulterated power. Then, a blinding golden aura exploded with a whoosh, engulfing him entirely, the sheer brilliance forcing a gasp from his lips. He gazed, utterly mesmerized, at the magnificent, fully manifested golden sword now in his grip, whispering, "Amazing. I've never seen a sword glow just for its wielder before." The golden sword explodes with an affable light, and suddenly, unseen forces are screaming in pure agony. Leon just stares, utterly bewildered, while Elsid's blue orb hovers, watching the chaos unfold. The light's power is instant and devastating, dropping an armored guard with a sickening shriek. Then, more armored guards just crumple, their screams ripping through the air as the golden aura just melts them. Leon just stares at the pile of downed guards, totally baffled by the insane power blasting from his new sword. Another scream rips out, as the sword's radiant energy just keeps on wrecking. Another armored guard just drops, taken out by the invisible power. Leon stands in the middle of the carnage, the golden sword blazing in his hand, surrounded by the utterly wrecked guards. Then, a final golden energy blast erupts from the blade, sending another armored guard absolutely flying. His sheer willpower, a force that defied noble blood, family legacies, and even fate itself, surged through the golden blade, unleashing blinding waves of power that ripped through his attackers. A brutal, searing impact ripped through the air, as the golden energy detonated on contact. But even with that raw power, he snarled at the relentless armored figures, seeing them still launching attacks, even as they were blown back. Their movements were absolutely perfect, a terrifying display of skill, but a fierce resolve ignited in his eyes. However, that perfection was about to meet its match. Because that perfection only mattered if they were actual knights. Unleashing another explosive burst of golden light, he dared them, "How do you think those perfect movements will work on me now?" The energy slammed into another foe, and a guttural scream tore through the air. The armored figures were violently thrown back, their bodies twisting in agony, as the golden light continued its brutal, devastating work. Even as his golden power ripped through the armored foes, Leon snaps to the glowing blue orb, demanding answers from Elcid, realizing these enemies were far from ordinary. These dark, metallic monstrosities just stood there, their crimson eyes burning into his soul. They should be down, but they're not. Elcid shouts in shock, telling Leon to get his head in the game because his sun aura is the only thing that can stop this. His resolve hardening, Leon's eyes blaze with an intense blue, locking onto the threat. The armored figures scream back, their bodies twisting, as a terrifying, black smoke explodes from them, revealing something truly sinister. What is this smoke? It swirls into a terrifying, shadowy entity with burning red eyes, a pure embodiment of malevolent power. The black smoke engulfs him, and Leon feels his life force being ripped away. Elcid screams that this evil energy will drain him dry if it keeps touching him. The blue orb flares, Elcid confirming that his sun aura can resist it, but there's a catch. Elcid shouts at Leon to stay clear of the black smoke, then wonders if this dark power was the reason these foes freaked out from the holy sword's light. Elcid drops a bombshell, revealing their initial theory was only half right. If it was just evil energy, these guys would have been purified already. He explains that the holy sword would have purified them, not sent them into a frenzy. These aren't just demon-possessed foes, there's a deeper, darker secret at work here. That insane reaction to the light. It was the holy sword's power itself. Elcid's face gets super serious, his crimson eyes burning with the gravity of what he's about to drop. Then, the truth drops, they're not just armors, they're phantom armors. A terrifying, skeletal figure, wreathed in dark energy and armor, is the chilling proof of Elcid's revelation. Elcid explains these things are born from failed spirit-indwelling armor, their emptiness twisting into pure, unadulterated hatred for everything alive. Leon absorbs the dark truth, but his resolve hardens, his sword gripped tight as Elcid's glowing form floats beside him. His amber eyes lock on with fierce determination, absolutely ready to take on these terrifying phantom armors. Elcid's voice booms, dropping knowledge bombs about the ultimate mentality needed, one that defies noble blood, family, and even fate itself. A phantom armor, crackling with dark energy, looms, a terrifying visual of the enemy Elcid's talking about. And he's dropping the truth, raw power won't cut it. Just slashing these things down means they'll just keep coming back. He breaks it down, regular evil spirits eventually burn out, but phantom armors? Totally different. You gotta blast out their spirit with insane magic or purify them with holy power, snapping that connection between the armor and its dark aura. Leon, ever the strategist, points out his ace in the hole, he's got the holy sword, the ultimate holy weapon. But then he hits the snag, there are just way too many of them. Their shadowy forms just keep coming. If these are all phantom armors, then forget fighting individuals, we're talking about an entire army. Leon's mind races, picking up on something off, their weirdly uniform look. He's thinking, this can't just be a coincidence, right? He doubles down, seriously, the same armor, all high quality. No way that's a coincidence. A chilling scene unfolds as a dark, foreboding structure looms, and the terrifying truth hits, an unimaginable horde, hundreds of thousands of spirits, have invaded the city. His eyes snap open, sweat beading on his brow as the sheer scale of the disaster registers, and he can only gasp, "No way." The horrifying truth slams into him, and his voice explodes with raw anguish, that many people are dying in this city. Check out Leon, the overpowered sword user, hitting level 24 with insane stats. He's bound to his possessions, and this is just the beginning. He's got the intel on evil spirits, and their activity is surprisingly low-key. These shadowy, red-eyed fiends. They can't even travel far. They've been stuck here forever, can't even hop cities, so it's the slums or nothing for them. But even in a place of law and order, the legendary holy sword El Cid is just chilling there under the moon. He knows the slums are the only place where you can get anything you want, a brutal world ruled by money and muscle. His face hardens with resolve, he just can't let this slide. But, he admits, he's still a rookie hero, and this is way out of his league right now. Even his ultimate trump card, the holy sword El Cid, is still sealed. It's totally useless until he figures out the secret organization's motives and who they really are. Leon is absolutely grinding, his blade a blur of crackling energy as he pushes himself, ready to wrap this up and come back even stronger tomorrow. He's moving like lightning. But the holy sword El Cid, in his full armored glory, is just as quick, slamming his massive blade down with crushing power. Leon barely manages to twist away, the attack's insane speed forcing him into a desperate dodge. El Cid's sword absolutely demolishes the ground, leaving a glowing crater where Leon was a split second ago. The sheer force of that hit whips Leon's hair around him, a brutal reminder of the raw power he's up against. El Cid stands unmoving, his stance rock solid even after unleashing that devastating blow. Later, as the day winds down, the sky outside is absolutely stunning with the sunset's glow. Inside, El Cid casually mentions that the threats they've been dealing with are pretty much taken care of, and Leon just nods in agreement. He scans the training grounds. A frustrated gasp escaping him as the ethereal blue spirit hovers close. "Your blind spots, huh?" the spirit challenges. And Leon fires back, acknowledging his near-invincible vision but admitting the undeniable limits of human sight. He points out the obvious: no matter how hard he tries, he can't see what's directly behind him. And he can't always rely on having a wall at his back in a fight. The spirit then lays down the law: a third rate is a slave to circumstance, a second rate bends to it. But a first rate, the spirit declares, twists those very circumstances into their ultimate weapon. A knowing smirk plays on Leon's lips. He's deep in thought after their intense discussion, a single, powerful idea burning in his mind. This isn't just a thought, it's a challenge he has to conquer, especially if he's going to dominate in the brutal slums. And the slums? They're not just dangerous, they're a death trap, a breeding ground for the most vicious criminals. He knows the assassins lurking there will exploit every weakness, every blind spot, and relying only on his eyes. That's a death sentence. Pushing his senses to the absolute limit, he covers his eyes, a shimmering aura of power erupting around him. Their journey presses on, as he and El Cid climb the ancient stairs, ready for whatever comes next. A young boy, face grimy and tear-streaked, lets out a desperate cry, burying his face in his hand. Then, a heavy, deliberate step thuds nearby, a dark boot slamming down on the grimy ground. The boy's eyes fly open, wide with pure shock and terror, his small hands still clamped to his face. A cold shiver racks his tiny body, sweat beading on his neck as he visibly trembles. But then, a massive, gloved hand gently reaches out, patting his small, dirty hand in a surprising gesture of comfort. Towering over him is a muscular behemoth with a stern gaze, a brutal scar slashing across his left eye, his fur-lined coat flung open to reveal a shredded physique. The boy stares up at the imposing figure, his mouth slightly agape, fear now battling with a flicker of awe. As Bohan, the man himself, turns to stride towards a waiting crew, it's instantly clear, this is the boss of Bastard, the most dominant gang in all of Blaine. His subordinates deliver their intel, confirming the mansion in the 25th district is under their watchful eye, just as he commanded. But here's the kicker: no one who went in has ever come back out. The intel continues, revealing the mansion's perimeter is crawling with dangerous individuals, making close-range recon impossible. One of the Mohawk sporting enforcers then asks, should they push the envelope and dig deeper? Bohan's command is absolute: stand down, maintain distance, and keep eyes on the target. Later, two more enforcers kneel before him, delivering a new report. They've checked the water flow from the 25th and 26th districts. Their findings: 0 anomalies, no poison, no traps, and a population count that hasn't exceeded 20 in a single day. His face darkens, a storm brewing. The subordinate spills the beans: this ceremony was all about power-ups. His fist tightens, pure rage radiating. Then, a new subordinate, face contorted in sheer terror, bursts through the door. He's losing it, yelling that they're blind to the enemy's moves. His face is a bloody mess, cuts and bruises everywhere. He crashes to the blood-soaked ground, utterly broken. Bohan's eyes burn with a dangerous fire, stating they're dead if they don't retreat. He glares into the void, a raw, furious thought tearing through him, just like this son of a bitch. He flashes back to the fight, realizing the foe just shrugged off their attacks, these guys are on another level. A terrifying vision of the cloaked figures, their eyes burning with an unholy yellow glow, sears into his memory. He makes a hard call: they can't leverage these guys, and shouldn't even try, because any alliance with them would only drag his crew down. Gazing at the ominous forms, he speculates that no matter how powerful, they're still church heretics, or maybe even a new knight dispatched by the church to crush them. His gaze sharpens, fully aware that it's game over if the Holy King himself steps in. The sheer, terrifying mass of these glowing-eyed, hooded warriors is absolutely staggering. He finally names them, the church's elite executioner squad, the Holy Iron Chain Knights. He pivots, doubling down on his order: they're pulling out, then demands, any other intel? A nervous, yes is the reply. A subordinate drops a bombshell on Bohan, revealing some hot news from a certain location. Bohan, ever the strategist, processes the intel, noting it's been over a week since the last report. The intel keeps flowing: a young gun has earned a legendary nickname by absolutely crushing monsters like goblins and rock golems. He's literally hauling in the loot, a testament to his monster-slaying prowess. First, they called him Cat, but now, he's the legendary Sweeper, because he literally cleans out dungeons like it's nothing. Bohan's eyes narrow, a spark of intrigue igniting as he declares this sweeper an interesting man, his mind already racing with possibilities. A sly smirk creeps onto his face, he might be doing worthless requests. But Bohan's mind is already calculating, wondering how he can exploit this rising star. As night falls over the city, Bohan's sinister schemes for the sweeper begin to take shape. Under the cloak of night, a house glows with an unseen intensity. Inside, Leon pushes past his limits, his face a mask of pure, raw focus, sweat pouring down as he channels immense power. Suddenly, a blinding blue aura explodes around him, crackling with untamed energy as his sword ignites with a fierce light. Every fiber of his being screams, his teeth gritted, battling against the overwhelming force he commands. Then, with a desperate gasp, he crashes to the floor, utterly spent, the power momentarily too much to bear. His radiant blade falls from his grasp, hitting the ground with a sharp clang, signaling the end of another brutal session. Yet, even in exhaustion, he gazes at the lingering, ethereal aura, feeling the profound, mystical energy coursing through him. This isn't just training, it's a crucible that would shatter anyone else, a test of sheer will. A voice of approval cuts through the silence, recognizing his incredible endurance, for every challenge overcome feels like a rebirth from the brink of death. He collapses, utterly spent, a tidal wave of relief crashing over him, but deep down, he feels no real progress from the sheer intensity of it all. Suddenly, a blinding, sword-shaped aura erupts. Pulsing with raw, untamed energy. A system window slams into existence, revealing his insane new stats: Leon, level 28, with intermediate sword mastery and aura manipulation, but wait, aura user is still low grade. He can't believe his eyes. Intermediate sword mastery is epic, but how is his aura user skill still so weak? Elsid, seeing the same thing, is blown away by the sheer speed of his growth, remembering it was just initial grade moments ago. Well, duh, he thinks, I'm the one teaching him. He's absorbing centuries of knowledge in days. But then, Elsid spots a glaring omission on the screen. The legendary 7-star sword is nowhere to be found. He whips around to Leon, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, calling him out. How can you even talk about mastering swordsmanship when you can't even use your own ultimate weapon? Witness the birth of a legendary blade. A blinding, electric blue sword of pure energy explodes into existence, radiating immense power. A voice booms, declaring an unyielding spirit, one that defies lineage, destiny, and all earthly desires, driven only by an iron will to prove its convictions. Leon instantly recognizes it, the legendary 7-star sword, Grand Chariot itself, forged by the arcane swordsman Roderick. His eyes widen in pure shock, he can't believe he's already reached a swordsmanship level he shouldn't even comprehend, while a terrifying blue entity taunts him about the challenges to come. But then, the holy sword Elsid manifests, blazing with an intense golden glow, pure power surging around him. Leon's resolve hardens, his fist tightening as he vows to master at least 3 arcane swordsmanship forms before his inevitable clash with Malice, convinced that wielding the 7-star sword alongside the holy sword will unlock the ultimate insight into his enemies. The spirit hypes him up, reminding him his mentality crushes noble blood and fate. He's fired up, shouting his readiness. He knows he needs a trump card, a unique skill only he can master, and he's convinced his current drive is all he needs to get there. Even if he gets how to manifest an aura weapon, he's still gotta figure out how to actually use it like a boss. The blue spirit is all ears. Leon's all in, declaring he'll train until he nails it, and Elsid's like, alright, let's do this. But just as they're about to start, Elsid gives him props for his hype, then drops the bomb, training's over for today. Totally blindsided, Leon's like, wait, why? Elsid's eyes snap to the door, where a squad of hooded figures with glowing yellow eyes are busting in, and suddenly, the reason for the halt is crystal clear. Following Elsid's stare, Leon whips around to see the new crew, muttering, uninvited guests. He's staring at them, and one thing is crystal clear, these guys are not human. But here's the kicker, he can't sense any real power from them, even though they're right there. Their whole vibe? Total barbarians. No good vibes from these guys at all, it's clear they're looking for trouble. Leon connects the dots, thinking, are they here for me? He's ready to face them, betting they might have intel on Malice. Then, with a massive thud and a blinding flash, the door slams open. Now, Leon and Elsid are staring down the Holy Iron Chain Knights, who've completely taken over the room. Then, one of the knights, a serious-looking guy with slick-back dark hair, steps right up to Leon and asks, are you, Sweeper? When the question hangs in the air, demanding an answer, he coolly responds, I am. But the scene shifts to 2 new figures, a Holy Iron Chain Knight and a punk with pink hair, who immediately start groveling, claiming they're just following orders and begging for understanding. The punk then brazenly declares, yeah, we're part of a gang. A powerful hand slams down with a sharp, chuck sound, and a commanding voice snarls, called, bastard. A whole squad of Holy Iron Chain Knights looms in the background, and Leon mentally notes he'd already dug up intel on them. Then, the true boss steps forward, Bohan, a hulking figure in a fur-lined coat, exuding raw power and dominance. The pink-haired punk points a finger, nervously telling Bohan, the boss is looking for you. Bohan cuts him off mid-sentence, his gaze sharp, sorry, but you're too late. I suggest you don't push our limits. Both the punk and the Holy Iron Chain Knight look utterly shocked, as Bohan simply barks, lead the way. He wouldn't have called for me if he was planning on doing something himself, Bohan thinks, a wicked smirk spreading across his face. This is his chance to go all the way into the heart of the slums, he realizes, his eyes burning with raw ambition. He can tell exactly what the Holy Iron Chain Knights are thinking, and a pulsating blue orb of energy flares beside him as he coolly confirms, yeah. Under the cold, indifferent gaze of a full moon. Bohan stands before two ominous Holy Iron Chain Knights, his mind already calculating the sweeper's next move. He's probably planning on using me, he smirks, already one step ahead. His expression sharpens, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he weighs the game. Then, with a commanding gesture towards a knight, he asserts, I'll use you, too. Over here. Suddenly, Bohan's leg lashes out in a brutal, lightning-fast kick. Connecting with a thug's chest and sending him absolutely soaring amidst a chaotic shower of apples, a guttural argh ripped from his throat. Still reeling from the brutal blow, the thug's bandaged head twitches, a silent scream of pain, as Bohan's voice cuts through the air, you damn insect. Just a few feet away, a Holy Iron Chain Knight slams another struggling figure against the cold stone wall, their voice laced with frustration, why can't you just stay on the wall you're on? Bohan's face twists into a furious snarl, his jaw clenching, a silent, guttural growl escaping him. Suddenly, a blinding blue aura erupts around him as he glares down, his voice dripping with disdain, no mere creatures can defy me with their emotions. But a Holy Iron Chain Knight steps up, unflinching, delivering a chilling warning, if you can't control your own power, then this world will end with you getting nothing out of it. Bohan's eyes snap shut, a flicker of raw power and struggle crossing his features, then, with an almost unnerving calm, he declares, I'm fine now. The knight, still holding their ground, simply replies, I'll be careful. Under the cover of darkness, a massive, ominous building pierces the night sky, its secrets hidden within. Closing in, he realizes with a grim certainty, this is it. The bastard's hideout. Stepping inside, the sheer filth of the place makes him scoff, seriously, do these guys even know what a broom is? Then, his eyes lock onto the floor, where gruesome crimson stains tell a silent, brutal story, a stark reminder of the horrors that unfolded here. He kneels, a cold dread washing over him as he mutters, bloodstains. No, someone tried to cover this up. He can't help but internally snark at the cliché, oh, a classic mystery setup. How dramatic. But his musings are shattered by a chilling call, HEY. Out of nowhere, a terrifying presence materializes, a chilling aura surrounding him, the one known only as Whisper. Leon doesn't flinch, his back still facing the new threat, the atmosphere crackling with unspoken challenge. Without hesitation, his grip instinctively tightens on his sword's hilt, prepared for the inevitable confrontation. He's instantly on the back foot, a furious barrage of glowing red energy and lightning-fast blades forcing him to retreat. His attacker's long, dark hair whips wildly, a blur of motion in the relentless, brutal assault. Every strike is pinpoint accurate, his opponent's grip on the blade a death sentence. A confident smirk twists his attacker's lips, dark eyes burning with pure, cruel amusement. He sneers, his voice dripping with pure disdain, what an unfitting nickname, Sweeper. Leon's face is a mask of pure strain and exhaustion, his amber eyes wide, barely keeping up with the onslaught. He throws up an arm, desperately blocking another blow, the impact rattling him to his core. Overwhelmed, outmatched, and pushed to his absolute limit, his resolve shatters, one terrifying thought screaming in his head, I'm. Purple particles explode around his head as pure despair consumes him, the terrifying realization hitting hard, I'm gonna die. Whisper, a shadow in the dark cloak, hit the ground for a split second, only to coil for his next brutal strike. Then, with an explosive burst of pure white energy, he unleashed a lightning-fast strike. Leon was thrown back, barely seeing the rifle aimed his way, the sheer impact of the attack rocking him to his core. Before he could even blink, Whisper's fist slammed into him, snapping his head back with a sickening, bloody impact. Leon's feet hit the ground hard, blood spraying everywhere as he fought to stay upright. One thought screamed in his head, he couldn't dodge it. His face twisted in agony and shock, how could anyone possess this much power and pressure? Then, Whisper's voice sliced through the chaos, demanding to know if he was Pang. A cold smirk spread across Whisper's face as he sneered, admitting Leon had guts, but ultimately calling him a pathetic C-rank. Still reeling, Leon confronts the mysterious figure, demanding answers and dropping Elsid's name. But Whisper, completely unfazed, just drops a bombshell, yeah. I've decided on you. Leon, stunned, can only stammer, decided? For what? The mysterious figure just coolly states, for my request. Then, he throws down the gauntlet. Didn't you suspect it since you came all the way here? Before sweetening the deal, I'll give you what you want. Leon, sensing an opportunity, fires back, what I want. And what would that be? Suddenly, a menacing image of Bohan's snarling face flashes. As Whisper coolly drops the bomb, but I've already done a background check on you. A blinding, cosmic sword of pure light erupts from the void, representing an unstoppable will that shatters the chains of noble blood, family, and even destiny itself. This is the saga of a will forged by conviction, not by the petty desires of gold or fame, a journey that began at the Royal Academy. Leon, the eternal pride of the commoners, once graced those very halls. Meanwhile, a formidable figure, Bohan, known for his ruthless acts against lazy nobles, was already making his move. But after dropping out, Leon became a mercenary, taking only the jobs that fueled his convictions, completely rejecting the lure of gold and fame. His legend spread, reaching the city's most powerful figures, even the notorious guild master, Khan the Fiend. Leon considers the vast influence of these power players, even those with shadowy informants lurking in the back alleys. It all makes sense now why he rejected the academy, because he never intended to become a knight. Bohan, with a fierce glare, points directly at Leon, calling him out. He shouts that Leon never had any intention of bowing down to a noble. He doubles down, yelling, "You had no intention of bowing down to a noble." Leon, caught off guard by the sudden call-out, lets out a surprised, almost cartoonish, as his mind goes into overdrive. But then, bam. A blinding, electric blue aura explodes around Leon, crackling with insane power, transforming him into a literal powerhouse of light and energy. He thinks to himself, yeah, you got me there, admitting he really did drop out of the Royal Academy. He shifts his weight, getting ready for anything, the electric blue energy still swirling like crazy around him. Bohan watches, a flicker of shock crossing his face at Leon's power surge, as Leon's resolve hardens, his inner monologue screaming, "This is why I'm here. This is why I rose to this level." He moves with unwavering purpose, his mind locked onto the two massive achievements that forged his path. With a fierce, determined look, Leon gets ready to throw down, his resolve absolutely unbreakable. This isn't just about power, it's about conviction. A mentality that defies noble blood, family, and even fate itself. A will to prove what you believe, not just chase gold and fame. Bohan pushes, demanding if his cynical view is right, but Leon shuts him down instantly. Bohan actually admits his greed for gold and fame, not even trying to hide it. Leon just smirks, knowing he saw right through him from the start. Then Bohan explodes, screaming about fame. He rages, calling it the one thing those noblemen never touch, that a foolish pursuit they look down on. He then turns the tables, challenging Leon. He knows Leon's here for a reason, even in this shady black market. Bohan keeps going, laying out his philosophy, danger equals benefit. And then, he makes an offer. His expression turns absolutely chilling, a wicked grin spreading across his face. And then, a mysterious promise, your wish will come true. Leon processes Bohan's wild claims, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Bohan, completely missing Leon's internal gears turning, just keeps talking, blurting out, what the heck is wrong with this guy? But Leon's mind is already elsewhere, internally scoffing at the ridiculousness, yet admitting, it's total garbage, but somehow, it clicks. He flashes back to that cryptic voice, the one that said only his past and future were complete, making him seem sick to everyone else, and the sheer weight of that power hits him. Then, a memory surfaces, contrasting Bohan's current blunder with a deeper, more critical misjudgment. This isn't like Rise's misunderstanding at all. A beat of silence, the gears still turning. He decides there's no point in setting Bohan straight, even if it means making a future enemy. Bohan, still completely in the dark about Leon's thoughts, pushes on, so, if he's misunderstanding. Leon, with a knowing smirk, seals his decision, ugh. I just let him keep believing that nonsense. Bohan's gaze drops, a dark intensity in his eyes as he holds his tongue, letting the opposition make their move. Beneath a massive full moon, a special bonus on the holy sword Elcid flashes by, as Bohan's thoughts drift to the 15th district, and how its people, against all odds, still don't reject him. He takes a deep, burning gulp from his bottle. His mind still fixated on the slums, a place he knows holds no true power. Slumped at a table, he growls about the audacity of those who don't know their place, bold enough to invade the slums and seize control of the 15th district. He flashes back to the burning devastation, confessing he barely noticed when they began their power play 4 months prior. But then, they stormed the neighboring 15th districts, and somehow raked in 200 coins in a single day. As the shadowy, red-eyed invaders fill his mind's eye, a terrifying question echoes, could it be something far worse? Leon's mind races, contemplating the ultimate power, not noble birth or destiny, but an unyielding will to prove his convictions, a burning desire far beyond mere gold or fame. While Khan, a force to be reckoned with, makes his presence known. Simon, the infamous gold pig, a shadowy figure, sits amidst his mountains of illicit wealth. And the elusive assassin, Coffin, a silent harbinger of doom, remains completely hidden. But Khan, with unwavering confidence, declares his absolute reign, proclaiming himself the undisputed king of the slums. He ponders, perhaps his inability to visualize these shadowy figures or their chilling nickname stems from never having faced them directly. A chilling report arrives: the 2nd and 20th districts have fallen. But here's the twist: they were completely empty, no losses suffered. This impossible scenario screams the presence of a formidable hunter. Bohan reveals his desperate measures, hiring mercenaries from B rank all the way to A rank, just to neutralize the escalating threats. But the grim reality? They were all annihilated. A shocked Leon can only ask, who are these guys? A defeated Bohan just shrugs, it beats him. He speculates that if they can wipe out that many mercenaries, they're a force even the Empire should be watching. Connecting the dots, Leon realizes Bohan's story perfectly explains the massive phantom armor presence in the abandoned mansion. It all clicks. The sheer number of spectral warriors within the mansion was absolutely mind-blowing. Taking a swig, Bohan delivers a chilling warning: anyone who tried to dig deeper is already dead. Bohan's frustration boils over. He rages about the stalemate, how this damn pig won't budge, holding everything up. He clenches his fist, eyes burning as he reveals the coffin keepers are just watching, while his crew is hyped for total war. The tension is palpable, a crushing sound punctuating his words. Leon's locked in, absorbing every word as Bohan admits his crew would be toast without him. It clicks for Leon: the whole thing's a tense standoff, a non-aggression pact waiting to explode. Bohan groans, rubbing his head. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but it's the truth. But then, a sly grin spreads across his face. He called Leon, the trial-conquering adventurer, for a reason. His eyes gleam with certainty. He knows Leon's got what it takes after that last test. Leon smirks, already hooked. Bohan knows he's got him, betting on Leon's guts to take on a challenge without a contract or a fee. This guy's mentality is next level. It won't break for noble blood, family, or even fate itself. Bohan's got that sly smirk. He's not trying to lure Leon into some guild, no way. He knows it's all about proving himself, not chasing gold or fame. Bohan's thinking, no way am I losing this guy to some other jerks. He's not about to let anyone else use Leon's power, especially after all the buzz he's created in the guild. But there's a bigger issue brewing. Malice is the real threat he's facing. He's even thinking, this guy could become an even bigger problem later. Then, with a snap, Bohan shoves a document forward, demanding, alright, fine, but how are you gonna make the guild some cash? Check this out. Leon's eyes lock onto the paper. And his face tightens with fierce determination. The document Bohan handed over. It wasn't just paper, it was a chilling exposé, detailing countless lives brutally sacrificed to pure malice. The sheer scale of the atrocities was mind-blowing, with evidence pointing to thousands upon thousands sacrificed. Elsid, seeing the grim details, could only confirm the horrifying reality: countless beings sacrificed to pure malice. The spirit recoiled in horror, estimating the worst-case scenario to be in the thousands, a revelation that made him feel absolutely sick to his core. But Leon knew the truth. Even the darkest criminals had no clue what was really in this document, and there was no way Blaine could have pulled off such a twisted act. Elsid, practically radiating concern, pressed him, demanding if he truly grasped the sheer gravity of the situation. Sitting there, Leon just deadpanned, no, explaining that the guild's big shots had already seen this intel. Bohan's intense gaze affirmed his point: they'd never, ever believe anything from a shady source. And that, he concluded, was exactly why Leon needed him. Leon's face tightens, the full weight of the situation crashing down on him. Bohan's bandaged hand jabs forward, his voice booming, you're gonna be the proof. He presses on, his voice a thunderclap: the guild's bigwigs will see these monsters are real. You're living, breathing proof. Slinging an arm around Leon, Bohan flashes a wild grin: so, I either die reporting this, or I die becoming the proof. Either way, it works. A roaring laugh tears through the air, his confidence absolutely infectious. But his eyes, sharp and intense, bore into Leon as he demands, are you ready for this? A digital display flashes, revealing Leon's formidable stats: level 27 swordsman, Etheria Academy, armed with an overpowered sword. But the calm is shattered as a brutal hand yanks his hair back with a sickening sound, Bohan's menacing presence dominating him. Bohan's voice cuts through the air, a chilling ultimatum: you're fine with supporting alive, or dying and becoming proof. It works either way. A beat of silence, then a loaded question hangs in the air: so? Before he explodes, his voice a guttural roar: are you up for it? His jaw unhinges, a terrifying display of sharp, predatory teeth, a silent, primal warning. But Leon's spirit is unbroken, his eyes blaze with defiance as he roars back: I am. Meanwhile, Simon's hand crushes a document, a grim determination etched on his face, declaring that this request, despite its cost, will save hundreds of lives. Bohan observes, a silent, knowing glance exchanged, as the gravity of the situation sinks in. His mind a fortress against fate, bloodlines, and all the BS, Leon's pure conviction, not some greedy grab for glory, is about to be put to the ultimate test as a wicked dagger lands in his grip. This isn't just any blade, it's dark, deadly, and check out that mark on the hilt. A symbol Bohan's straight up claiming as his signature. Bohan's laying down the gauntlet, telling Leon to prove he's even worthy of this deal. But Leon's not backing down, spitting back that his life isn't up for grabs, which just makes Bohan explode in a furious son of a bitch. Then, Bohan pulls out a pouch, and it's absolutely stuffed with magic scrolls. Telling Leon to either use M when he needs M or flip M for cash, calling it an advance payment for whatever hell's coming. The deal's done, and Leon's now loaded up with the gear for his insane mission. His hand clenches tight, a faint blue energy sparking around his fist, pure, unadulterated resolve. Bohan unleashes a devastating chop, striking with full force. He immediately follows up with a lightning-fast kick, but Leon's hand flashes up, stopping the attack cold. Staring down at the halted assault, Leon challenges, "Were you?" His gaze sharpens, burning with intense resolve. "Going to stop that fist from?" Bohan's face tightens, a hint of shock in his eyes. But then, a triumphant grin splits his face as he roars, "Of course." His powerful chest expands, radiating sheer confidence. As night blankets the city, the intense exchange comes to an end. Night descends, cloaking a grand estate in shadow. Inside, Leon's on the edge of his bed, deep in thought. His mind stuck on Bohan, the Fong, those eyes blazing with pure menace. Leon knows that guy is ridiculously strong, and he's determined to train harder, to get stronger. Later, at his desk, he's hitting up Elsid, the blue spirit, asking if anything juicy popped up from those documents. Elsid, chilling with some mysterious hooded figure with glowing eyes, confirms they need way more research. Back with Leon, Elsid drops some knowledge. Everyone thinks the holy sword is only for the holy king, but it's actually a spirit, not just a weapon, so Leon totally can wield it. Leon gets it, but he knows it's easier said than done, wondering why they didn't just hand an A-class weapon to some top-tier mage or swordsman when monsters were running wild. He looks at Elsid, and figures they're gonna need some backup. He needed someone who couldn't be bought. Someone he could trust with his life, but Elsid was like, isn't that a little much? But Leon was just getting started, and there was more. He needed someone who absolutely hated evil. That's exactly why he was going to find them, someone who had conquered their own inner demons, remembering the tip about the Pema District's Knights building. Totally. They finally made it, and Leon was totally shocked. Wait, this is the Holy Church. He just stood there, staring at the massive building, its epic front reaching for the heavens. Leon's mind races, questioning the very presence of a church in this impoverished district, as Elsid's spectral form hints at a hidden agenda. The spirit's words echo, only those with something to hide, those who aren't what they seem, would conceal their true selves. Innocence has no need for masks, but guilt always does. Especially for clerics, whose very essence demands unwavering integrity. They must uphold their sacred vows, their faith, their teachings, they simply cannot be corrupted. No excuses will work on them, Leon understands, a stark realization forcing his hand. He has no choice but to reveal his identity, even if it means shattering his desire for anonymity as a noble. The truth it is, he decides, even if it means laying bare his true self. But Elsid's calm voice cuts through his worry, reminding him that a cleric, bound by their vows, would never betray his trust, as long as he simply asks for their silence. And yet, looking out at the slum dwellers, despite their struggles, he sees no trace of the turbulent, corrupted light he's come to recognize. He watches the villagers, seeing no fear, no distrust, just a quiet peace. Could this calm be the work of the Holy Church branch? But who runs this place? What kind of bishop is in charge of this branch? He grips the doorknob, ready to enter, when a voice from inside cuts through the silence. Who is it? Without hesitation, he announces himself as Leon, the adventurer, stating his urgent need to speak with the bishop. But as he speaks, something stirs within him, a strange sensation in his own aura. His power erupts, a brilliant blue-white aura flaring around him. A soft chime rings out, and the massive door creaks open, revealing what lies beyond. And there, in the doorway, stands the bishop, a towering figure in magnificent white robes. The church door dramatically swings open, revealing the bishop of this branch, a serene, almost otherworldly figure. He introduces himself with a calm, yet powerful declaration, Cesare. Leon is absolutely stunned, his jaw practically on the floor, while the little blue spirit next to him looks just as shocked, the realization hitting him like a truck, an ELF. After a beat, Leon's hand clinks against a mug, the small sound breaking the tension. The bishop, with a knowing smile, points out that Leon must be shocked to find an elf as the head of the church. Leon quickly tries to play it cool, denying his shock, now seated across a table from the bishop. Cesare, ever gracious, invites him to sit, emphasizing that the Holy Church welcomes all races, and he will treat Leon with the utmost respect as a guest. But then, the bishop drops a bombshell, revealing he knows exactly who Leon is, asking if he was the one who brought the gold pig's head to the church. Bishop Cesare, with a knowing smile, commends Leon's incredible work, highlighting the massive improvement in water quality and the drastic reduction in waterborne illnesses. He even suggests the goddess herself must be thrilled. Leon can only offer a dry chuckle, you flatter me. But Leon's focus quickly snaps back, his eyes sharpening as he presses the bishop. You said you had something to tell me, didn't you? Cesari's response is swift, presenting a stack of documents and asking Leon to review them first, a nervous gulp betraying the young man's anticipation. A quick rustle, and the documents slide across the table from Cesari's hand. Leon's face contorts, his jaw tightening as he devours the documents, a heavy gulp echoing the shocking truth he's uncovering. His eyes blazing with resolve, Leon asserts that the church must intervene immediately. But there's a catch, the very source of this explosive intel is a huge complication. The intel's shady origins are still a major red flag, forcing the father's panel to demand a full-blown reinvestigation. Despite the headache, Cesare admits they can't just wish it away, it's real, and they have to deal with it, a point Leon totally agrees with. Which is exactly why he's on the hunt for a partner to tackle the dangerous 2nd and 25th districts. Cesare then cuts in, wondering if Leon knows anyone who could actually handle it. With a tiny blue spirit hovering nearby, Leon awkwardly confesses he's got no one, absolutely no one, who can step up. Sure, there are healers and support mages, but for this kind of mission? Totally useless. Cesari's eyes widen in surprise, while Leon, looking utterly defeated, admits this was his absolute last hope. Taking in the dire situation, Cesare realizes there's only one path forward. He's in. He'll join Leon. Leon's jaw drops. Cesare just dropped a bombshell, volunteering to join the mission, and the shock is palpable. Leon's mind races, processing the sheer audacity and potential of Cesari's offer, knowing he's been struggling to find anyone capable enough for the districts. A bishop, following him? Leon's internal monologue screams in disbelief, he was only hoping for a few paladins, not a high-ranking cleric. His mind still reeling from the shock, he can only stammer out a question, wondering if this is even real. But Cesare, ever the picture of composure, just holds his gaze, unfazed by Leon's disbelief. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as Cesare throws the question back, daring Leon to doubt his capabilities. Cesari's hand, radiating an almost ethereal calm, makes a subtle gesture, a silent testament to his unwavering commitment. Leon's eye twitches, a bead of sweat forming as he finally grasps the sheer, unshakable resolve radiating from the bishop. And then, a faint, shimmering glow bursts from Cesari's hand, a silent, powerful declaration of his readiness to act. Cesare, the bishop, unleashes a subtle yet undeniable surge of power, his arm extending with an almost ethereal grace. His palm erupts with an intense, radiant light, crimson particles exploding around the sheer power he's wielding. Get ready, because the raw power of aura fire is about to ignite. And Cesare unleashes an explosive burst of pure energy from his outstretched hand. This isn't just any aura, it's reached a density threshold so insane, it's literally burning the air around it. Leon can only stare, feeling the sheer power hum through the very air around them. This move can shred mithril like paper. And the speed Cesare pulled it off. He's clearly put in countless hours of practice. He's thinking, my raw strength might actually be on par with his. This guy's a bishop for a reason, folks. Cesare turns to him, asking for his thoughts, and Leon just coolly responds, I won't hold you back. Leon bursts out laughing, playfully telling Cesare, whoa, easy there, don't praise me too much. An epic aura explodes from a legendary warrior, a flashback to his glory days as a holy iron chain knight. But now, that legendary past is just a memory, he's just a retired soldier. Hearing about that legendary order, Leon's eyes practically pop out, utterly shocked by the holy iron chain knights. Standing before the ancient elf, Leon bows deep, ready to put himself in his hands. Then, the young hero asks for a sec, wondering if the elf could chill in the front yard while he grabs his gear. Elcid, with a knowing smirk, agrees, telling Leon to take his sweet time. As Leon bounces, Elcid's mind goes to the weapon he's about to grab, a legendary artifact from his holy iron chain knight era, now just a bow in his grasp. Leon flashes a confident grin, totally clueless about the real power Elcid's weapon holds. Elcid internally scoffs at Leon's guess that it's just some fancy elf bow, shaking his head at the kid's cluelessness, especially with the battle-hardened calluses on his own hands screaming the truth. He's still dropping truth bombs, laying out how real power isn't about your lineage or destiny, but an unbreakable mindset. It's all about that conviction, he preaches, the drive to prove yourself, not chasing after some shiny gold or fleeting fame. And just like that, after dropping those heavy words, Elsa glances down, a whole new vibe coming off him. Suddenly, a heavy, spiked metal ball, previously hidden, is now clearly attached to his waist, revealing the real deal behind his weapon talk. Leon and even Elsa's spirit form are both bug-eyed, totally caught off guard by this unexpected reveal. Then, with an insane, explosive burst of speed, Elsa just vanishes in a blur of robes. He's a white and gold streak, showing off some absolutely insane agility. And as he moves, that spiked ball whips out on a chain with a schwack sound, its range way crazier than anyone expected. That chain just keeps going, a total blur, showing off how wild and unpredictable this weapon truly is. The very air still hums with raw power, the ground itself scarred by Elsad's insane display. A wicked grin spreads across his face, as Elsad, holding a cute little critter, admits he hasn't felt this alive in ages. He goes on, relishing the memory of absolutely obliterating heretics with his legendary chain mace, a pure, unadulterated rage that still boils his blood, even after all his years off the battlefield. But Leon's mind is on a different wavelength, his resolve burning bright. He's here to obliterate evil and every single sin that comes with it. Elsa then gazes up, absolutely convinced that the goddess herself is totally watching over their epic, sacred battle. He then turns to Leon, practically demanding agreement, the question hanging heavy in the charged atmosphere. Leon, sweating bullets, can only stammer out a weak, PR. Probably. Elsad, however, just grins, radiating pure confidence, proclaiming, without a doubt. Leon's attendant, a sharp-looking man, checks in, wondering if His Excellency is still trailing them. He confirms it, explaining he made His Excellency ditch the fancy magical gear for something more street-appropriate, especially with criminals around. But then, a shift in his expression, something feels off. A dark, crackling energy flares around Leon as he backs up the attendant, confirming he can feel a presence with his mana sense. But here's the kicker, he can't actually sense any mana or use his other senses to track it down, realizing it's some kind of advanced aura skill. His attendant quickly puts it together, figuring out it's an aura skill specifically designed to erase someone's presence. Out of nowhere, a cloaked figure strikes with lightning speed, taking down an unsuspecting target in a single, brutal move. The poor guy is totally blindsided, struggling against the unseen attacker, utterly clueless about what just hit him. But back with Leon, he's picking up on a familiar vibe, even with his mana sense going wild, and it hits him, it's His Excellency. It's probably because he's not even trying to hide his aura right now, but seriously, how did this guy tail them so perfectly without a single trace until now? Leon's mind races, trying to wrap his head around this incredibly powerful and sneaky individual, a worried frown creasing his brow. Elsa drops a bombshell, explaining that Leon's actually sensing the guy's raw aura, and get this, his attribute is divine. The moon hangs in the sky, radiating an otherworldly glow. Leon's eyes lock onto the hooded figure, and Elsad's voice rings out, confirming that he can totally sense that guy's presence. As the sun and moon symbols flash across the scene, you gotta ask yourself, is this just a random coincidence, or something way bigger? Is this destiny, or something more? The question hangs heavy in the air. But then, a stark statement shatters the quiet, declaring their presence. A mysterious figure in a green cloak surveys the grim surroundings, confirming their arrival in the 23rd district. Close by, a horned figure with piercing red eyes inspects a wicked dagger, acknowledging its surprising effectiveness. He finds himself surrounded by a silent assembly of hooded figures, the green-cloaked leader standing prominently within the group. The cloaked figure sweeps a hand across the assembled masses, starting to address all the. He finishes his thought, calling them gang members that we've so obediently made way for us. But the horned figure seethes internally, fuming that he was manipulated into this by a bad guy, just for a petty vendetta. The green-cloaked figure, oblivious to the internal turmoil, declares his triumph, proclaiming that with the horned figure's help, he can now hunt down the impertinent heretics. A mysterious figure in a green cloak, eyes gleaming with cold resolve, drops a chilling declaration. Who dares insult Caesar, he booms, his voice dripping with menace, while Leon, potion in hand, can only sigh at the sheer audacity. He has no one to thank for Caesar's grace. Back in a shadowy lair, a cloaked figure lays down the law, from here on out, it's your turn. Caesar's voice cuts through the air, laying out the brutal truth, the surface is a death trap, so they're taking the grimy sewer route Roderick spilled the beans on. Plan locked and loaded, Caesar leads Leon down into the abyss, their shadowy infiltration now underway. The cloaked figure glides through the grimy, dripping tunnels, a silent phantom in the dark. Leon trails behind, but Caesar cuts him off, a sharp shoo demanding absolute silence. After what feels like an eternity of creeping, Leon finally cracks, wondering if this endless trek is finally over. Caesar brushes off the question, eyes locked on a great high above, declaring it their ticket to the surface. He's still talking about their grim mission, casually dropping that they had to get rid of 12 more, but Leon, hearing the sheer scale, can't believe 70 people in one day is a bit much. Sweat drips down his face, his expression a raw mix of shock and pure revulsion. Even if they started disposing of them at dawn without a break, the sheer number of victims by the ritual's end would be absolutely insane. Blood splatters and tattered rags on the ground are a chilling reminder of the ongoing massacre, a silent, horrifying confirmation of the grim reality. His eyes narrow, a burning resentment igniting as he realizes they're just pawns for these sick chores, unleashing a silent curse on the perpetrators. The word ritual ignites a firestorm in his mind, 70 people a day, for months. A furious blue aura explodes around him, his eyes blazing with incandescent rage. He glares at a massive, intricate mechanism, a silent, unforgivable, burning in his gaze before he declares, "I'll go first." With a deafening kukwang, he smashes through the structure, plunging into the abyss as debris explodes around him. The metallic mechanism, now a mangled mess, bears the brutal mark of his explosive entry. He bursts into a gruesome scene, a lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, while a sinister figure looms over it. The dark-robed Cesare, his presence chilling, raises a heavy chain, ready to unleash its power. A cold, blue energy crackles around him, a prelude to his dark magic. Leon's eyes flash with fury, a sharp gasp escaping him as he remembers their mission to stay hidden. Suddenly, Cesare's chain ignites with a malevolent red glow, pulsing with raw, destructive force. A terrifying, shadowy spirit, its eyes burning with an unholy light, erupts from the darkness, summoned by the elf's command. But in a flash, a brilliant blue chain, born of pure rage, lashes out from Leon, slamming into Cesare with explosive force. The elf is thrown back, his face twisted in shock and agony from the devastating, unexpected blow. The very air screams with crackling energy as the impact reverberates, a testament to Leon's unleashed power. Leon's furious blue chain smashes into the armored leg of the shadowy construct, sparking with raw power. The masked spirit staggers, its geometric body already cracking under the force. Strings won't pierce this external armor, it taunts, even as its form shatters further. "We were running low on officers, so you're perfectly timed," the spirit sneers, its voice chillingly calm. Then, in a blinding flash of energy, the construct explodes into dust, leaving nothing but a fading red glow. Leon's blade ignites with a blinding blue flash, absolutely shredding through his enemies with lightning-fast, brutal precision. He pauses, eyes blazing, demanding to know just who these chumps think they are. But before one can even get a word out, Leon's hand crushes their face, shutting them up for good. The impact sends them flying, their body hitting the dirt as he stands victorious, sword still humming, the fight already over. Meanwhile, Cesare coolly surveys the carnage, a subordinate nervously nearby, as he casually points out their sloppy work. He brushes off the subordinate's language, then shifts his focus, intrigued by the surprisingly good blades his defeated foes were using. Fresh off the battle, Leon's already questioning the game plan, asking Elcid if this whole thing is even okay. But Elcid's just chilling, even when Leon calls him out for jacking their weapons. Turns out, it was a tactical move because those guys wouldn't drop their special skills. Elcid's totally in control, telling Leon it's all part of the master plan, even dropping the bomb that he's got a mana spell on his own look. The holy sword flashes, a stark reminder that Leon needs to play it cool, looking like just another hunter to dodge any heat from the big shots connected to these fallen foes. Leon gets it, but he's still got that nagging worry, thinking about the massive headache they'll have if their target is some bigwig in the Holy Church. Switching scenes, Cesare's brooding, grumbling that this infiltration is a bust if they can't ID their guy just by looking, but he's got a secret weapon up his sleeve. He's got the masked sword, and he's dropping the bomb. The real power of the holy sword is his, and it's all the proof he needs that his enemy is totally against the church. He nods to his subordinate, agreeing with their point, but then he flips the script, declaring this infiltration is anything but a failure. That chilling smile spreads as he lays out his real goal, total victory by wiping out every last one of them. Elsewhere, a voice from behind a heavy metal door demands they search even further for His Excellency. Meanwhile, Leon and his brother stand together, the latter nodding in agreement, confirming his understanding. The scene shifts to a gruesome sight, bloodied skulls piled high, and an array of blood-stained surgical tools laid out on a table, hinting at a dark ritual or brutal aftermath. A bloodied hand reaches out from the shadows, its fingers stained crimson. Cesare, his expression grim, reflects on the suffering, muttering that the nightmare is finally over, yet questioning the immense pain endured. His face contorts into a menacing grin as he declares that one must simply endure the pain and grow accustomed to it. Your powerful mentality, one that refuses to bend to noble blood, family, or even fate itself, demands you face this tragedy head-on. Even if no one else remembers, a hero must, because this gruesome scene of skulls and fire is the true face of the enemy you're dedicating your life to fight. A blue aura explodes around him, a silent, powerful testament to his unwavering resolve. The tiny spirit of Elcid appears beside him, challenging, "Who said it's up to you?" The decision from now on is all yours. Elsid presses on, his voice dripping with cynicism, the world isn't greedy enough that it can be saved. The narrative voice cuts back in, clarifying that the fight isn't just about defeating one villain. With a fierce, determined gaze, Leon declares, I will not lose. The true enemy is multifaceted, for the poor, it's poverty, and for the diseased, disease itself is their demon foe. This isn't just about strength, it's about a mentality that won't break, not for noble blood, not for family, not even for fate itself. It's about proving your convictions, not chasing gold or fame. But seriously, can a holy sword actually wipe out poverty or disease, or even make a dent in that kind of suffering? Compared to some high-rank evil you can just slice through, that's nothing. Only someone who fights for a better tomorrow can actually change things. That's the ultimate definition and duty of a true hero, right there. And it's the only reason to keep pushing until the absolute end. No matter how terrifying it gets, you cannot look away. Those words hit him hard, his face twisting with fierce resolve, a silent promise to carry the insane burden now on his shoulders. Confronting tragedy, the voice challenges, can he actually cut out the root of all evil? His lips part, a sharp intake of breath, like he's about to unleash something or just take in the sheer magnitude of this challenge. His eyes lock on, a new clarity and an unbreakable commitment shining through, ready to dominate the path ahead. He stands unyielding, his composure absolute, as Elsid can only stare in awe at a mentality so powerful it defies noble blood, family, and even destiny itself. This conviction, Elsid realizes, is fueled by something beyond mere greed or fame. Then, a masked figure materializes, issuing a chilling warning about the dangers ahead, but then, with a sinister grin, offers it all as an advance payment for their desires. The masked figure's eyes blaze with a terrifying red glow, their voice a chilling harbinger of what's to come. He swiftly pulls a tightly rolled scroll from his cloak, muttering that he'd hoped to avoid using it. With a swift, determined motion, he unfurls the ancient parchment. Just as the scroll unfurls, Cesare suddenly appears, his voice sharp with surprise as he demands. A mysterious hum fills the air as an ancient ice symbol blazes to life on the stone, radiating an otherworldly glow. Then, bam! Leon's eyes explode with a fiery orange, crackling with raw power as the magic courses through his veins. The power flares, and a voice booms, added it to your skills. This is huge. He's practically glowing. The legendary skill, clairvoyance, is now his. This isn't just any magic, it's a temporary X-ray vision. Even Cesari's spirit is caught off guard, looking utterly shocked. And get this. The eye symbol is going critical, its core blazing with an intense red, unleashing pure, unadulterated power. Energy is practically exploding around them. Elsid's jaw drops, completely blown away by the sheer power. He's standing on a glowing, magical platform. Leon takes it all in, the scroll's power now literally at his command, as Elsid watches in awe. The scroll itself is practically vibrating with power. It's glowing like crazy, a clear sign this artifact just changed everything. Forget bloodlines, forget destiny. This is about a mentality so powerful, so unyielding, it defies everything. This is the will to prove your convictions, not chase fame or fortune. But even with that, Leon finds himself in a tight spot, held by a mysterious hooded figure who shouts, "Brother Leon." But Leon, ever the stoic, just brushes it off, "I'm fine. This is nothing." Still, a chilling thought lingers, this isn't just any underground facility, whispers call it, the Abyss. Elsewhere, two mysterious robed figures are deep in analysis, staring down at a massive, glowing grid map, meticulously laid out east-west-south-north. They're pinpointing coordinates, 10, 5, 5, and 4, realizing there's a hidden room right in the center of this digital blueprint. But there's a problem, the very heart of this grid is a total blackout, completely impenetrable. The entrance is on the east, they realize, making them question if that's the crucial piece of the puzzle. Meanwhile, Leon's face is etched with worry, his thumb pressed to his lips, deep in contemplation. The hooded figure watches him, a cryptic thought escaping, possibly. Or. A voice booms, declaring a powerful mentality that won't bow to noble blood, family, or even fate itself. Meanwhile, Cesare, eyes sharp, studies a holographic map, pointing out how the Abyss's basic elements are designed to ambush intruders. He reveals this trick is ancient but still deadly, and that the Abyss itself was once a brutal exile zone in the 15th district. The robed figure presses on, theorizing that the central, impenetrable room with its eastern entrance is a cunning trap for the overconfident. A grotesque, fish-like monster glides through the digital waters of the facility, a chilling visual of the dangers within. A monstrous, shadowy maw, all teeth and terror, erupts from the depths, a chilling glimpse into the Abyss's true horrors. Leon, his face etched with worry, nods to the hooded figure, but his eyes scream a silent struggle. The hooded figure's voice cuts through the tension, unwavering, preaching a will to prove convictions, not to chase petty gold or fleeting fame. Leon's eyes blaze with newfound resolve, his gaze turning to steel. The hooded figure delivers the final, impactful line, proclaiming that today is their ultimate opportunity. They warn that security will only tighten if they hesitate, demanding they act now, with maximum stealth. Elsid's words cut through the air, a powerful declaration about a mentality that defies noble blood, family ties, and even fate itself. He's talking about a will forged in conviction, not the petty desires for gold or fame. But elsewhere, two masked figures, shackled by heavy chains, are held captive in a grim, foreboding room. Then, out of nowhere, one of them gets absolutely decimated by an invisible force, a guttural scream tearing through the air as blinding white energy explodes. The sheer force sends the figure flying through the stone corridor, their body smashing against the unforgiving walls with bone-jarring impacts. But even after that brutal beatdown, the masked figure somehow grabs hold of the chains, a fierce, unyielding resolve radiating from them. Elsid, cool as ever, stands next to Leon, surveying the chaos, casually remarking that this is just the 12th of these guys they've dealt with. The masked figure's eyes blaze with an unholy glow, a sinister aura coiling around them as they brace for the next round. Leon, with a fierce wolf-eared companion by his side, clenches his fist, feeling his body finally ignite, ready to go as wild as he used to be. And just like that, the masked figure is sent spiraling down a massive, dark shaft, their fight seemingly over as they vanish into the abyss below. He and his mysterious cloaked companion are staring down into a massive chasm, trying to figure out its secrets. Leon's mind races, how do you even open this? It's not moving, no matter how hard they try. Suddenly, a sinister dark red light, like blood oozing from a fresh wound, starts to spread across the ground, forming eerie patterns. As the ominous glow intensifies, the companion lets out a chilling chuckle, telling Leon to move out of the way. With eyes blazing and a truly disturbing grin, the companion stares at Leon, who looks absolutely shocked by the sudden shift. A brutal spiked flail smashes down, hitting an invisible wall with a crushing blow. But an unseen, dark barrier holds strong, shattering the attack mid-swing. The flail bounces back, repelled by an impenetrable force. It crashes to the ground, its head cracked and the floor shattered. Leon's jaw drops, eyes wide with shock, as sweat drips down his face. Cesare, utterly floored, can only stammer, "It bounced off. That flail, capable of pulverizing mountains, now lay there, utterly wrecked. Ketten verdret und gebrochen." Leaving him to wonder how it hadn't even left a scratch after that insane attack. He could only whisper, "Irregular matter." His mind racing, this stuff shouldn't even exist. Suddenly, Elsid's spirit form appeared, adding, "And that's not even the half of it." His voice growing serious, "It's even crazier than it looks." He pondered, a new thought forming, "This isn't just some weird rock you can see." His form flickering, he declared, "I couldn't even see through it with the scroll's power." He's still reeling from the barrier's power, questioning if this means another impenetrable door, a challenge even mana can't overcome. Then, a voice cuts through the tension, a reverent whisper, a plea to the goddess herself. Leon's eyes widen, his face a mask of pure shock. As Cesari's hand shoots out, a blinding light erupting from his palm, a desperate plea for ultimate power, to be granted unto his hands. The light explodes, a complex magic circle forming as he proclaims its true name, the Light of Rectification. The mysterious companion watches, captivated, instantly recognizing this as sacred arts, realizing that unlike mana, this power isn't trained, it's simply acknowledged as holy arts. Cesari's hand blazes with an almost unbearable intensity, the magic circle's intricate patterns swirling with raw, untamed power. The light pulses, growing stronger. Culminating in a blinding, explosive burst of golden energy that rips outward from his palm. Whoa! A massive crack rips through the door, and Leon can barely believe his eyes. The little spirit watches, as the cracks just explode across the entire surface. HAP. HUP. The barrier is literally shattering, glowing energy bursting everywhere. HURP. HAP. More of it just explodes. The companion is like, "Wait, weren't heretical arts supposed to be weaker than holy arts?" Cesare just smirks, like, "Yeah, this is exactly what I thought." The companion's mind is racing, figuring out that if it can take a sacred art, it's gotta be a heretical art too. An unbreakable barrier is just a trap. Looking at Leon, the companion tells him, "Looks like you're gonna have to finish this yourself, brother Leon." Then Cesare shouts, "Brother Leon." And with a primal scream, Leon unleashes his power, ready to absolutely obliterate that barrier. Unleashing an explosive torrent of power, Leon's resolve is absolute, a will that defies noble blood, family, and even the cruelest twists of fate. He drives the colossal energy downward, a searing blue current erupting from his arm as the strike hurtles towards its target. The brilliant light surges, condensing into an unstoppable, laser-sharp beam. It carves a path through reality itself. Then detonates upon impact, obliterating the ground in a cataclysmic explosion of glowing shards. Leon stares, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as the impossible barrier simply ceases to exist. The mysterious companion declares the destroyed matter an anomaly, hailing the strike as nothing short of spectacular. Cesare, witnessing the raw power, concedes his grave misjudgment of Leon's capabilities. The mysterious companion, with a knowing smile, brushes off Leon's humility, emphasizing that the victory was entirely his. He and his mysterious ally confront the newly opened abyss, a void so profound it devours all light, reeking of dark, forgotten rituals. It's too dark to see a thing, his companion states. But the sickening stench of blood is undeniable. Then, with a surge of power, a brilliant golden light explodes from his companion's palm, tearing through the suffocating darkness, revealing the horrors within. Leon's eyes snap wide, utterly aghast at the gruesome scene now laid bare. What the, he gasps, completely floored by the shocking discovery. A blood-curdling scream rips from Leon's very soul, his eyes bulging with pure, unadulterated terror as the passage's horrifying secret is laid bare. Staring into the horrifying abyss, he can only manage a single, choked, desperate question: what the hell is this? His face twists into a mask of pure revulsion and disbelief, the sheer, unspeakable monstrosity before him threatening to shatter his sanity. The passage stretches into an endless nightmare, revealing a horrifying ecosystem of grotesque, fleshy abominations, each one a writhing, pulsating mass of mouths and eyes, clinging to every conceivable surface. As Leon and his companion take in the horrifying scene, a small, multi-eyed creature scurries past their feet, letting out a chilling squeal. His eyes snap wide open in a dawning, sickening realization: they're alive. The companion confirms Leon's chilling thought: they're all alive, as he coolly turns his attention to a specimen contained within a glass vessel, analyzing its horrifying nature. He observes the creature with a chillingly detached gaze, revealing the horrifying truth: they have flesh and blood, born from intelligent species, but they process and reconstruct them with the essence of spirits, absorbing them entirely. The companion's words paint a truly grim picture of these creatures, their grotesque forms a horrifying testament to the unspeakable process of their creation. The companion continues, describing a vertical art that devours everything, a city-eater that opens its mouth to consume entire cities. Confused by the term, Leon asks, named what? As if in answer, the entity reveals itself, a grotesque, multi-mouthed horror. It is indeed called the City-Eater, a being that takes its time to consume everything. Leon's eyes widen in disbelief, as he hears that once it begins, it cannot be stopped. This is an extraordinary being, one that even a transcendent wouldn't dare face. It will be summoned to this world, devouring cities from other dimensions with a single bite. The horrifying truth dawns on him, as he gasps: this city will become its meal. And it takes its time, out of pure spite. An entire city, just gone. People plummeting into oblivion, a terrifying vision of absolute annihilation. Leon's mind reels, demanding if this nightmare could actually happen, but the companion drops a bombshell, revealing this isn't their first rodeo. They've tried this before. Old books hold the terrifying truth, exposing the grim history of this world-ending ritual. Leon's face contorts in a desperate plea for answers about their chances, the chilling realization hitting him: time is running out. The companion pauses, calculating the odds, a low HM hinting at the terrible truth. This is bad, really bad. The companion reveals this whole setup is a sacrifice factory for the City-Eater, a chilling altar for mass offerings. Security's a joke, which can only mean one thing to Leon's horrified mind: they've already got all the sacrifices they need. The companion drops the final, crushing blow: a 30% success rate is basically a guarantee, and these guys are just moments away from kicking off the ritual. And just like that, for shadowy figures ignite a crimson ritual circle, the City-Eater's summoning ritual has begun. He's thinking fast, and the mysterious companion hits him with the hard truth: will the ritual kick off the second they try to save people? No hesitation, he just drops it: straightforward tactic. Let's do this. The spirit's like, straightforward? Seriously? But Leon just lays out the plan: we're hitting the 25th district with everything we've got. The mysterious companion's eyes lock onto a glowing timer, 25, burning bright, and a chilling realization hits: this is it. All-out war. But Leon's cool as ice, figuring, this City-Eater thing needs a massive ritual, so we'll shut it down before it even gets started. The spirit lets out a heavy sigh, knowing the plan's a gamble, yeah, but it's got too many wild cards, like those turtles. So, we're going with your last resort, then. It shivers, the memory of those beasts making it sick: they're a nightmare, even for me. Just thinking about them makes me want to puke. The spirit glances at Leon, who's just staring straight ahead, absolutely unshakable. Then, a flash of the holy sword Elcid, blazing with power, a reminder of what true strength means: a mind that breaks no matter the bloodline or destiny, fueled by pure conviction, not some cheap chase for glory. Fueled by an unbreakable will that defies noble blood, family, and even fate itself, driven by conviction over greed and fame, the almighty holy sword unleashes his absolute resolve. He presses on, declaring they'll shatter enemy lines with nothing less than total war. The companion, with a glint in his eye, lays out the next phase. After the initial chaos, they'll just wipe out the few remaining, worn-out elves. Elcid sharpens the focus, making it clear this brutal strategy applies only if they clash in the 25th district. Leon absorbs every word, his hand instinctively tightening on his blade. Before his decisive nod, declaring this aggressive path is the best way forward. The companion, ever the strategist, muses that if their foes aren't completely clueless, they'll instantly know their cover's blown by this ambush. A sly smirk plays on his lips as he adds, they'll also need to adapt and make a change.